As defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions, the subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus.
It's saying, basically, use of water to wash any motor vehicle, motorbike, boat, trailer, or other vehicle is absolutely prohibited.
So the change that's presented, it actually goes back because how the restrictions are, they're additive as you go through the stages. So the
never in my life have I seen a mayor be
vehicles. That's why I said earlier that
this mayor has
it would
by the
allow
people of this
for
city.
that to happen in stage 3.
I
So
don't
we
know if
wouldn't
any
have
of
to
y'all
wait
did
for
what I
those
did, but
changes in
I kinda
regarding to
followed the parade
vehicles.
around just to see what the
We wouldn't have to wait for
citizens'
level
reactions
1 water emergency
And
for
this
that
woman
change.
has
It gets
continually
changed
booed
all the way
throughout
up
the
through the
whole
document.
parade.
But it wasn't redlined or anything, so it's going to change in
trying
all
to
the
figure
sections.
out
That's correct.
with that much dissatisfaction from her constituents.
Okay, so
Initially, the restrictions on car washing is
why is she
stage 2.
still here? Why are we
So
still
that
putting up with
language
all
gets
this? Why are we still
inserted
putting
there,
up with
and then
this
as you get
fraud?
through each
And we know
progressive
this is a
stage, it
fraud.
says, and the
Why are we putting
restrictions
up with
stage 2 and then 3, and then, so that's why we have to change it into.
So even though
Kangaroo
those, all three
surveys
sections are not
for
redlined, they will all be
Farfield
updated.
That's
models.
correct,
And
absolutely.
then
Of our days when
another concern with that
everybody
section, I know we're
already knew
updating how they
It
can
was
use
a
it,
fraud.
but
Thank you, Captain
I was a
Day.
little
This mayor's a
concerned that it
fraud.
says all
Thank
washing
you.
is prohibited.
Right to
I would think
Caballera.
that we would note some kind of, that doesn't apply to auxiliary or.
Rachel Caballero, D1, good morning, and thank you for being here and, excuse me, following our city charter. All we ask, or all I am asking as the originator and filer of this petition is that we follow the city charter.
I discovered something about distinct. Distinction, distinct, or distinctive may refer to distinction velocity, the recognition of difference, formal distinction, distinction law, a principle in international humanitarian law governing the legal use of force in an armed conflict, distinction, sociology, the social force that places different values on different individuals, distinct mathematics, distinctive feature, a concept in linguistics, distinción in Spanish, separating consonantal sounds.
So I thank you for your time and also for following the city charter and doing right by this community. If we want honest politics, then we have to hold people accountable.
I think
Thank you.
the target was going to be like 53 gallons a day.
Susie Saldana.
So my question is, while we are debating over in a multifamily residence, like an apartment,
I'm asking you to do something
we haven't gotten
today.
into a granule.
You want to follow the city
granule
charter,
type thinking
follow the
where
city charter,
what
and
is
do
the
what's
reality
right.
of how many
And
people
that
is in the
is
unit?
refer
And
this
we're
to the
talking
ethics
about
committee,
indoor
as you should have
water
done in
use,
the
which
first
is
place.
things like
It is a
flushing
circus.
toilets, taking
Everybody in
showers,
town
washing
believes
dishes,
this is a circus.
versus
That's what everybody's
just a
calling
carpeted,
it. It's time that you wake
6,000
up,
per month
do the
type
right
thing. So
and stop acting
when
as judge
we
and jury
continue
and
this
witnesses
dialogue
in
on
this
this
case.
type of user,
It
I
is
think
time
that
that you
it may be
wake up to
helpful
what is
to visit
important.
some of that thought
Look who's sitting
process
here.
to actually
who started
evaluate.
it. Look
They
who's
cannot
costing thousands and
they
thousands and
probably
thousands
can't
of
fully
dollars to the
curtail
city.
25%
Open your
because they
eyes
aren't watering lawns
see
and
what the
things.
citizens of
The
Corpus Christi
overall
say.
meter,
Not the ones up
like the
here,
master
but
use
the
of
ones
water
that
may
look at
be
you every
landscaping
single
and things
day.
like that.
They're
So
asking you
barring
to
that
refrain from
use,
doing
I don't
this
know
thing
that the bulk of
and
their
open up your eyes and do
residents
the
could
right
even do
thing
that.
for the right reasons.
If you look at,
Don't be political. It's
however
time
many,
for you to
50,
stop.
100 units,
Thank you.
it may not be
Sandy
25% of that total meters used to landscape the grounds. It may be way less than that.
I
and we
discovered
can't
something
actually
about
cut
term.
back.
Term
So
may refer
that's something
to
to think about.
Yeah, that is exactly why we
measure
set
of a
up the
region's
historical
size on a
usage
surface.
based
The area of a
based
plain
on
region.
historical
But about
usage
this
for that
process
very
is
reason,
becoming,
Councilwoman. So
and
yeah,
the
you're
president
absolutely
is
right.
enforcing.
So I
Making
know
sure
I have a
that
motion and a
whether this
table,
effort is truly about
motion and
serving
second,
the
excuse me,
public or whether it
to
has been
table
driven
this
by
item
political
and
pressure,
the previous
personal
4 or
grievances,
5,
and
whichever one
influence
we're
of
looking at now.
individuals with their own agendas. We have watched a disgruntled
I
citizen who has
want to
repeatedly
rescind that unless
opposed
we're,
this council and
I'm
uphold
amenable
Hilliard
to
with
rescinding
business
that
interests in our
if we're
city
going to
become
pass the
central
item
figures.
excluding
Regardless of where you
apartments,
stand
excluding.
politically, the appearance of the outside influence should concern every
Thank you,
citizen.
Peter,
Most
the wholesale.
importantly, City Council should not be acting
Because
as
I
judge,
don't
jury,
feel
and
comfortable passing
executioner.
something
That is not
that
the
I'm
role
not
of this body.
ready
The
to
people
say that
elected
this
the
meets
mayor
all
and the
those
people
needs.
should
I
have the
still,
final say
I'd rather not
regarding
pass
their
it and
future
come back and can amend.
If there's a serious concern, they deserve a
If that
fair
makes
and
sense.
transparent process.
Okay,
But
there's
that
more comments
process
and I'm out
must
of
be
time.
free from bias and conflict of interest. Thank you.
Councilman,
Jared Juarez.
Councilman Kempton.
About 8 months from July.
Thank you, Mayor.
We'll be beginning to
First of all,
clean up about
thank
4
you, Nick,
million
for
gallons of
everything
water.
you and your
That's
team
in
is doing.
February, March timeframe.
You guys are doing as much as possible.
Nick, this is Mr. Gunther's third time speaking, just so you're aware.
27
Third time.
28 million gallons.
We the people, Corpus Christi, Texas.
It's taking
had
2 minutes,
enough
Mayor.
corruption from the top.
2 minutes. I don't take my full 5
I
minutes.
discovered something about musical. Musical is the adjective of music.
Write it down as well.
Future mayors may know that if they break laws,
Write
give way
down.
to corruption,
Write
take
it down.
kickbacks, become highly unethical,
No,
or
I'm
fail
gonna
us
go on
as
mute, but
an
you can give him
elected
your
city
question.
servant, you will be impeached.
Like,
Gone shall be the
reset the
days of
president.
just waiting until our next
Councilman
election.
Scott.
We demand action,
Yeah,
and we
I don't
demand
know what I was
action
going to say.
right
Nick,
now.
I got to tell you, thank you
The
so
mayor has
much.
told us and
I
allegedly
got a
has
text
paid
earlier
others to
saying,
harass those
please tell Nick
who
how
are
much
being
the
in
community
charge of the
appreciates all that he
petition
does, because we know he gives you the
I discovered something about commonly. Arachnids are arthropods in the class Arachnida of the subphylum Chelzarata. Arachnida includes, among others, spiders, scorpions, ticks, mites, pseudoscorpions, harvestmen, camel spiders, whip spiders, and vinegaroons.
made tonight with a direction to staff to meet with really any of these groups that want to further refine their number. But it, it does put the onus on them, because if we pass this 25% and then you have a meeting with wholesale and it ends up being a big reduction, it may change to 28%, right? Because this is really all about hitting that 25% overall reduction in usage that we're required to provide to TCEQ. So that was my thought, is that we ought to pass it as is with the direction of staff to go meet with our friends at the apartment association and any of the wholesale customers that feel compelled to come show us a better solution. I don't know if I'd be curious to your response to that, Peter and Nick, because I may be off.
I discovered something about form. Form is the shape, visual appearance, or configuration of an object. In a wider sense, the form is the way something happens.
Absolutely, and you're absolutely correct. Further increased allocations across the board, we want to be consistent. It may result in higher allocations, which may result in a need for an increased curtailment percentage. We don't know that yet, and I think that's to your point.
Well, so my thought was to pass as is, direction to meet with our apartment folks and our wholesalers that are interested, and report back within a 60-day period for any additional revisions that we feel need to be made. I do appreciate the seasonality that you've worked. That was my sense, is you've been working with the wholesalers and understood their numbers better. So I want to thank you for that. I'm still interested in the variance request. I thought it was very pertinent, that comment that was made that needs to be easy, quick, understandable, because I think that's where this is all going to end up, is the focus is going to be on the outliers. And you have told me that other cities, so I do think there's an opportunity to say, if you buy our water, you got to kind of play by our rules. And if we can't water our grass, you can't water your grass if you're buying our water.
Also an artist.
I always thought that there were loopholes to some of the communities that buy water from our wholesale customers, that they can have different restrictions that we have to live by. What's the answer? And tell me if I'm wrong, but
That's the right assessment. And the other
I
part is the
discovered something about
enforcement. Some smaller
constituent.
communities have
Constituent
told us
or
we just can't
constituency
enforce
may
it.
refer to.
They don't have co-compliance staff or other water enforcer.
that bothers me. I drove by through a city fairly recently, and they had the water. It was a city facility, and it was really green grass. They were watering away. And I thought, well, that's because they buy water from a wholesaler that buys water from us, but they also have their own well water. I'm sure it's like, hey, that's well
We're
water.
working on doing some
Like
3D.
that makes a difference. So if there's any way that we can strengthen those relationships contractually, I think think, and I hear what you're saying, probably at the end of the day, unless we're willing to drive around,
Fire a few weeks ago.
enforcement of it, the problem. But I do think that's a burr in our citizens' saddles.
About area is
Much less when they see Corpus Christians maybe cheat, it really bothers us when we see other communities
Land.
doing things we can't. My recommendation is pass as is, direction to come back in 60 days with any additional revisions. That way we tell the world we've done it. And we're open to change, because I do think a further conversation with our apartment friends is relevant. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so right now we have a motion and a second to table.
Like they said, this will
Councilwoman,
set
do
a
you want to
precedent,
amend
and
to
that's what
put
got
the
so
whole
many
thing?
people scared, because now we're going to hold people accountable. And when you're serving on this council, you should be above reproach. You shouldn't do things that create a conflict of interest or appear to have a conflict of interest. Attorneys know attorneys put up with more vigorous regulations.
I discovered something about something. Something may refer to.
Have conflicts of interest where you give yourself insurance deals for your business or contracts for your people. But if we're letting even a mayor get away with doing things that are corrupt, then why else would any other council member stop?
So this is for
Let's
number
change
4.
that today.
This is for number 4.
Mark Munster.
That's what I thought, 5, not 4.
Yeah.
The surcharges are one reading resolution, and then the ordinance is 2
Mark
reads,
Munster,
and it's
Corpus
already
Christi.
passed.
The city charter is here, and from the deposition tapes that were released
be the
to
second
the public as a
reading.
concerned citizen, it seems
first
like there was a
Implementation, it
situation
says
where there was
it's the second
malfeasance,
read ordinance.
and it was pretty clear
The
that
ordinance was
the
first
council knew ahead of
approved on
time
May
that there
12th.
was something that had been done to the documents, and the ones
this is
that
the
have
second
cost
reading, the
thousands and
final
thousands of
reading.
taxpayers' dollars, millions, is
And
the
we're
ones who
talking
voted to
about
approve a
fraud.
project when they knew that there was fraud. They could have avoided this if they had voted on the other side along with other council members. And to deflect blame to the process of what's going on instead of what actually happened, the charter is pretty clear that 5 or more residents can bring something forward. And we're not the ones making the decision to remove the mayor. It's just bringing it forward to the trial. And the petition, there's not just 5 people, there was a lot of electronic signatures, and the petition had very clearly what was being signed. 5 people was just the fastest way to file it and start the process. It makes sense.
Thank you.
After this.
Amanda Guerra.
Yeah. You wanna pull
Sandra Sanchez.
I discovered something about historically. History is the systematic study of the
Belinda Dela
past,
Santos.
focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
Good morning, Melinda De Los Santos, District 2. Public trust in government refers to the confidence citizens have in their government institutions to act in their best interests. There does appear to be a perception of corruption in listening to many public comments and watching the clips of videos that have been presented. This has led to a lack of public trust. How can we proceed with the issues, namely water at hand, if there is mistrust? It is very apparent your duties and responsibilities are challenging, and I, for one, would not want those responsibilities, so I applaud your contribution to our community. However, societal instability has erupted due to some nefarious activities which have been presented. How do we move forward with decisions that will significantly impact our community and future generations if we lack trust? Truth and transparency are essential for trust. I ask you to uphold the ethical standards of your position to guide your decision-making to act in the best interests of the citizens of Corpus Christi. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Motion carries.
Councilman Paxton, you
So
have
now we're going to item
motion.
number 4. That is a resolution to authorize the city manager to initiate surcharges during a level 1 water emergency.
I'd like to make a motion for the efficient.
Mayor, make a motion to approve.
To authorize the mayor pro tem to rule on motions and schedule dates subject to objections of the city council.
Equally amongst all.
Do I have a second? All in favor, say
Yeah,
aye.
I wasn't sure if you were through my traffic. I know the task force is busy.
If you want to. Now, go ahead.
I discovered something about organization. An organization or organization is an entity such as a company or corporation or an institution or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose.
To be able to rule on the decisions, and then, of course, any objections from the council could be taken into consideration.
So is this the way, is this a change in our policies and procedures for this proceeding? Or you, like you said, came in with the idea that we all vote and we have to take some.
And there will always be a chance for you to have discussion.
I think that
So you
reviewing.
rule,
I rule and make the motion. Y'all can up or down. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, no, I still understand, I'm sorry. So the way we thought it was going to happen is if there's a question, we vote on it. And what you're saying is she rules, and then if we oppose it, we just make a, I don't, talk to me, walk me through.
I think that would be the structure, reading some of the, reading the material and the requests from both parties that have come in over the course of this event. I think what that does is it streamlines the process and it gives one presiding officer a little more order in the proceedings. And then, of course, with my motion, it says any objections from other council members would be heard and considered. So it's not a huge difference to the
It's a
process.
huge difference, right? So you rule, and if I oppose it, well, then it's just.
No. You have the opportunity to make a motion. Absolutely. If you oppose it, you can just say no. And if y'all all oppose it, we'll take a vote.
So, but you,
I'm just making a motion to streamline.
I discovered something about territory. A territory is an area of land, sea, or space belonging or connected to a particular country, person, or animal.
Law group, which is fine. You said both parties. I didn't see anything from the other party with a recommendation or a suggestion. So that my point is, I want to be careful that it doesn't look like we're not being fair and equitable to both parties.
I completely sympathize, I completely
But
understand,
you said
Mr.
that
Scott. I
they
believe
both gave in.
some of the documents sent over by Attorney Mr. Flood had voiced some concerns. The mayor is seeking for the individuals that are leading the meeting she would like them to feel completely impartial and unbiased, and I know that we have some members up here that were part of the process 2 years ago, and I don't think that assumes.
I don't think we need to go into that right now. We just have a motion and you have an objection.
Well, I have a strong objection because I think the recommendation came from one of the sides without the ability of the other side to address said recommendation. I don't know if they
This was
share it
discussed with our legal.
Ma'am?
All of this was discussed with our legal. So,
It is $4 per.
no talk from the audience. We're not going to go there.
So it was presented by one party without the ability, and I don't know what a normal law judge would do. I would think that both parties would allow. I'm going to lose, but my point is I think this is a bad optics.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to comment?
May I be heard?
We have a motion. Oh, yes, sir.
I'm unclear as to whether or not.
I discovered something about Iran. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
Opportunity to review and provide objections to, if any. So I'm just very unclear as to whether or not this is a motion to grant a motion that's already been filed by Mr. David, or is this a new motion?
And one thing that I would like to point out.
I'm faced with.
Mr. Allison,
in March,
you want to respond?
the residential customers, there were only 16% that used more than 6,000 gallons, and there was less than 8% of residential homes that used greater than
not the same as
8,000 gallons.
What I
That was for the
proposed
month
are
of
many
March.
different procedural changes.
So again, this
And I
is the
proposed
change
those,
here.
quite
This is the
frankly,
same for all
to
customer
address
classes.
Some of the mayor's
One thing
concerns
to
about
note
due process.
that
I think we
this
improved
allows
the rules
us
from a
to
due process
provide the
standpoint.
individual
I submitted those
baselines and
early
allocations
so
to our
that
customer
counsel for the
classes.
city
The
could
previous
also look
vote
at
did.
those.
So now we can
Hate to say
work
it
with
this way, but
them
remember,
over this period
city's
of
lawyers are
5+
protecting due
months so
process.
that they
I'm
can
protecting
ensure and
due
understand
process.
where they're at.
It is the mayor's attorneys
The
who
other
sued the city
important
who
note I'd
are
like to
trying
make
to
is If we
stop
ever
these
get into a
proceedings by
level 1
finding
water
something wrong with
emergency,
these proceedings.
surcharge
So I'm wanting to
would be
make sure we
effective.
don't
When we
do
get
that,
out of
okay?
level 1 water emergency,
So
the
I think the motion
surcharges
that I
would
heard is very
would
different
be withdrawn.
than my procedural
Our recommendation
motion.
is to
In fact,
adopt
it is
this
different, and that's okay. There's a lot of
resolution
different
as
I discovered
presented.
something about history. History is the
understand that.
systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
This is a surcharge structure.
Yep.
Alrighty.
I would respectfully
Large
request to be heard on that.
users are gonna pay a surcharge.
So first of all,
Above their baseline.
because two witnesses remain
Say
on
that
the
for me.
tribunal, this proceeding
Read it for
violates
me.
Texas
Yeah.
law and
And
it is void.
the large volume
right now.
users will pay a
Mother's
surcharge
on her way
first
This
over there.
to go
proposed
their
amendment
allocation.
does not get the
Second, the
council
surcharge
out
will
of
double
the
if
bracket
they go over their
box that
baseline.
it is in.
Okay, I don't see any of
This
this.
adoption would
Alright,
violate our own
thanks.
charter, actually.
So I just wanted to say that.
And
Thank you very much.
Article
that-
2,
that's
Section
very
16P
important that
of
we
the
assess
city's
that-
charter
that
adopts
industry
Robert's Rules of
is
Order.
gonna pay the surcharge
And it
if
would
they go over
violate
their
core
baseline.
principles of that
Yeah,
charter
that's
provision
correct, yes.
by
Okay.
removing
All right.
authority from the
I
deliberative
think I can use
body,
my whole 5 minutes
city
to say
council,
that.
and consolidating
Industry's
it
gonna
into
pay
a
a
presiding
surcharge
officer.
if they go over their baseline.
Under the rules
Yes.
originally
Gonna be exempted
adopted
for
by
the exemption
resolution,
fee that
the
they
ones
pay.
used in the 1987
I would say, great
impeachment,
job. You guys did your job.
those
Hey,
pay due respect
they're paid. So
to
they're gonna
Robert's
pay their
Rules of Order
surcharge.
and Article 2, Section
So,
16P
anyway,
of the city
thank you.
charter.
All right, Councilman
The
Hernandez.
council collectively retains
Oh, wait,
supervisory
that's not good.
authority over major procedural matters, including
Go
evidentiary
ahead.
rulings, witness participation, deliberations.
All right,
This
keep that slide up,
proposed
please.
change would fundamentally
So
alter that
we're not gonna
structure
do any
by
surcharges on
creating a
multifamily?
new power, giving the mayor pro tem
Multifamily.
I
responsibility
discovered
over
something about
things that
absence.
are
Absence
properly
may refer to
the deliberative body's decision.
On multifamily.
Okay.
So that would
For that reason,
be
I'd
something
be
that we
happy to
would
be
have to
heard further,
address.
but for
Okay,
purposes
so
of time,
no
that is the
surcharges for
essence
multifamily.
of the
The
problem
other,
that
the other
this
thing I do want
proposed
to point
motion
out is that federal
brings to
government,
this
state
organization,
government,
in
political
addition to
subdivisions
the
are exempt
Bradley
from
problem that
surcharges.
Just pointed out.
will always remain with this council
Is it in the
as long
ordinance
as
or in the
witness
resolution?
response dies.
Yeah, Councilman,
you.
thanks
I'll
to
not further
Esteban,
comment on
it is
Bradley.
in the
That'll come up, I
ordinance,
think,
so it's an
when
oversight on the
probably we get
slide,
to
but not in the
resolution.
ordinance paperwork.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I was just giving you a hard time.
Councilman Patsy, would you read the motion again?
Yes.
But you did, and
For the
I do want to
efficiency
make a
of the
point of
pretrial
this, though,
hearings,
but
I make a motion
political
to authorize
subdivisions
the
of the
mayor pro
state,
tem
so
to
we're
rule on
talking about
motions
the
and schedule dates
ISDs, we're
subject to
talking
objections
about
of the city
the
council.
county, right? Those are exempt from surcharges.
I understand.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Okay, so.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay,
You know,
motion
before we
carries.
had
Thank you.
$12 for
We're going
surcharges
to
on
commence the
large
pretrial
water
hearing. We'll start by
users.
asking the
However,
parties to announce.
knowing
Legal counsel of
how
petitioners and
the
legal counsel of the
PUC looks
mayor
at
should
it,
respond.
we can't treat customer classes differently.
John
So
Flood,
everybody
Mayor,
gets
Paulette
Charged the
Fajardo's counsel.
same for every surcharge. Now,
You
if
asked
we
me to
didn't
proceed?
do that,
Yes, sir.
we would get, the PUC would come
As I
out-
stated a moment
would be a
ago,
filing
this
against-
proceeding
against us in
violates
the PUC,
Texas
we
law
would lose.
because it violates
Because we
the
have to
Bradley
treat
decision.
people.
I discovered
customer
something
classes
about
the
new.
same.
New or NEW may
And
refer
let
to
me
colon
formally
novelty,
start.
the quality of
Good
being
morning,
new.
That
Mayor
it doesn't
Pro
seem
Tem,
like it's
City
fair
Council members.
or equitable.
I
I think
proudly
is a key word.
represent Paulette
It's because
Fajardo,
our
the mayor
hands
of
are
the city of
tied on
Corpus
that.
Christi.
And as a matter of fact.
And
it was
if
a
I was in
correction
this
I wanted to
exact
make sure
same
we
position,
made when we were
representing
discussing
any
these surcharges.
one of you five,
And, yes,
would
large volume
equally
water
be
users
proud.
needed to be included. The exemption fee
for
was
the
only
record,
for stages 1, 2, and 3.
I am
And
not,
so,
I do not have a
this is
financial
very
interest
fair
in,
way to do
nor
this. So
am
will
I
be
a
supporting this.
manager in
Thank
any
you.
respect of any sort of desalination company.
Okay, Nick, thank you.
This
And thank you for
proceeding,
the-
as I
for the
stated, violates
presentation.
Texas law
I'm gonna
because
entertain
it
a mo-
violates
oh,
the
do-
Bradley decision. It is
Yeah, we have one
void.
on motion and second
For
already.
the reasons
Ms. Baldwin?
stated in the plaintiff's, or I'm
was it?
sorry,
Ma'am?
in Mayor
Mr. Hernandez made
Fajardo's
the
motion to
and Mr. Gunther
recuse,
seconded.
Okay, all right.
this motion is a lawful
Never
and
before.
honorable
No, ever
off-ramp for this
Oh,
council.
sorry, Everett.
Councilmember Roy
All right, please submit
has
your vote.
recused himself in this removal proceeding for the stated reason that he is a
Yeah.
witness. Councilmember Barrera has recused himself in this removal proceeding for the stated reason that he is a witness. Councilwoman Campos is a witness for the same
motion
reasons they are.
carries.
The fact that they weren't
thank you,
deposed in a
Nick.
civil
Great
matter
job.
does not make any
Now we have
difference,
items
doesn't
7, 8, and
change the
9
fact.
pooled, and those are all
Councilman Hernandez
ordinances
is
authorizing
also a witness
5-year
in this
farm
proceeding.
lease agreement.
I discovered something about peace. Peace is a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear or violence between individuals or groups.
Motion that was just passed. This will be your decision.
And number 9 is a
apparently,
5-year
on this motion
grazing
to
lease
recuse,
agreement with Ordner Farms and 4S
which
Farms.
seems
So
to
who
violate the
pulled
Robert's
this?
Rules of
You-
Order, in my
All
opinion.
right, go ahead.
Do them all through at one time.
Yeah.
Be that as it may, I would
Here's
also
my
ask
concern. When I was
the
looking at
individual
it,
council members
it doesn't look
subject
to
to the
me like
motion
y'all
to
put a
recuse
bid out,
themselves
and here's why I say
individually without
that.
regard
Because I have
to
farmers
the motion
asking me
that
all
you
the
would
time,
decide
when is
this
the land
motion.
at the airport coming up?
The Texas
for
Supreme
lease?
Court's
I've had
1999
that
decision in
several
Bradley
years,
versus
and I'll
State
say, I don't
held
know.
that individuals with personal
And so when I
knowledge of
saw
disputed
this,
facts
and I don't know
cannot
the gentleman that leased it,
simultaneously
don't
serve
have anything against them.
as
I just want it
adjudicators
to be
in a
fair.
removal proceeding.
And so what my concern is, how
Simply
many other
put,
leases
fundamental
are y'all
fairness
doing without going
requires
out
that
for bid? When's
witnesses
the
to
last time this
disputed
was bid
facts
out?
underlying the impeachment cannot also serve
Finally,
as
good
the
afternoon,
tribunal
Mr.
deciding
Council.
those same facts.
For
It
this,
is a simple
one
concept,
back to 2010,
and it renders this
was the
proceeding
original
unlawful.
And why have we not
The
bid it
council
out?
members who participated in the February 20th, 2024 and April 23, 2024 council meetings and also participated in executive sessions related thereto are witnesses.
Wow.
Among
That
other
seems
things, the
so
articles of impeachment
unfair.
allege that the
That's
agenda
not fair to
items
the farmers
considered
out
during
there
those
that would like-
meetings
you
were
know, farming land
fraudulent
is
and that
scarce.
Mayor Guajardo
Grazing land is
induced
scarce.
council
So
members
whether
to
they bid
rely
on it, I
upon
don't know, but I
fraudulent
think they should have
information
the
in
opportunity
approving
to do it.
the Homewood Suites
For
incentive
this, if you look
ordinance.
at when we were looking at all the parameters.
Because those
of why we
allegations
went to
necessarily
direct
place at
negotiation,
issue
you look at
what
the
was presented to
valuation,
each council
current
member,
Oasis,
what
I discovered
discussions
something
occurred
about
before
land.
executive
Land, also known
and
as dry land,
otherwise.
round,
What
or
each
earth,
member
is the
understood,
solid
why each
terrestrial
member
surface of
voted
earth
the
not
way he or
submerged
she
by the
did.
ocean
The
or
council
another
members
body
who
of water.
participated
It makes
in
up
those
29.
proceedings possess
So
personal
between
knowledge
non-irrigated and
of
irrigated,
disputed
well,
evidentiary
non-irrigated
facts
for
that are
this area
central
runs
to
about
this
the
impeachment
$35 mark.
proceeding.
Right
As
now,
such,
we get
they
$119 in the current
serve
contract with them
simultaneously
based on
as
negotiations
witnesses,
and the escalated amount.
interested
If we
participants
go
and
out
adjudicators
based
in the
on
proceeding.
the FAA,
You
we
have
would
heard
to
about
put
the
it out
rule
at a
of
fair market
necessity.
value estimation,
The
and
rule
that
of
opens it up
necessity
where people
has
know the
never,
negotiation. And
in
so we're looking at,
250
if we were to
years
put
of
it on the
American
street, so we could
jurisprudence,
possibly get a
been
lower amount,
once
below
applied
$70.
to a witness.
With this negotiation they had them, they
You
wanted
have
to go
excellent
20%
counsel
less
in this
because the
case.
current market in the state of Texas
Judge
is
Shamsi understands
land
the law.
lease
I'm
for
confident
irrigated
in the
land has dropped
advice you're
by
getting from him
$4
that
per
this is
acre.
not
And
going
so
to
there's
be
already
the
a
case
drop.
where
They came
someone
back and said they
decides that
wanted to go
somehow
with
witnesses
less than
can
18%.
become
They want to
judges.
drop it by 18%,
Or
which is the
jurors,
$90 mark.
because you're
We
both.
came back and told them we feel evaluations
By the language
there.
in your
We
own
negotiated
agenda
with
item,
them, and we
you
came up
are
with
each today
$120
serving
per
in a
acre
judicial
by
capacity.
negotiation.
And I
states
understand that.
It
But
states
if
this
you
is
put
a
it out for bid, you
quasi-judicial
might get
proceeding.
more. You
It
don't know, you
tells
could
you
get less,
that
but
you
you
are
could get
serving
more.
as a judge
I'm
and
just
jury.
saying, it does not seem fair.
The council
that
members
this
who
is
voted on the
monopoly.
challenged
I mean,
agenda
you're
items
letting
have already staked out official
these
and personal
people
positions
and
concerning
other
the
leases
propriety of those actions,
get
and therefore
the
possess a
monopoly, and
direct
nobody even
interest in
gets
the
to
outcome
bid
of
on
this
it. That is
impeachment
wrong.
proceeding.
We're a government
If the
entity.
impeachment succeeds, it validates the position that the
So
underlying
in this,
ordinance
when you
was
look at
fraudulent
the
or improper.
evaluations and all right,
If it fails, it
we
vindicates
put it
those
on the
prior votes
street.
and decisions.
We
Due
negotiated
I discovered
process
some
something
does
about
not
sovereign.
permit
Sovereign is a
decision-makers
title
to
that can be
sit in
applied to the
judgment
highest
over
leader in
proceedings
various
which they are
categories.
also
The
material
word is
witnesses
borrowed
and
from
interested
old French
participants.
souverain, which is
I can go
ultimately
down
derived
them.
from the
That
Latin
is why this
souverainus,
proceeding
meaning
today
above.
is void.
possibility that we could
I
get a higher
respectfully
price,
request,
but the
in
reality
response
is,
to this
when we look at
motion,
everything is, we're most likely
that those
gonna
members
be
on the council in
dropping to a very
2024
lower
by roll
price,
call
because
indicate
Oasis
whether they
County
recuse
alone is
themselves in
only
this proceeding
$70 right now.
or that they
That's the valuation for irrigated
Honorable
land.
Mayor
And
Pro
you look
Tem
at, we're
grant this
non-irrigated
motion
land.
to recuse such members.
You do have access to water,
Thank you.
but that's by water
respond?
tank
Yes, sir.
with a metered service. And so when you
What-
look at it.
what he's asking you to do,
we
what mayor's
determined that,
council is
and our
asking you
belief
to
was
do
that if we
is
put it on the
to
street, we would get a
not
far lower
follow your
price
charter.
than what these gentlemen were willing to pay.
to
you
not
don't know
do
that.
that which your
You don't know
charter
that.
says you have
Do
a
you think it's
duty
fair?
to do.
Based on business interests and
And he's
everything,
asking you
business,
to
ignore that a
I believe
federal
that we
judge
would
has
have gotten a
already
lower price.
considered
You're not
this
making a
exact
fortune right
same
now, even with
argument
that.
and
No,
refused
no,
it.
we're making less than 68, 80,000.
What he's
But where
asking
it
you to
comes in
do
is
don't
that we
even
have
get to the
individuals
corruption issues,
who
don't
are
even
familiar
get to
with
the
the airport.
malfeasance issues,
They are
don't even get
compliant
to
with the
the
FAA
issues of
requirements.
incompetence
They
or
also
improper
change their
or
harvest
misconduct.
times in order to do this, and their
Stop
seeding
now
times
before you
in order to
hear
make us
any
compliant with
evidence, is
wildlife
what he's asking
management
you to do.
and mitigation.
And
So
that's
there's a
the
lot of
exact
requirements that
opposite
are
of
required
what the
to do
charter asks
also
you
in
to
this.
do.
But also
The
when you
charter
look at
says in
it,
section 12,
when you go
Article
into
2,
the fact
a
that,
removal
let me
action
look at
by
my
the
notes here.
council may be instituted
From
on
the
its
FAA
own initiative.
restrictions also,
So if
when you look
guys
at
had
the
initiated it,
vacated
it
time
may
period and
go
everything, we also
And
have
then
to
it goes
go
on to say,
back
or
to managing.
shall be instituted
That property
upon
management
petition
costs
by
us about
5 or more registered
$50,000 to do that
Shall means you
1,300
must.
acres. In order
I
to
discovered
keep
something
the
about
same
single.
And any
Single may
decision
refer
to
to.
remove a
So you're
member
looking
shall
at,
be by the
if we get
majority
somebody, or
vote
if we
of
have to
all
continue to bid
council
it
members
out,
holding
you look at a
office with
loss
the
for us about
exception of the challenged
$600,000 a
member.
year. So we
In
have
that
that
sentence,
benefit.
it
So when we
tells you
looked at
who
all the
doesn't get
factors,
to vote,
everything, and the risks
and it
that we would
tells
come
you
in at a
who
lower
under the
price,
charter
we felt this
votes.
was the best way to go, because also, do we negotiate not only a higher price by $1 and a percent
And
increase, even though the market
we've
is still
seen
on
this
very
flushed
good
out.
in land rental prices. We
In a
felt
way,
this was the best way
they
to go.
did you a
for
favor
this.
by going to
Yeah,
the
I
federal
understand
judge
that,
and making these
but
same
it's not
arguments.
fair to the
They went to the
community.
federal
It's not
judge.
fair to the other farmers that you don't know, and they may not even bid on it. But you should give them the opportunity, and
The
I
judges
find it
rejected that, the
it
federal judge.
irritates me that
citing
y'all
cases
decided this for
like-
all
I
these
know
years,
all of
since
these cases, when you read
2010.
them
No, I know you weren't
closely,
here. I'm not
tell
getting on
us you
you.
should move
But staff,
forward,
whoever
and
did
that
it.
the motion to recuse
2010,
should
we
be
thought,
granted. Really
we're never
must
going
be
to send it out for a bid.
Excuse
We're
me.
just going to
The motion to
continue like we're
recuse must
doing.
not
To
be
heck with the
granted.
rest of the
When you
farmers
look
in the
at Bradley,
community.
it cannot be
Like I
granted.
said,
When you look
farmland
at
is scarce.
Commonwealth
Grazing land is
Codings
scarce.
Corp,
This
it
grazing
cannot be
land's
granted.
probably
When you
not
look
enough
at
for
the
most
Toomey
of the
case,
farmers
it
to use
cannot
that's
be
got
granted.
cows. But
When
this
you look at
other
the,
land, that's
police
very
state case
valuable. And
versus
some of them
Contrell,
probably
it
wouldn't
cannot
even
be
mess
granted.
with it because
All
of
of
all
those
the
cases
regulations that you
indicated
guys
to the
got. And I'm
federal
sure
judge
there's a
that
regulation
the
on what
motion
you
to
plant
recuse
because
must
of the
be denied,
birds.
and that the
I'm sure you're not going to plant
proceedings
something
shall
the
not be
birds are going to
stopped.
like
That is
sunflower
exactly
seeds.
what
They
the
don't
federal
plant that. I'm
judge
just
ruled.
saying that.
So you
That's
have
an
the
example.
We
benefit
do have
of
a
a federal
restriction
judge having
on
already
plants.
considered these
figured that.
arguments. They
And
made the same
also, I
arguments
would
how you
add
can't be
that
a member of
we did
council and
discuss, have
also,
there been any other offers? Nobody has come to us to inquire about the
They're
land
not
grant.
going to because it's not out there
They
for a
make all
bid.
of
They
those
don't
I discovered
release
something
it
about
out.
create.
Unless
To
you
create
put it
is
out
to
there,
make a
they're
new
not
person,
going to know.
place,
Quite
thing,
frankly,
or
they
phenomenon.
don't.
The term and its variants may also refer to colon creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created, character development in action.
Proceedings,
what the
and
opportunities
argued
are.
how
And
George for
also,
the
our
city
door's always
argued
open.
that
But we have not had anybody.
Well, I don't think the farmers out there know
must
that.
go forward,
Or they
and you
wouldn't be
should
asking
not
me
be
when the
required
lease is
to
up, when
recuse.
the leases are up
That
there.
is consistent with
So
your city
I
charter,
would
and
like
it's
to
the
hear
right
from other
decision.
council members on it.
Therefore, to shine light, and that's at
If
the
you
end of the
care.
day what government is about, is transparency.
They're not your voters,
And
they're
to
just
shine light,
people in
we
the rural
respectfully ask
community that we
the
should be
motion to
taking care
recuse
of.
be denied.
Well,
Thank you, Mr.
Councilman
Flood.
Paxson.
You have something else?
Brief response.
Okay.
I do care, and I
So,
had looked
to the
over
extent
it.
Section 11 requires that
of
the
course, I don't
action
see
shall be
any issue with
instituted,
it. I
it
don't have
has.
any reason to have a problem
It
with
has been instituted.
the proposal,
We are in it
the
right
proposal,
now.
and
So
the
it has been
partners that we've been
instituted.
working
What you
with.
do right now
We
depends
are
on
a municipal organization,
respect given to
and
the
this land falls under our
Constitution and to the
jurisdiction.
Texas
And
Supreme
I
Court.
do agree with Councilwoman
Federal
Vaughn
judge,
that
has
as a
not
general matter
ruled,
of practice,
in fact,
the more
on
that we
Bradley
can be
and whether or not
open and
this court-
accessible
or, I'm sorry,
and
whether this
allow for
judicial
anyone
proceeding
to
can
have
go
that
forward for that
opportunity,
reason.
we absolutely
Specifically
should.
did not address it,
I
was
mean,
not part of a decision.
the economy,
has not been
the
decided.
environment,
Our
the
response
seasons, the
to the
droughts,
city's
there's
motion to
already so
dismiss
much
under Rule
challenging
12B is due
this
today, which
industry,
we will be filing
agriculture,
at the end of the day. So
why
the federal
not
case
at
has
least
not-
have the
has
option
not
standing
decided
there?
this issue.
So Peter, what do we,
Mr.
what can we
Allison,
do
anything
with the item in
Nothing
front of
further.
us
Thank
to
you, Mr.
improve
Flood, Mr.
process,
Allison.
to
At this time, are
acknowledge
there any
this
recusals by
area
any
where
of
we
the
could
city council
potentially
members?
be a good partner?
Yeah, we could,
Mr.
what
Orchard,
are the
do we have
lease
any
terms there?
recusals?
How many years is it?
The only ones
terms,
that
5
recuse
years
lists we've
with the
received.
three
I discovered
years.
something about Islamic. Islam is an Abrahamic monotheistic religion based on the Quran and the teachings of Muhammad. The religions
This
it
time
teaches,
we will
called
entertain Mayor
Muslims,
Guajardo's
are
verified
estimated
motion.
to number 2 billion worldwide and are the world's second largest
Hereby
religious
find Rule
population
18
after
Texas
Christians.
Rules of Civil
Because they would
Procedure and
want the
Rule
harvest time
605
periods and everything
of
and
the
make it
Texas Rules of
viable, then we
Evidence
could
do
go
not
back and
apply.
negotiate.
Motion
that.
denied.
Yeah, shorten
Any
it from a
objection
5
from
to a
the
3,
city
and then
council to
if we
this
put an RFP out, people are gonna, they're not gonna we'd have to do,
Seeing none, we're going to move
right,
forward.
but I mean, we'd have to do some
On
type
marijuana-
of education, you know, like the
Okay.
RTA just put out a notice I saw, and only one,
okay.
you know, the.
On Mayor
you have to
Guajardo's
get the
motion to
word
strike
out to
pleading,
the
I'm going
farmers,
to
so we
limit
need some
arguments to
time
2
to get
minutes
the
per
word out.
side.
So I think
and
a
we'll
3-year
entertain
lease would be
arguments
good,
from the
because
members.
it'll
I'm sorry,
allow these
if Mr.
farmers to
Scott
continue their
objects, are we gonna
cycle of
vote on that?
cropping.
Yeah, we can
And
do
then
that.
we
Okay,
can
all
spend
in favor,
time
say aye.
finding out who are the farmers.
Any opposed?
When the solicitation period
Okay,
would
motion
be.
carries.
They could
Okay,
learn
let's
from
move
us.
on.
Yeah, they
On
could
Mayor
learn from
Guajardo's
us the
motion to strike
restrictions.
pleading, I'm
These are a
going to
lot of
limit
things that
arguments
probably a
to
lot
2
of
minutes
farmers
per
aren't
side.
used
We'll
to.
entertain arguments
And
from the
then
mayor.
we'd set up some, a chance, you know, for the next round.
So while we improve
Thank you, Mayor
this
Pro Tem.
specific point in
City
time,
Council,
Right.
I
what
will
can
say it
we do, Peter,
again
to
now
improve our
that the motion to
policy? Because
recuse
these
has been
three
denied.
leases
This
happen to be
proceeding
before
violates
us
Texas
today,
law, and it is
Yeah.
void.
they're likely
We
indicative
have moved
of
to
just
strike the
how
articles
we
of
handle.
impeachment
Well,
because
we
they do
don't
not
lease too much
provide the
property,
basic
you know, we don't have
notice
much
and
property to
procedural
lease,
fairness
and then
required
each
by the
business
United
owner,
States
like in this case,
Constitution
the
or
director
Texas
of the
law.
airport has different nuances.
Before an elected
than, say,
official can be removed from office, due
Parks
process
Department.
requires
He
that the
has to follow
accused
FAA
receive clear
regulations.
notice
You
of the
just heard Richard
specific
talk
factual
about,
allegations
if I have to
against
mow
her
it,
and
it's
a
gonna cost
meaningful
me
opportunity to
$500,000
defend
a
them.
year.
It's
So
the
there's
Matthews
different
versus
business
Eldridge
interests.
U.S.
It's not a
Supreme Court
cookie-cutter
case.
policy.
The articles fail to meet that standard, rather than
I discovered
clearly
something
identifying
about
the
within.
precise
Within may
conduct
refer
alleged to
to.
constitute fraud, misconduct,
Maybe
perjury, or
without putting
malfeasance.
parameters in policy
The articles
that are
rely
too
on vague
restrictive,
accusations,
that can't be-
conclusory labels,
be
and
mindful.
scattered
The
references
department
to
heads are
outside
listening right now,
materials
you know,
and
to this
exhibits that
meeting.
are not
Like I
actually
said, we don't do
incorporated
leases
into the
very
pleading
often,
itself.
so,
Under
this hasn't
Texas
come
law,
up
even
much.
ordinary civil
Just from
pleadings
my talk
must
to Richard
provide fair
and,
notice sufficient to
Ernesto, and this is
allow
a-
the
it was more
opposing
of a
party to
finance-
understand the nature of the
financial
claims and
decision
prepare a
to
defense.
say that these farmers
And
are
fraud
good
allegations are
stewards,
scrutinized
good
even
partners at the
more
airport.
closely because of
They
their
pay on
seriousness.
time, they follow all the FAA
Yet the articles
regulations,
repeatedly
they keep
accuse the
farm
mayor
in
of
great
fraud
shape.
and criminal conduct without
And so from a
identifying
standpoint from Richard, who's
the
trying to keep
statements,
costs down and
acts,
grow
legal
the-
duties,
the
or
operation
facts
with
that
revenue
supposedly
coming in, it
establish
makes
those
good business
offenses.
sense to him.
Instead,
But we
the
can
pleading
we're
attempts to
listening to this
bootstrap
make sure
broad
that we're
accusations
also
through a
factoring in
maze
community
of
engagement,
footnotes
for
and
any other future
unattached
lease.
exhibits.
So
Without knowing exactly what factual allegations are truly being asserted, I cannot meaningfully prepare witnesses, gather responsive evidence, or defend the mayor against a removal
But
proceeding.
perhaps, like I said,
This
without
is not due
becoming too
process,
restrictive
and the
in
articles of
policy, as an
should therefore be
organization,
struck
anytime we're
as legally
evaluating
insufficient.
these agreements,
And I would note for the record
we enter into a
that the appearance of
competitive
counsel
process. That way it's not so
in this matter has been through Mr. David.
We agree with that.
And Mr.
That's a
David
change
has
that we'll
been
make based on today's
labeled
conversation.
And I do want
called
to, I said it
petitioner.
earlier, but I want to say, it's, my questions
Mr. David
have
is not a
nothing
petitioner.
against our current
Did not
partners.
sign a petition
Everything
under
in
the
the
charter.
package, so they've been great.
Been doing
I'm
great.
thankful
We'll now
for that, nor the
arguments
teams.
from the
Yeah.
petition.
I discovered something about development. Development or developing may refer
Frame
to.
this correctly to look at as their opportunities with an RFP. And also, just add on, we can reach out to the Texas Farm Bureau, the local, who would have the list, and we can go with the list. We've, done the reviews on their pricing and everything, so we know who the individuals are that we can contact.
So we need to make a motion to amend?
Under Texas, just
Is
as
that
an
what we're doing?
example,
I'm
in
on the
Texas
top.
law, you look to
That's
whether
what I
the
was gonna ask.
opposing
I'm on.
party
Yeah, go ahead.
can
go?
ascertain
Yeah,
from,
you're
in this instance, the articles of
Okay, I want to
impeachment
make
and
it
the
clear.
petition,
So
the
what you're doing
nature
today is you're
and
going
the
to
basic issues that are
vote
in
for a 3-year
controversy.
lease for them.
I would easily submit to
ma'am.
you
And I will
that
tell
would
you,
have
I'm not
be
going to forget
deaf, dumb,
this.
and
So if y'all
blind to
don't
not
get with me
understand
to
what this
come
is
bring
about.
something back to change this policy, I will come see
You're
y'all.
kidding me.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Because this is not
And
fair.
I
It's
would
like
be
scratch,
remiss
if the
if I did
perception
not
is you
say
scratch my back, I'll scratch
that
yours. That's
the
not
federal
right. And I know
judge
farmers aren't like
complaint
that.
in front of him is
But
about
they
due
need a fair
process,
shake and they need to
so
be able to
it is,
bid like
again,
anybody
his
else. And I'm sure
prerogative
they
that
do
he
a
could have
great
stopped
job
the
out there.
proceedings and did
But
not
by the
do
way,
so
hire me for
had he
$50,000.
thought
That's what
there
it
was
costs for y'all to mow that
inadequate notice.
grass.
It's
Go buy a tractor.
It's $50,000
A year?
No, a month.
That is ridiculous.
It's 1,300 acres, and it costs about, with the cost of employees doing 8-hour day, with the equipment and the fuel, it's about $40 an acre.
I need to hook you up with somebody else. That is ridiculous to go out there and mow that
That was the,
Mr. Sinoni?
that was
That's
the,
ridiculous.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen
that
that.
was just a U.S. standard that we had taken.
That's not our rates here in Corpus.
Yeah, it was a U.S. standard that we used.
Say, whoever's doing it loves y'all.
15 pages of
Yeah.
detailed
That's way
information
too
and
high.
reference to specific evidence.
So if we approve this, it's
Yeah.
for 3 years.
I discovered something about
The 3-year
refer.
lease, the 2-year
And give an
renewal option would be
incredible
eliminated.
quantum of
Okay.
You
information.
just get some quiet, yeah.
So move
really-
to amend.
Detail.
Move to amend.
Mayor, can
So
we,
that
there's
mayor
too much
has
noise in the
full
audience, but if we
notice
can
of
get a
what these
3-year
proceedings are
lease, And then,
respectfully,
then we'll get ready to
issue
put this
is-
out for bid, and probably in about a year or two, you'll
do
have
the
to start
articles of
soliciting.
impeachment and the petition give sufficient
Okay.
information?
I think that's good.
There you go.
In order for the mayor to know?
Okay.
And
The
good
answer is
conversation.
yes,
I mean,
and
all the
motion
directors
should
are
be
listening, you know, we have
denied. Thank
28 lines of business, and there's
Any other
differences in all of them, but yeah, we appreciate that.
Based on the arguments presented, I
Mr.
move to
Zenoni, so
deny
you
the
said
mayor's motion
on all
to
three
instruct the police. Any
ordinances,
objections
the
from
amendment
city
is
council in
to
this
change
room?
it to a 3-year farm lease for 7, 8, and 9, and to remove the 1 3-year renewal option. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, that's
All in favor,
correct.
That's what,
say aye.
okay.
Correct.
Is that right?
Any opposed?
Yeah.
Motion passes. At this time, we will
Second.
entertain the petitioner's
Second.
motion
Let's
to
just amend it,
modify,
yes, 7,
amend
8,
city's
and 9.
rules
Yeah,
of
please submit your
procedure
vote.
for city council hearing for removal action under the city charter.
So it's a
We will
3-year.
entertain arguments from the petitioner.
Okay, good, and that shortens it from what would have been a 5-year, FYI.
Before you just traffic stop back to our office, ma'am, I'm gonna
At
have
this time,
the
just know that what I
95
did is I went through
starting mileage is gonna be 3096,
rules that were,
3096.
many years old. I
Okay,
looked at them
motion
because in the
carries.
context of, quite frankly,
Then we would approve all 3
previously it was
ordinances
not
as
the mayor
amended.
that was the subject
Okay.
of the impeachment.
Move to approve all
And so
three.
that created a situation where,
As
like you did on the
amended.
first
As
motion, you got
amended,
to
yes.
make sure who your presiding
And
officer
we'll
is.
see this on
So
a
I
second.
put
I
the
discovered
information
something
that
about
that
music.
reflect-
Music is the
then
arrangement of
Bradley
sound to
pursuant
create
to
some
Bradley, and so
combination
I
of form,
made some
harmony,
changes
melody,
opposed to
rhythm,
originally.
or otherwise
That's
expressive
Bradley.
content.
Bradley.
Music is generally agreed to
I
be a
made some
culturally
changes
universal that is
to
present in all
suggest
human
that,
societies.
Quite frankly, where the city legal department
Okay, so
had
if we can just do a
withdrawn
voice
from
vote on
the
that one,
civil
please.
All in favor,
lawsuit
say aye.
claiming a conflict of
Any
interest,
opposed, say no.
it made sense
The
to
motion
me
carries.
that maybe
Thank you,
they
sir.
shouldn't
Thank
be
you,
the
Mayor.
ones so
Thank you,
advising,
Councilmembers.
especially
Thank you,
since
Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Shamsey's here now.
Okay,
So I made
so
some
we are
tweaks in the
going to
rules
take a 15-minute
address that
recess,
issue.
and we will be
I was
back and
trying to
start
improve
on
it,
L,
to
individual
the extent there
consideration
are any
items 10 through
issues that
12.
remain where, due process concerns can be addressed and it be a better working document. I'm all in favor of it. The purpose of what I did was to protect due process, to make sure that our time is not wasted here. Thank you.
Mr. Vlad.
I want to make sure I understand which motion it is we're referring to. Are we talking about the first amended motion to modify the rules of procedure? Is that what we're talking about?
That's what I was arguing.
All right. So, thank you. I will say it again, this proceeding violates Texas law. It is void. The proposed amendments do not get the council out of the Bradley box that it is in. Their adoption would violate your own charter and simply make this void proceeding even worse. Article 2, Section 16P of the City Charter adopts Robert's Rules of Order. The proposed amendments violate core principles of the Charter provision because they systematically remove authority from the deliberative body, the City Council, and consolidate that with the presiding officer. Under the rules originally adopted by the resolution, the council collectively retained supervisory authority.
I discovered something
over
about
major
commonly.
procedural matters,
Arachnids
including
are
evidentiary
arthropods in
rulings,
class
witness
Arachnida of the
participation,
subphylum
and
Chelocerata.
deliberations.
Arachnida
The
include,
proposed
among
changes would
others,
fundamentally
spiders, scorpions,
alter that structure
ticks,
by
mites,
creating a new
pseudoscorpions,
Section 2,
harvestmen,
giving
camel spiders,
the mayor
whip
pro
spiders,
tem
and
sole
vinegaroons.
responsibility for all pretrial matters, admissibility of evidence, how the proceedings are conducted. But Robert's Rules of Order is built on the opposite premise. The Assembly itself governs the proceeding, while the chair merely facilitates the will of the body. By vesting unilateral procedural authority in the chair, the amendments improperly convert the presiding officer from a neutral moderator into a dominant procedural authority over the hearing. The amendments further violate Robert's rules by undermining the neutrality of the chair. The original rules contemplated that the neutral city attorney's office would advise the council, but now the proposed changes would authorize the presiding officer to confer with legal counsel of his or her own choosing, which gives the presiding officer sole discretion to determine whether legal advice and deliberations occur publicly or in executive session. The amendments improperly transfer witness control authority from the council to the presiding officer alone. I have several more problems with them. The amendments improperly weaken the informational and deliberative rights of council members. The original rules expressly allowed council members to question witnesses and call witnesses through the chair. The proposed amendments would delete that. Under Article 2, Section 16, members of a deliberative body must
I
be able
discovered
to
something
gather
about political.
and test
Politics is the
information
activity of
necessary
settling
for
affairs
informed
in an
deliberation
organized
before voting,
society.
which is
Politics
why
is usually
having
concerned
two
with resolving
witnesses
issues within a
make those
society via
decisions
a government.
under the city charter is such a big problem. Also, the problem of importing formal judicial procedures like sworn deposition testimony, attorney objections, references to the rules of evidence and civil procedure, documentary sworn testimony, and certified reporter's records, while simultaneously removing the procedural safeguards that are ordinarily associated with those things, is a problem for a parliamentary body. From a Robert's Rules standpoint, the result becomes structurally unsound. A quasi-judicial hearing without meaningful judicial safeguards and a parliamentary proceeding without meaningful assembly control. Taken together, the amendments fundamentally invert the relationship between the chair and the assembly that lies at the heart of Robert's Rules of Order and your own
"What's up? Why are you
charter,
looking at me like that?" And I just
Section
said,
2,
"I'm staring into your soul." That makes me think, do you ever use that as a diplomatic strategy? Creeping out on purpose other world leaders? Because sometimes you have to creep out another world leader just to show them who's boss. You know who taught me the most about creeping people out? Cheney. Yeah, he's a creepy one. I mean, that guy's creepy. He's first team All-American creepy. For the longest time, I thought the White House was haunted. Right. I wouldn't leave my bedroom after 9:30 at night. Turns out it was Cheney wandering around in there, banging on things and walking around with like a gas
I discovered
lantern.
something about area. Area is
for
the measure
stuff,
of a
what are you
region's
doing,
size
man?
on a
Where do you think
surface.
you got a
The
land
area
or
of a
something? I don't
plane
know.
region or
You know,
plane area
wind
refers to the area of a
change,
shape
is a
or
big
planar
collector
lamina, while
of
surface area refers to the area of an open surface or the boundary of a three-dimensional object.
Prairie. I remember I once saw Cheney naked in the shower. That creeped me out. He's just a creepy dude. Creeped me out and made me sick to my stomach. He just looked at me, let out a high-pitched scream.
Well, we're
and
not going to
shattered
approve
all
all
the
the
windows
ones
in the
that you
bathroom,
gave.
and then he
If
disappeared.
that helps you. We're not going to approve
just like
all the
that.
ones that you gave.
Okay.
Like a shapeshifter.
Okay, that's what I mean. Whatever.
So you want us to go forward with what we've got
Okay,
before
enough with
you
the easy
make that
questions. Let me
decision?
ask you
The only
something.
revision that I'm making is just
Something
Section 2,
some
so
might
it
consider a
complies
little
with what
below
you've
the
already
belt.
done.
Are you really
And
the
I just,
decider?
I don't need to do anything more than that. When you vote on it, I think it's with
yeah,
that
I'm the
amendment. I've
decider.
stated that on the
Okay.
Okay.
I get it. You are, because I
right.
have
Mayor Pro
decision-making
Tem,
abilities.
I just
that
wanted to make
allow
a
me
comment about
to
Robert's
think of
rules.
thoughts.
So,
and
Mr.
transfer
Flood
through my brain
cited that the
out my mouth
provision
whole,
on Robert's rules is in the
and
city
then into
charter.
your
It's actually in
ears.
the city
I heard
code.
it.
It's
That was
under
high and
council
tight.
policies in the city code.
And that's what the decider
And what it
does.
states is,
You know, there was
the
another
most current
name.
edition of Robert's
There's a
Rules of Order
variation
shall
of the
govern
decider
council
called the
proceedings unless in
choicer,
conflict
and then
with
I
these rules
settled
or
on the
other law.
decider. Sounds a little
Provided,
more
however,
learned.
council's failure to comply with Robert's
Did they
Rules
ever
of
let
Order
you drive
shall
Air
not
Force One?
invalidate
You know, I
any
was always
council
like,
action.
give me a poke with the controls,
So it is
and
a
when are
framework
you going
for
to let me
making
drive this
decisions,
bird?
but it doesn't have
And they
legal
were like,
effect to this.
never.
It wouldn't
No, we're
apply,
just kidding, Mr. President,
apply
but
to
honestly, you're not allowed to do that. And I said,
proceedings.
guys, enough's enough. I'm
Mr.
flying
Scott
this
did
airplane.
object, so to
And,
deal with that, the council
immediately
did
got us
take
into
a vote
trouble. We went
to
straight to a
make sure that the
nosedive.
majority of the
Then they had to-
council,
they had to wrestle me
there was
from the
discussion
controls
allowed
and
as well,
get the
so that
plane
does
back to
follow
cruising altitude.
Robert's rules. So
And
I believe
I
that
discovered
the guy
something
said
about
we are
study.
following
Look, study
the
or
rules.
studies
I just
may
wanted to
refer
make that
to.
clear.
Thank
But
you
if
for
you
that
ever do
clarification.
anything like this again, I'll have to shoot you. Then you said, I'm president. I'm like, what do you mean? Like with like a, it's like, no, I have to, this pistol I carry, I got to shoot you. And he said, am I getting fired? And I said, sure. Yeah, you're getting fired for that. He had that look in his eye. He had that pissed off look. Really? And he wasn't blinking at all. These guys are serious. Yeah. What are you going to take from the White House? I think of a fun kind of keepsake from my years at the White House. I'd like to take one of those, just a toilet. You're going to take a whole toilet from one of the bathrooms. Huh. Yeah. I would not have thought to take a toilet. I'm probably going to take a big ticket item, you know, maybe a fancy portrait or something. Maybe James Madison. That's a rich, meaty, juicy answer. Thank you. Now I want to look you in the eye and ask you one of the toughest questions I can think of. Who do you love more, Laura Bush or Barbara Bush? I'd have to say more in the way that you look at someone and they they scare you like in a Halloween costume.
Ma'am, your mic isn't on, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I hereby approve the requested changes to the rules of procedure.
I discovered something about May. May is the 5th month of the year in the Julian and Gregorian calendars. Its length is 31 days.
Amendment previously made by Mr. Allison. Any objections from the City Council on the ruling? Okay. Any discussion? Just object?
I won't take up too much of the body's time. I just think
Fear for my mother that I sleep with a golf club in my bed. Really?
They're to protect us. I think changing these
my mom,
at
first I
the
think it's a
dais
preacher.
during
You know
the
what else?
proceedings provides a questionable air of propriety. And I think that it's there to protect our due process. I didn't write the rules, but I think changing the rules at this point and this juncture in the proceedings gives rise to people that may oppose this, where this is going, to say, well, there's something more afoot. I think you all are voting your conscience. I just think it provides a perceived preference to the proceedings. So, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, may I be heard just for a clarification?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There were two motions filed, and so when reference is made to changes to the sections, I'm not sure if that's proposed changes that were made in the first motion filed by Mr. David or the second motion filed by Mr. David. I'm not sure which one it is that we're making the changes to.
And the way you called it and the way I heard it, and you asked that earlier, and I said it was the amended one, which were the ones which have the date May 27 on it. That's what
I discovered something about government. A government is the system or group of people governing a country and its administrative divisions, which is generally called as a state, and as such the term is a metonym for in governmental topics.
Followed in the Mendez removal, paid due respect to Robert's Rules of Order and preserved the tribunal's role. And so that's why the objection was made in that regard, and why I believe Robert's Rules of Order should be followed again, consistent with what would happen in 1987, and shouldn't be changed for this purpose, for purposes of this proceeding. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
I agree with the Secretary as far as I think there's been full compliance with Robert rules and with due process. I think the point you are now is that there was an objection noted, and so you have to vote in order to.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I have a motion and a second. Can I get a motion and a second? Did we already get it? Yes. Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Both parties have filed witnesses lists and requested subpoenas. I move to authorize the attorneys for the petitioners and the mayor to issue subpoenas as requested in their motions. The requesting party will be responsible for service of subpoenas.
Weapon?
Any objection from the city council to this
ruling? You can either just spray them back, or if the canister runs empty, you can use that big heavy metal thing.
Quick question.
As
so,
a missile projectile. That's something else to think about. Yeah.
Council.
Well, it's not me.
I discovered something about term may refer to.
Our own judges, like Judge Chapa, would do it, or how does that work?
The other thing about Barbara is she's
There's
built.
a city
She's very
code that
muscular.
requires compliance.
Yeah, she's scary.
So if there's
She did a lot of lat
non-compliance,
work
potentially
in her
could
youth.
be a class
She's
C
still got
misdemeanor.
some pretty strong lats. She's built like a shit brick house. I think there was some Greek philosopher said the lat is, you know, the muscle that controls the body. God, you are fascinating. What's your single
Can I get a motion and a
greatest
second?
moment you experienced in the White House?
All in
There
favor
was this
say
one
aye.
afternoon in
Any
2003,
opposed? Same. Motion
and
carries.
I had
For the
about a
scheduling of the removal
2.5
action
hour
hearing,
nap.
have
That was
petitioners,
just,
council,
it
and
was
mayor's
perfect. It
council
was just
agree
right
to
in the
some
sweet spot.
potential
Those are
dates?
good. You know, we wake up and you got a little bit of drool on the pillow, and
Okay.
and
We have conferred, but we've not been able
you
to
know,
agree.
you almost wake up in a haze because you went so
That's true.
deep. Were you kind
I
of
do
sweaty?
have-
Was it
there
one
are
of
no
those
dates
naps?
that I have
Had a little
agreed
bit of
to,
a
that's
sexy
true.
dream, but not too sexy where I had to change my pants. Yeah, that was a moment. I
As
knew
the parties have
something
failed to
special
agree
had
to
happened.
dates for the
Oh, you
hearing,
went
I
deep.
hereby
Had a plaque
schedule a
made
removal hearing
commemorating
for
the
July
nap,
15th,
the duration,
17th,
the date.
22nd, and 23rd,
Sure, bronze plaque
2026 at
on
9
mounted
o'clock
on
a.m.
some
address
burl
any additional
mahogany
pretrial
with a-
matters, I
with
hereby
an outer
schedule June the
edge
8th
of cherry
and June the
and a little
9th
bit
for
of ash.
pretrials.
Tell me,
Meetings
what
may
are
be
your
canceled if not
what are your
needed.
favorite kinds of woods? It depends on my mood. Sometimes I like just a simple wood like pine,
Yes.
a burnished pine. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
July
nothing
the
looks better than
15th.
that.
I discovered
could
something
not have
about
said
one.
it better
One
myself.
is a number,
27th,
numeral,
Other
and
times,
grapheme. It is the
like
first
oak,
and
an
smallest
oak plank.
positive integer of
Sometimes
the
I'll
infinite
just- I'll look at
sequence
an
of
oak
natural
plank and,
numbers.
I'll just stare at it and talk to it and say, I wish you could tell me stories
23rd, yes.
about your life as a tree, but you can't now because someone carved
Now,
you up into
July
a
the
plank.
15th,
That's the way it is.
17th,
You know what? You know what
22nd,
wood I
and
hate?
23rd.
Let me guess. Balsa wood.
Well, we're slow
Exactly.
today,
Balsa
aren't
wood's
we?
stupid. Yeah. So flimsy. Doesn't feel like a real wood. Yeah. It's kind of like if you had steel,
No, these are the
the
dates that
consistency
we
of
think are
clay.
available.
Then is it really
May I be
steel?
briefly heard?
Yes,
Well, when
sir.
you put it that way,
When the articles of
makes a lot
impeachment
of
were
sense.
distributed
It is like the
to
coward
the
of
city
woods.
council
What
members
trees
in
do
August
balsa
of
wood come from? Never
2025,
seen a balsa
it
wood
received
tree.
correct
Never heard
advice from
the
the city
phrase, "Hey,
attorney's
let's go
office
take a trip to the balsa
that
wood
less than
forest."
45 days' notice
The other
would
wood,
not be
I don't care for is
adequate
bamboo.
due process.
Right.
Under Texas Rules of Procedure 245 and other cases for interpreting that. To the extent any of those dates, and I don't know, I'm not looking at a calendar, are less than 45 days, I would object for that purposes. And so, I know the 22nd, 23rd probably aren't, but July 15, 16, 17 could be, I just don't know. And so for that reason, I have to level that objection in this proceeding. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Allison.
Sure. The rule of procedure, first of all, that he's talking about obviously doesn't apply. But even aside from that, that rule of procedure doesn't cite to or say that it's a due process issue per se at all. And whether you had 45 days or 42 days or 43 days, I think clearly there's been more than sufficient notice.
I discovered
think
something
those are
about
reasonable
organization.
times to proceed.
An organization or organization is an entity such as a company or corporation or an institution or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose.
William.
To accommodate you, Mr. Flood, we're going to schedule the first hearing the 22nd and the 23rd, and then we will reschedule and add others as we go.
And I would just, and I don't mean to quibble. It's not to accommodate me,
sure?
but rather the 14th Amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Allison, anything?
No further comment. The only thing I will say, kind of shifting gears, I will try to juggle it, reschedule it if I can, but I may have a hearing on June 8th, so I may be I think I'd let opposing counsel know I may have a conflict on that date, but we'll try to address that informally and by agreement.
Okay, a motion and a second to approve those dates?
Was that at 9 a.m., Mayor Pro Tem?
9 o'clock, yes. At 9 o'clock. Yes. Mr. Scott?
So we don't know that we're going to need to meet on the 8th and 9th. That's just there. Or do we know that we need to meet on the 8th and 9th? And the only reason I bring that up is I beg the pardon of the body. I'm out of
I
town on
discovered
the
something
8th and
about
9th
human.
for work
Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and
Just to
competing
clarify,
groups,
so the
from
motion
phalanx
included
and kinship
June
networks to
8th
political
and 9th,
states.
as well as July 22nd and 23rd?
Yes.
Okay.
Did.
But the 8th and 9th are set aside for, quote, pretrial, end quote.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. Yes.
Yes. Okay, seeing there is nothing further, this meeting is adjourned. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
I discovered something about music. Music is the arrangement of sound to create some combination of form, harmony, melody, rhythm, or otherwise expressive content. Music is generally agreed to be a cultural universal that is present in all human societies.
Before.
I discovered something about peace. Peace is a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups.
Sixty to 11. We'll be clear, headed back to Portland.
I discovered something about country. A country is a distinct area of land in the world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a dependent territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational state.
One 23, secure Bravo.
It's not even wood. Bamboo's lately been cocky. Yeah. No, I know. Everyone's getting like a bamboo hardwood floor. I'm like, that's not wood. I know. And now bamboo thinks it's wood.
I discovered something about study. Study or studies may refer to
Staying with City Council, the day began with a pre-trial hearing to discuss the potential removal of Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Council members ultimately decided to move forward with the process, even setting hearing dates.
And Natalia Osuna has been following this story since the beginning. She spoke with the mayor and council members right after that pre-trial hearing. And Natalia, what did they share with you tonight?
Hey, Mike, Leslie. Well, at the pretrial hearing today, Mayor Pro Tem Carolyn Vaughn scheduled removal hearings on July 22nd and 23rd. The mayor's council continue to argue that the city council is not following due process, but that has not stopped council members who say they want to see it through.
If we're letting even a mayor get away with doing things that are corrupt, then why else would any other council member stop?
Refer this to the ethics committee, as you should have done in the first place.
After a pre-trial hearing, Corpus Christi Mayor Paulette Guajardo says this process is about more than just getting her out of office. She says that for some, it's about taking her seat.
Justify my lawyer said it simply today.
I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place, thing, or phenomena. The term and its variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created, character development in acting.
Authorizing motions.
It would be easy to look the other way, but we can't do that. They had a petition of over 2,300 people who were following the charter. So now the trial will be the next time, the 22nd, 23rd. We're going to be fair, give them anything they need, anything they want. I'm going to be as fair as I can be.
Guajardo's lawyer, John Flood, repeatedly asking the remaining council members who served as witnesses in the previous Homeland Suites investigation in February 2024 to recuse themselves. That's Councilman Gil Hernandez and Councilwoman Sylvia Campos, but no new recusals happened. Councilman Hernandez chose not to comment, while Councilwoman Campos says she does not plan to recuse herself.
I didn't participate in any of that transactions that were going on, so I feel confident that I'm free to participate.
You feel like you don't have bias?
No, I don't have a bias at all.
Councilman Mark Scott says it's important to be clear during discussions and follow due process.
When people come in, immediately make motions that get seconded and voted on without discussion, I think that gives the perception of a lack of due process.
Mayor Guajardo says that her legal team's work is far from done.
We're going to continue to ensure that the law and due process are followed.
Now, during the pretrial hearing, Mayor Pro Tem Carolyn Vaughn said there will be potentially more pretrial hearings on June 8th and 9th, but we'll continue to keep you updated as we learn more.
I discovered something about different. Different may refer to.
Can I get an individual with a supervisor? 3072.
I discovered something about state. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory. Sovereign state is sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation. Constituent state, a political subdivision of a state. Federated state, constituent states part of a federation. State of nature.
Well, good evening, and thanks so much for joining us here. I'm Mike Gillespie.
I'm Leslie Adamy. At the top for us tonight, the future of the proposed Inner Harbor desalination plant remains one of the most heavily debated.
I discovered something about history. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
With the project.
Our Michael Gibson continues our coverage for us tonight live from City Hall. He joins us now. Michael.
Well, I'll tell you right now, they are going through the consent agenda finally. We thought this was going to be happening closer to maybe 3 o'clock, but they had over 5 hours of public comment, and so that's where they're at right now. It could be hours away before they vote on the Inner Harbor desalination project to move forward the 60% design build. Now, I'll tell you what, if you showed up to City Hall today,
Section L, which is individual consideration items, but I want to remind everyone that item number 10 is a presentation. And that is a presentation, which means there is no action, so there's no public comment on that one. There is public comment on item 11 and 12. So the presentation on the Corpus Christi, the item number 10 is a presentation on Corpus Christi Bay, Nueces Bay, and Ship Channel Farfield study with modeler, Spiro's Environmental Group, with a Farfield committee member comments on study results. Mr. Winkleman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Nick Winkleman.
In this place is unbelievable.
Chief Operating Officer,
and
Corpus
these are the
Christi
people that are
Water.
going to pay for it. And it needs to
And
stop.
as IT pulls up the slide, there's some people I'd like to thank for being here tonight.
City Manager Peter Zanoni told Free News that the recent Farfield study determined that the bay would not be harmed by the brine discharge
He's our lead
from the desalination plant.
Next, we have Mr. Tim Osteen of Hazen and Sawyer. He is a subcontractor for Spiros on this effort.
I discovered something about republic. A republic, based on the Latin phrase res publica, is a state in which political power rests with the public people, typically through their representatives, in contrast to a monarchy. Although a republic is most often a single sovereign state, some national state entities that have governments that are republican in nature may be referred to as republics.
Ms. Deanna King and Mr. Roger Tenapple. So we appreciate all of them being here
today
tonight.
to hopefully see the city council members vote down and vote no
First,
to the
I
Inner
would
Harbor
like
desalination
to kick it off
Zamora
and
eventually
review
made her way
history
into
of
City
the
Hall and
Farfield
went before the city
assessment
council
work that the
to
city
deliver that
has
message in
conducted.
person. just as many
First
other
is our
people
far
here
field
did
assessment
on both
one.
sides of the issue.
And this is, it's not just, I do want to mention, it's not just
Now,
what the
before
city
council
has
takes that
conducted, but
vote
the
on
far
the
field
Inner Harbor
assessments that have been
desalination
associated
project
with the Inner
moving
Harbor
forward, that
project.
60% design build,
So far field
they are going to
assessment
listen
number
to some
one.
members from the
It was
far field
commissioned
study
in
that
2019.
studied whether or
It's
not
often
the
referred to as
line
the
discharge from that Inner
suntans
Harbor
model.
project could potentially
That was
harm the
commissioned
bay,
by the Port of
either through
Corpus
salinity
Christi.
or temperature.
It studied a
City Manager
50
Peter Zanoni
million
has said
gallon
that,
a day
the
facility
project
at
should be a
Harbor
go because
Island
the study
at the
looks
time,
good, and
a
so did
30
David
million
Loeb,
gallon a
former
day
city
facility
councilman
at the
and one of the
Lakina
Farfield
Channel.
members of that committee,
Those
and he's
results
also
showed
going to
that there
speak
was
to
less
council
than a
tonight.
1 part per
We've got a long
thousand
night ahead. We're not sure if this
increase
thing
in
might last
salinity in
until
the
1 or
bay.
2 o'clock in the morning, but
Far field assessment
we'll get
2,
updates
this
when
is
we get
also
them, and
known
we'll get
as
them back
the
to y'all.
EFDC Plus model. That
All
was
right,
ran
thank you,
in
Michael, and Michael will be there to
2023.
keep an eye on
That
everything
was
for us
commissioned by the
tonight.
Port of Corpus Christi. 30 million gallons a day at La Quinta, again 50 at Harbor Island. Also included the desalination plant at CC Polymers as well.
I discovered
And then
something about commonly.
and
This
then,
is a list of
again,
common
it
physical
did include
constants
the
and
Inner
variables
Harbor.
and their notations. Note that
That
bold
study
text
showed
indicates
less
that
than a
quantity is a
0.6
vector.
part per thousand increase for 30 million gallons a day at La Quinta and also with Inner Harbor operating. The third far field assessment was a mass balance evaluation conducted in 2024. And some of you may remember the graphic at the right of the slide showing the inputs and outputs of the Bay system. This showed a 0.3 to 0.6 part per thousand increase in salinity in the Bay. The graphic on the right is a very simple representation of the Bay, but it certainly shows that the Bay system is 282 billion gallons, and it shows the water movement in and out. Far Field Assessment 4 was the Kiewit assessment. That was conducted by their subcontractor, GHD. That was an assessment that was initiated in 2025. The contract was terminated before the completion. However, there was a presentation given to council. Farfield Assessment 5, which is where we are at today, it's an assessment conducted by Spheros Environmental and their subcontractors, which is Hazen and Sawyer primarily. Couple of things
I discovered
to note
something
on this.
about
This
absence.
has been
Absence may refer to
primary effort that's been conducted with a lot of work over the past couple of months. This council has, along with the city manager, you compiled representatives to establish a far field committee. And again, as I said at the beginning, 5 members of that committee will come up and provide comments at the end of this presentation. The other item that I do want to point out is that Spheros Environmental, there was a review of qualifications done. The city put together a request for qualifications. A number of firms submitted. Both the city staff and the Far Field Committee recommended Spheros Environmental for this group. So we're thankful for their great work, and we're thankful they're here tonight. And with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Pradeep, who's going to go through the findings and the results of the work that he's conducted to date.
And Mayor, while he's coming up, this is a presentation briefing to the City Council, so there's no action. Similar to other briefings, citizen comment won't be part of this item.
Right.
But we will have those 5 members from the committee that'll speak, and that'll be it for this citizen comment.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winkleman.
I discovered something about something. Something may refer to.
I appreciate the opportunity here to present this work to you all, and hope this is informative to you in your decision making.
Pradeep, could you pull the, or up, down a little bit, I think. Yeah, a little closer to.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, much better.
Okay, wonderful. Good evening, everybody. Okay, so what we're going to do today is review our study objectives, talk through the modeling team that did this work, just so you all get an understanding of, who's behind all this work. We'll briefly review estuary and hydrodynamics, just a very high-level overview of what is it that all of these technical terms are going to mean. Then we'll get into the model development and how we use the model to answer the specific management question that you're all looking to make a decision on. We'll close with a summary of our findings of what we found from the modeling study. So our objectives here was to develop a hydrodynamic model of Corpus Christi Bay, and such that it would reasonably represent water levels, salinity, and temperature. 3 key parameters that control the movement of water and the movement of salt and heat in the system. Then the next main objective is to apply this model once it is worthy for application to assess what is the effect of the discharge.
I discovered something about development. Development or developing may refer to.
So just outlining the specific modeling tasks, this is what was in our scope of work in the contract with the city. So our scope entailed developing a baseline simulation that incorporated recent bathymetry and model grid improvements. So for bathymetry means it's a measure of the terrain underlying the water, and that's the key information that goes into the model. So we had to we compiled recent information on that. And then we also extended the model inputs to recent years so that the model is representing current conditions and not conditions in the past. And then we also were tasked with implementing some key model enhancements, specifically to represent the intake and the discharge in a very real-time manner so that it's not a static input to the model. So the model is very knowledgeable about the last item was to also simulate ship traffic, to simulate the effect of ship movement through the inner harbor and how it mixes the water column.
I discovered something about musical. Musical is the adjective of music.
So we'll briefly touch on that towards the end. So just a brief overview of the modeling team. So I'm Pradeep Mugundan. I'm the lead modeler. I have a PhD in civil and environmental engineering. I've been doing environmental modeling for over 20 years. So this is something that I do routinely. I've applied models on both coasts, Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, now in the Gulf. So this is something that I do routinely for a living. At Spheros, we also have a large team of modelers and support staff who contributed to this effort. And you have all of those folks listed there. They're all highly qualified and trained to develop this kind of work and apply environmental models. And of course, our teaming partners, DSI Incorporated, is one of our key teaming partners on this, and Hazen and Sawyer. And we have Mr. Osting here, whose team also assisted us in various aspects of the modeling work. I'd like to note that DSI Incorporated develops and maintains the EFDC Plus modeling code, which was applied for this particular application. So they really know the code inside and out. They maintain it, they develop it, they enhance it. And their role was to put in the code enhancements that we specifically
I discovered something about May. May is the 5th month of the year in the Julian and Gregorian calendars. Its length is 31 days.
In real time. So that was a lot of work that was done. It was customized for this project specifically. And then, of course, Hazen and Sawyer team helped us with a lot of the compiling the model inputs, bringing the model up to date on various items. And yeah, so they were, overall, like it's a broad team and not just, one person doing this work. So I wanted to emphasize that. Okay, so now I know this is pretty late in the day, and I'll try to keep this at as high level as I can. we're going to talk a lot about stratification, mixing, water circulation, and so on. So, but there are some fundamental concepts that are really important to understand when we're trying to make a decision on what does stratification mean in the context of an estuary, right? So there are various types of estuarine circulations, that hydrodynamics that you can think of. The one on top there is what you would call a salt wedge type estuary. So a good example of this is your Mississippi Delta, where there you have a very large or a high flow from a river, and you have seawater that is cannot really compete as much in terms of the tides moving back and forth. So what happens in that case is that the salt water forms a wedge.
I discovered something about states. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory. Sovereign state is sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country-nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation. Constituent state, a political subdivision of a state. Federated state, constituent states part of a federation state of nature.
So for a parameter, for important water quality constituent like dissolved oxygen, predominantly comes from the atmosphere. So in a highly stratified system, what comes from the atmosphere can go all the way down into the water column because the water column doesn't mix very well. That's when you could have low dissolved oxygen conditions in the bottom. So that is stratification, right? So a good example of that is the Mississippi Delta. Then you have, most important to note on the middle panel there, we've shown salinity, and we've shown the salinity going from water surface to the bottom. And those numbers do matter. I mean, it's not to scale here, but it gives you a representation of what is strong. So salinity difference between the top fresh water and the bottom dense seawater or salt water of more than 30 parts per thousand is considered strong stratification. So that would be indicative of very, very little mixing between the top and bottom. Then you have the situation of a partially mixed or moderately stratified system. Here, you do not have very strong freshwater inflows, or the tides are strong enough to move back and forth and mix things up a little bit more. So periodically, they may stratify when during periods of high freshwater flows, like if you have a storm event, there is a big runoff, then you might see some stratification, but then the tides will mix them up. So that is a partially mixed
I discovered something about world. The world is the totality of entities, the whole of reality, or everything that exists. The nature of the world has been conceptualized differently in different fields.
That goes between a very salt wedge type estuary in spring to like a partially mixed system. So it gives you a flavor for what kind of conditions causes these. The third one, and so typically a salinity range of 3 to 30 parts per thousand between the bottom and the surface salinity is what you'd call a partially mixed system. So a difference of 3 parts per thousand or higher, up to about 30. The closer you get to 30, the stronger the stratification is going to be, right? So the last part is what we call a well-mixed or a weakly stratified system. So here, either your freshwater inflows are very small, or your tides are strong, or both, combination of both. So the Nueces River is not a very high-flowing river. The Inner Harbor doesn't have a whole lot of fresh water coming in. So really a dominant forcing for Corpus Christi Bay right here is a great example of what is a weakly stratified system. It is not very strongly stratified, and the data supports that, right? So wherever we see the salinity data, whatever limited depth profiles we have, you do not see very strong salt wedge coming in. So that's important to keep in mind. So we're starting with a system that is not a very strongly stratified system. So again, before we get into the details of modeling, I'd also maybe like to touch on a very high level on
I discovered something about violence. Violence is characterized as the use of physical force by humans to cause harm to other living beings, such as pain, injury, disablement, death, damage, and destruction.
Or a fluid mechanics expert or a modeler would tell you, like, yeah, these are the basic principles, this is what it is based on. And you can derive these equations. So these laws of nature are written in mathematical form. And then they are solved in discrete chunks of space and time. That's what model does. It tries to simulate nature in blocks of space over time. So it gives you a prediction of what is the condition of the water in a block over this time, and then it does that over a period of time. So it's important to recognize that models provide a prediction of reality.
Operations call tower. Operations call tower.
Nature, but this is as close to replicating nature as you're going to get. A good model is one that explains what you see in nature well, right? So that's going to be your benchmark for your model, and we'll go through how this particular model does relative to measurements. The last thing is a very important point. A model is a tool, and it can be applied in multiple ways to study different things and inform decisions. How you apply the model is up to the modeling team and the questions that are posed to the model, right? So that it's appropriately developed and applied. So that's an important
I discovered something about territory. A territory is an area of land, sea, or space belonging or connected to a particular country, person, or animal.
Tool? Absolutely, right? You want a three-dimensional model that can simulate the tides, that can simulate temperature, that can simulate salinity, and it should be able to give you predictions of all these parameters in space and time. Okay, so what does our model look like? So this model is like we said, a three-dimensional model. It has 12,300 or so horizontal cells. So it's basically split Corpus Christi Bay into these 12,300 discrete chunk blocks in space. And then vertically, it has up to 10 layers. That is our base model. Overall, it has 34,400 active cells when you look at it in 3D, right? 12,000 horizontal and then all the vertical layers. So it's a pretty, detailed model. The main refinements that we made to this model are to enhance the resolution within the inner harbor. As you can see in the bottom left of that picture, there are multiple smaller blocks. So in the Corpus Christi Bay proper and in the ocean, you'll see that these blocks are bigger, but as you get into the inner harbor, it gets smaller. And the reason it gets smaller is so that you can better represent the bathymetry changes, the impacts of the desalination. Now keep in mind, this is a far-field model, so the goal of this model is not so much to get the very close to the pipe, mixing very close to the pipe, but the goal is to represent how far that brine discharge gets into, right? And whether it can get into Corpus Christi Bay at large.
I discovered something about Persia. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
Here was to develop and validate the model for 2023 and 2024. So once the model was validated to observations from these years, we then apply the model with the proposed discharge and then compare conditions, the predicted salinities without and with the desal.
Because I had to spend money to clean all this shit back here.
We also
and I had to throw
collaborated with the
away.
Far-Field Advisory Committee
So
in the
this
process.
over here
We took their
ain't gonna
input.
cut it. And there's a
One of
fucking camera pointing right
some
over there
members of the
and
committee
tell me you
proposed a
didn't do
hypothetical
this?
future scenario. So we'll go through findings of that too. So the future scenario
wondering what the hell you're doing.
essentially was considered a relatively worst-case condition, right?
I had to
What are the
pay for
impacts under this
construction
worst-case
dumpsters,
condition?
and I had to
Is it
throw
going to
equipment away.
be? Is it similar, or are the conditions getting substantially worse under these different set of conditions?
I pay
Then lastly,
more
we'll also show
to be
the
on a
effect of
commercial
ship
property. I
traffic
can't
through
do
the
anything
harbor.
here. I had to move my fucking business to Rockport. Yes, sir. So I drive 35 miles back and forth every day.
Okay, so the information sources for the model development. So like I said, bathymetry, which is the information on
we haven't
of the
had
terrain
water pressure
model, essentially,
for 2
that
years.
forms the underpinning of the
Because
model.
that pipe,
came from
when they come and dug it up, there's a
NOAA
second
Blue Purple,
valve
which itself
about 3
compiles
foot fucking
information
down,
from various sources,
and you could turn
Army
it
Corps of
on and
Engineers,
hardly
Texas Water
nothing come
Development Board,
out.
and so on.
And that pipe looked like it was
Then we
a
have
piece
the
of
water
iron ore.
levels, right, which is the critical component of the model. We need to make sure that the model can predict the tides in the water levels
They
correctly.
shut it off and
So
I got
those
a
data
pump.
I
came
discovered
from
something about
various
constituent. Constituent or constituency may refer to.
throughout the Bay, and some CBI
I've been here for
gauges
about
as well.
15 fucking years,
Then
and I've put up with a lot of shit.
Salinity and temperature are the other 2 key parameters that the model is predicting. So those data came from USGS, CBI, Texas Water Development Board, Texas Environmental Commission for Environmental Quality.
Talk to your
And the
boss,
temperature data similarly came from USGS, NOAA, and CBI.
Because I've been complaining
So what
about
this figure on the right is showing
And they
are the
were
various
billing
point
us when the
sources.
damn meter wouldn't spin.
The ones in squares
Because
are
it's all
the
plugged
withdrawals.
up. You could
The
turn
ones that
on
are
the
showing as
water and
circles
just trickle
are the
out.
discharges, right? And some of
And
them
the
are,
leak indicator wouldn't even fucking
are both
move.
intake and withdrawal.
And then they act
release.
like we're stealing
A
fucking
good example
water
of that
and
is
we can't
the
even
power
get
plant,
none.
NBPS power plant. Barney Davis is another example, right? It withdraws from one place and
Yeah, well,
discharges
we
to another.
don't need your gas or water now. Take that shit
So
off
now
the
we're
property.
going to get into a series of charts like these. I'll try to go through the first one slowly, and then we'll get through the rest of them relatively fast.
Yeah, get all your damage off the property.
And if you do have any
You can't fix it,
any
but you wanna
clarifications
take
on
the
any of these,
meters
please feel
good.
free to stop me.
I got electric fucking
So what
heat.
this figure is
I
showing,
got my
there are 3
water
panels
source.
here.
Fuck,
And so
I'm
these
gonna
are
build
model
a
predictions
fucking, water maker
shown
that makes 20
compared to the
fucking gallons
observations,
a
the
day,
measurements
pure water
that were
out of
made.
thin fucking air.
The top panel is showing
It
the water
removes the
level,
humidity from there.
and this is from the mouth of the
that's
inner
gonna be
harbor. So the
another
data are
business in their
for the
fucking
water level
county.
and temperature are from NOAA's USS Lexington
I
station.
discovered something about
And then,
hostility.
salinity
Hostility is
data
seen
comes
as a
from
form
the
of
USGS
emotionally
station on the
charged
other
aggressive
side of the
behavior.
inner harbor
In
model.
everyday speech, it is
So
more
what you're seeing
commonly
here
used
on the
as a
top
synonym
panel,
for anger and
are
aggression.
the predicted models, water levels, what the model is predicting, right? So those are in blue, and you'll see 3 lines. Well, you won't be able to see 3 lines because they're on top of each other, and that's important. So the surface is the solid line. The 2 dashed lines are the depth averages and the bottom. So remember, early on we talked about what stratification exists when there is a difference in salinity between the bottom and the surface. So when the bottom and surface are very close to each other, that generally tells you that there is not a lot of stratification. And that's one of the main reasons why you're seeing all these 3 lines on top of each other. And that's generally true most of the time, right? And there are places within the inner harbor and within the channel where it'll stratify, and we'll highlight that as we go along, where you do see some stratification, and whether that is strong or partially stratified or weak, and that's important in terms of our interpretation of the effects of the discharge. Okay, the other important point I want to make here is you can barely see the little gray line behind, and that's because the model basically falls on top of what the measurements are showing. Meaning the model matches the measurements very, very closely.
Because that
and that's
pipe,
expected for
when
water
they
level.
come and
You
dug it up,
should
there's a
not see
second valve
if your
about
bathymetry is
3
correct,
foot fucking
your
down,
tidal forcings are
and
correct.
you could turn
I
it on
discovered
and
something
hardly
about
nothing
within.
come out.
Within may refer
And
to.
that pipe
very
looked
well.
like it was a
And as
piece
it
of
does.
iron ore.
So the numbers there are what modelers typically use as goodness
they,
of fit.
They
as we call
shut it off, and I
It
got
is,
a pump
the
in the
closer it is
tank
to zero,
now
the
that
better it
collects
is,
fucking
right?
rainwater.
And in this
we've
case,
got the best pressure we've had for decades.
matches the
10
observations
years.
within a few
I've
centimeters.
been here for about
essentially.
15 fucking years, and I've put up with a lot of
so
shit.
that, this would be considered an excellent fit for the model. Then the next important component of this is salinity, right? So this whole thing is about brine discharge, and so we're looking to make sure that the model can reproduce observations on salinity. Again, these are high frequency data. These are measured every 15 minutes or so. And so you can see there the number of observations that we're comparing it to, right? This is the tens of thousands. So it's, it's not just one point that we're showing that it is matching. It is continuously matching it over time, which is really important. For salinity, you can see that the model's bias or errors are very small. It's within about 1 ppt for the bias and within 2 ppt for the absolute mean error. Again, these would be considered, you can take this to any hydrodynamic modeler who's been doing this for a while and tell them, like, is this a good fit? And I'm sure they'll agree that this is excellent fit. It's capturing the seasonal trend, and same thing for temperature in the bottom panel. The model shows a very slight bias in terms of warmer waters. But again, what is really important is how does the model
I discovered something about sovereign. Sovereign is a title that can be applied to the highest leader in various categories. The word is borrowed from Old French souverain, which is ultimately derived from the Latin superinus, meaning above.
By January of 2024, you can see the temperatures drop off again, and then it goes back up again. So this is a model that is getting the seasonal dynamics very well. It's predicting the salinity very well, and it's predicting the water level very well. So this is a very good calibration at this location, right? So now how does it do in other locations? So throughout this, I'll point out, like, maybe I should have put the map up first. I'll show you in the map, like, where these locations are relative to each other. There is concern about what can happen to the brine discharge which comes into the inner harbor in the deeper portions. There is concern about some of that water being withdrawn and released into New Aces Bay.
So you guys are going to
because
clean this
the
up,
power
right?
plant withdraws water not
to
far
spend
from
money
the
to clean
proposed
shit
outfall
back
location
here,
for the
and I had to throw equipment away.
The desal plant.
So this over
So
here
then we
ain't
need to be able to make sure that we can get New Aces Bay modeled appropriately. So we'll show calibration models performance within New Aces Bay. And then we'll also show elsewhere in Corpus Christi Bay how the model does. So there are three locations we'll show. But when we're looking at the effects of the desal discharge, we'll show maybe one other location within Corpus Christi Bay. And I'll point out what those different locations are in space.
To be on a commercial property,
so this is the inner harbor. So the next one is going to be within Corpus Christi Bay. So this is a Texas Water Development Board station. This is farther out, close to Mustang Island there. And here we don't have water level data at this location, but we have salinity and temperature. So you can see both of them.
I discovered something about this thing. Distinction, distinct, or distinctive may refer to distinction philosophy, the recognition of difference, formal distinction law, a principle in international humanitarian law governing the legal use of force in an armed conflict, distinction, sociology, a social force that places different values on different individuals, distinct mathematics, distinctive feature, a concept in linguistics, distinción in Spanish, separating consonantal sounds.
And the U.S.C. stations. So one other thing I'd like to point out here, similar to the NOAA USS Lexington station, which is a shallow station,
and when you go down to talk to your boss,
there is not really a big difference in terms of the surface to the bottom salinities. Again, it is not very stratified,
and they were billing us
important.
when the damn meter wouldn't spin. Because it's all plugged up.
So within New Aces Bay, again, here we, at this particular location, this is New Aces 2, or close to the
and then they act like we're stealing
NBPS
water and we can't
on the other side.
And we picked this location primarily because, there is SALT1 data
we don't need
available. There's a CBI station data available, but this is also one of the stations where you really want to make sure that you get it right, because that's where you would see the effect of the desal discharge when it is discharging.
Yeah.
So in the middle panel there,
get all your damage off
you're seeing the salinity predictions. You can see there again,
the
model matches the data very closely. There is a period where you have some freshwater inflows where the model is maybe slightly overestimating the salinity in spring of 2023, but after that the model is pretty much in line with the data. Again, with temperature, the model captures the seasonality very well. As before, the error statistics are very important. They're very small, less than 1 ppd in error overall, and bias and 2 ppd in terms of
because they tax me way too much.
So again, this is something that you'd consider a very good model performance.
I discovered something about land. Land, also known as dry land, ground, or earth, is the solid terrestrial surface of Earth not submerged by the ocean or another body of water. It makes up 29.
Some members of the committee, but it was also one of the things that, the previous modeling work had used higher resolution. So the importance of resolution in a model
there is a
On
point
January
of
17,
diminishing return.
2022,
You can
officers
keep
and
making
medics
the
in
layers
Wausau,
finer and
Wisconsin,
finer.
rushed to the scene of a
It adds a
potential
lot of
overdose.
computational burden, meaning like the more layers you have, the longer it takes for the model to run. So you have to find the balance of what is a reasonable computational
The
time
overdosed individual is at his mother's
can I
house.
get
His own
sufficiently
child was in the
accurate
house with
results
him while
to
he
inform my
administered
decision,
illegal
right?
narcotics to
And so we
himself,
picked
causing
10
him to
layers
pass
based on
out
our
on the bathroom
experience,
floor.
doing it in various systems. But to specifically address, if you increase the resolution, are you increasing the accuracy of the model? So we wanted to make sure that we left no stone unturned on that. We did test that, and we're
Base Route 48.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Clara Benitez Cortez. The effort to remove Corpus Christi Mayor Paula Guajardo from office returned to court today. Coming up, the key developments from the hearing. Here's what else we're working on for you. A major water project moves closer to a decision. Why today's vote has residents and city leaders paying close attention. And after recent rainfall, the city of Alice is taking steps to keep mosquitoes from
I discovered something about Islamic. Islam is an Abrahamic monotheistic religion based on the Quran and the teachings of Muhammad. The religion's adherents, called Muslims, are estimated to number 2 billion worldwide and are the world's second largest religious population after Christians.
No answer. What's your five? I made contact base.
I discovered something about known. Knowledge is an awareness of facts, a familiarity with individuals and situations, or a practical skill. Knowledge of facts, also called propositional knowledge, is often characterized as true belief that is distinct from opinion or guesswork by virtue of justification. I discovered something about term. Term may refer to I discovered something about form. Form is the shape, visual appearance, or configuration of an object. In a wider sense, the form is the way something happens.
Two five six two. Number 5, Texas, Boy William 3845. I'll be on Somerset, Wagonville.
What crews are doing to prevent a spike in bugs. Chris 6 News starts now.
I discovered something about human. Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
Problems. So we'll look at every one of these locations. So first we're gonna, and these are all with a 10-layer model, and I think I also have out results for the 20-layer model, and I'll show that for the base case at least. So one thing important to note, in our base case model predictions, we do not have ship traffic, so any mixing that is probably happening Leadership traffic is perhaps underestimated in this. So this is more what you'd call a conservative analysis, right? You're not accounting for processes that would actually break up that stratification. So you're keeping that in the model. Now, as we saw overall, there is not much stratification to begin with, except perhaps within the Inner Harbor and the ship channel during some short duration time.
I discovered something about organization. An organization or organization is an entity such as a company or corporation or an institution or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose.
So you're seeing 3 sets of lines, one for the surface, that's the red, and then one for the bottom, that's the blue, and then you have the depth average. So the key ones here are the surface and the bottom. How does that change when you have desalination discharge? So the dashed line is the scenario where we have desalination discharge. So this is essentially showing results from 2 model runs, 2 comparable model runs. The only difference between the 2 runs is that one does not have the desalination discharge and the other one does, right? So it isolates the effect of the desalination discharge alone.
With a trial to remove Mayor Paulette Guajardo from office. The council held a pretrial hearing Tuesday morning. The mayor's attorney argued the process violates Texas law, but the council voted to proceed after hearing from an attorney representing the petitioners. Mayor Guajardo says the process is an unnecessary waste of taxpayer money. The official trial is set for July 22nd and 23rd. 2 more pretrial hearings will happen on June 8th and 9th.
It's about the same. So the bottom is maybe a little bit more saline.
One of the biggest water projects is on the table for Corpus Christi, and it is up for a crucial vote today. Drew Bishop is live at City Hall with what council members are considering before making their decision. Drew?
Really persist for long, as you saw in the
Well, Clara, we are on hour 5 of public comment here at City Hall. We have yet to approach the agenda, much less the Inner Harbor desalination vote, a vote that would take us to 60% of the design of that project.
Asia is the largest continent in the world by both land area and population. It covers an area of more than 44 million square kilometers, about 30 of Earth's total land area, 8 of Earth's total surface area.
Really, we've had people speak on it in favor, saying it's the only way to save the future of Corpus Christi, to secure our water future. Others completely against the project, saying it will doom our future for Corpus Christi. So public commenters very invested, the public very invested in this vote, and the city is very invested, as if they vote yes, that will be $78.6 million, a contract just to get to 60% of design. And again, Inner Harbor desalination, something that was struck down in September of last year after the failed Kiewit proposal, is now here again today on the agenda. And like I said before, we have gone through significant public comment. We have more to come. This council meeting is going to last, I'm going to predict, until midnight. And it is just a divide in opinion here at City Hall. I'm going to have more for you at 6. I'm going to have more for you at 10. I'm going to be here till the very end. So folks, follow us along on Chris TV. Follow me on Facebook at Drew Bishop. I'll continue to give live, real-time updates. For now, throwing it back to you in the studio.
Does not add any extra
Thank you.
salt.
Another big vote that's pending tonight has to do with a potential level 1 water emergency. An ordinance that would set monthly water allocations for Corpus Christi water customers is up for a final vote today. Also, the agenda is a resolution that would authorize the city manager to initiate surcharges during a level 1 water emergency. If you have questions about the city's water supply, you can get answers this Wednesday. The city is hosting its 3rd community water information session. But the location for the meeting has changed. It will now be held at the Del Mar
I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia, as defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions. The subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus.
Rain later this week.
We are expecting a lot more, Claudia. And it's good news because we still need the rainfall. We made huge gains recently, but we're celebrating getting our reservoirs to double digits. We have a long way to go. And these little showers do help. We haven't officially accumulated any of our official reports reporting stations rainfall today. But we weren't expecting a whole lot. A few of these showers may have given you a brief downpour. I know at my house over on the south side, it lasted about 60 good old seconds, and then it was gone like it never happened. And we're seeing a few showers that are continuing to move across the Highway 59 corridor. Alice seeing the last of the little chispas wrapping up there, but we're still watching a good downpour moving pretty much down the 59 corridor toward Beeville. So this will be a brief little downpour because we've got the yellow, orange, and even a little speck of red there on the radar. Very impressive clouds when you look at them out just in view. These are a sign of what will come as we move into Wednesday. I'm expecting scattered showers and thunderstorms still, but I think they'll offer more in the way of rainfall, which we need because today's almanac shows our surplus is starting to shrink. Yesterday we were looking at 95 cents in the green. Today we're down to 85 cents in the green. We spent the time not getting any rain today. So the hot temperatures are not going to die on the back. We hit 91 today. We'll take that down a notch heading into Wednesday with the anticipation of more rain, but you probably want to know a timeline of when you can expect a few of these showers to pop up in your neighborhood. I'll bring that to you coming up in your full 7-day forecast in just a few.
The difference itself goes from about 2 to 6.
Sony, thank you. The city of Corpus Christi is helping you prepare for hurricane season.
I discovered something about government. A government is the system or group of people governing a country and its administrative divisions, which is generally called as a state, and as such the term is a metonym for it in governmental topics.
From 1 to 5 o'clock, and you can get up to 8 pre-filled bags per vehicle. You must stay in your car while workers load them into your trunk or your truck.
Doesn't really change dramatically.
And just a reminder, you'll find everything you need to know about hurricane season in our special plan, Prepare, Survive. Just scan the QR code on the screen with your smartphone. It will take you to the hurricane special on our YouTube page.
Generally talking, and this is, Nick presented this in
I'm Melissa Trevino in Alice. Just last week, I showed you my backyard filled with water. While I welcomed the recent rain, it also created the perfect breeding ground for mosquitoes. The city of Alice is now spraying in different areas to help keep populations down and reduce health concerns for residents.
Just like everybody else in the coastal bend, mosquitoes are in Alice also, and we are tackling them.
2 spray trucks were sent out across different parts of the city, says Alice Parks Director Miguel Chapa. He tells me crews are spraying in the early morning hours while most people are still asleep. City officials say mosquitoes thrive in standing water, which means even small areas around the home can quickly turn into breeding grounds.
We want the people, the community to help with, if they have standing water, please throw it. It'll gather in tires, it'll gather in pots, it'll gather just anywhere. With all the rain that we've had, it'll gather in a lot of places.
Chapa also recommends keeping grass cut short so mosquitoes have fewer places to hide. According to the CDC, some mosquitoes spread diseases like West Nile that make people sick.
I discovered something about harmony. In music, harmony is the concept of combining different sounds in order to create new, distinct musical ideas. Theories of harmony seek to describe or explain the effects created by distinct pitches or tones coinciding with one another. Harmonic objects such as chords, textures, and tonalities are identified, defined, and categorized in the development of these theories.
They're hoping the city and the county continue spraying frequently, saying the mosquitoes have made it harder to enjoy time outside. City and county officials say spraying will continue as needed. Residents are also encouraged to take precautions when spending their time outdoors. In Alice, I'm Melissa Trevino, Press 6 News.
It's already mixed a little bit more, so the effects are not as pronounced.
And the city of Corpus Christi is continuing its mosquito spraying operations. Tonight, crews are targeting North Beach and the South Side. Tomorrow, they will cover the botanical gardens and the island. Thursday focuses on the Bayfront and Flower Bluff near NAS Corpus Christi. On Friday, spraying moves to the west side and Los Encinos. Crews will also spray Flower Bluff south of SPID on Friday.
Break down as frequently.
I'm Jacob Daniels, and Flower Bluff Drive could be in the works for some upgrades. Coming up, I spoke with some neighbors about their thoughts.
That's important, right? So it's not really all of a sudden.
You're watching Chris 6, part of the Scripps News Group.
In the system that is
Some Medicare patients will soon pay just $50 a month for popular weight loss drugs. President Donald Trump struck a deal with the makers of Zepbound and Wegovy. Medicare will cover most of the costs. Eligible patients will pay the remaining $50. The new prices take effect on July 1st. Not everyone on Medicare will qualify. And Microsoft and Mayo Clinic are teaming up to build a new medical AI model. Mayo Clinic will own the technology. It will use the hospital's records and research to answer health questions. The goal is to create an online AI assistant for patients. It could also improve how Microsoft's Copilot chatbot handles medical questions.
I discovered something about Iran.
I'm your neighborhood news reporter,
officially the
Jacob
Islamic
Daniels,
Republic
and
of
some
Iran,
changes for
historically
Bluff
known as
residents
Persia,
could be
is a
coming
country
here
in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west,
to here,
Turkey,
and
Azerbaijan,
neighbors are weighing in
and
on the
Armenia
issue.
to the northwest,
A major
the Caspian
road
Sea to
upgrade
the
is
north,
coming to
Turkmenistan to the northeast,
Residents say
Afghanistan
the
to the
changes can't
east,
compete
Pakistan
enough.
to the
The 2.5
southeast, and the
mile
Gulf of
stretch
Oman
from
and the Persian
Donbas
Gulf
to
to the south.
Yorktown has traffic, lighting, and drainage problems. Voters approved improvements in 2022 as a part of a $125 million bond package. JT Gregg lives right off the busy street, and he says the new walking path will keep kids safe.
You have a boy, 4 years old, so for him being in school pretty soon, that would be a good thing to make sure he's taken care of as he gets older, to walk to and from school and stuff.
And the project will add a walking path along the entire corridor. The busiest stretch from Don Patricio to Grand Canal will also expand to 5 lanes.
And then the power plant uses it, and then it puts it out.
The city of Corpus Christi is hosting a litter critter event this weekend to help with your spring cleaning. You can drop off unwanted items this Saturday at W.B. Ray High School on Texan Trail. The event runs from 9 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. You can also bring confidential documents for free paper shredding from 9 until noon. Just remember, you must unload your own items, and commercial hauling is not allowed.
Is a summer rite of passage going away? I'm Stephanie Liebergen. Coming up, why getting a summer job is getting harder for teens.
Right, and that's because
why being outside is getting harder for most of us here in the coastal bend. The heat is still going, mosquitoes are still buzzing, and we've got some more rain on the way. I'll tell you what you can expect in your 7-day forecast. That's next.
0.05 kilogram per cubic meter. So
all right, looking at the present can give you a good idea as to where we're going. So, as we've been talking about today, yesterday, a couple of showers around the area, no big deal.
I discovered something about west. West is one of the 4 cardinal directions or points of the compass. It is the opposite direction from east, and is the direction in which the sun sets on the earth.
We're going to get some help from upstairs in the atmosphere to bring us rainfall. There's also a little bit of Saharan dust out there trying to move toward the Gulf. Those are two opposite things when it comes to rain chances. So we'll walk you through what we know right now, and it starts off with how today was shaking up here in Corpus Christi. Another warm morning, 77 for the overnight low, and 91 for the afternoon high, actually coming in a little bit warmer than we would typically expect. Now, when we didn't have quick little sips of rainfall, you really felt the heat out there because it is a juicy atmosphere, y'all, and that's good because that helps with the rain chances. And we need more right on time. Our surplus is starting to shrink. We're now down to 8,500 in the green. We want to keep the surplus going as much as possible so we can continue to make progress with our water crisis and our drought. I'm excited for Thursday's drought monitor update because it'll take into account the beneficial rain from last Wednesday morning's storms. But none of that for us in Corpus Christi right now. We're taking the view kind of toward that northeast direction here. We can see some of these lingering clouds from thunderstorms that moved in from the coast. A beautiful day out here though with those lovely Texas flags showing all their colors. So how's it looking in your neighborhood? We're still warm. Temperatures remain locked in those upper 80s, and even still holding on to 91 degrees in Beeville, where we had a storm moving on in. Hasn't arrived yet, according to our official reporting station there at the airport. But otherwise, a very summer-like day here across the coastal bend. We do expect more rainfall and less sunshine heading into Wednesday, but this pattern is going to be very similar. We're going to see those speckling, scattered showers moving across the coastal bend, and this dashed line along the coast is
I discovered something about characterized. Many proposed diseases and diagnoses are rejected by mainstream medical consensus and are associated with pseudoscience due to a lack of scientific evidence for their existence, proposed mechanism, or action, or manifestation that cannot be explained by something else.
What's happening up in southeast Texas and the Red River, that's a whole different story. Up front there, fizzling out and kicking up some storms, some of which have been severe. We're not expecting that here, but we are expecting random downpours as it seems, and that's going to be more likely as we head into the overnight period. Take a look at our timeline here for rainfall. Heads up, you might want to give yourself a few extra minutes before you head out the door on Wednesday morning, because that's when we can have some wet roadways, and it's not just here in Corpus Christi. Looks like some of our inland neighborhoods may start to see that pick up. If you get a little bit of a head start heading out the door, it'll certainly catch up by lunchtime. As we warm up through the morning and the early afternoon, that's when we'll expect that rainfall to start being known and felt around the coastal bend. So Future Tracker puts it this way. We've seen a couple of storms out this way, but I'm showing you what the model predicted for now, and obviously we haven't seen all this rainfall. So it's a reminder that a model is just some guidance. It's not set in stone. I do think the general pattern is a pretty good idea. Showers and storms will start to taper off as we move past sunset, and then guess what? Tomorrow morning we're going to do it all over again. I think our more coastal and even southern neighborhoods, you're closer to Baffin Bay, especially around Kingsville, you're likely to see those showers for the morning commute. This then picks up in a big way as we head into the late morning and early afternoon and become more numerous into the afternoon. Thursday, we get an early start on the rain too, it seems. And again, there's never a washout here. It's just a speckling of very good downpours that move across the coastal bend. But Thursday afternoon seems to dry up a little bit sooner than what we might expect for Wednesday. But we're going to keep this pattern going, it seems, into the weekend. We're still watching rain chances over the weekend. There's an obvious
state most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory's sovereign state. The sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation constituent state, a political subdivision of a state federated state, constituent states part of a federation state of nature.
Stephanie, thank you. If your teen hasn't secured a summer job, they're not alone. Those coveted summer gigs are getting trickier to score. Scripps News Group Stephanie Liebergen reports. Each summer, tens of thousands of teens pick up a summer job to gain experience in the workforce and make some extra money. But that rite of passage may be fading. As school lets out for summer, many teens are hearing something like this from their parents.
They tell me, like, sometimes I should probably save a little more money than I do.
Make the money yourself, go get a job.
But getting a summer job is getting harder for teenagers. They're expected to fill 790,000 jobs this summer, according to a forecast from outplacement firm Challenger Gray and Christmas. That would be the fewest on record, and a number of factors are playing into that.
There are tariff impacts, high gas prices that are causing employers to pull back on seasonal hiring. Automation with technology may be replacing some of the traditional roles that teens took. And there's competition from older workers who want to stay in the workforce.
Another factor, many teens don't have a ride, and those who do are facing higher gas prices that make it more expensive to get to their job.
Not everyone has that kind of access, so we really want to help level that playing field.
In Arizona, a partnership between Waymo and a local Boys and Girls Club is giving some teens free rides to their summer gigs.
Both my husband and I work. Things that we were concerned about is how were we going to be able to allow him to do this opportunity that he really wanted to do.
And in some cities, lawmakers are giving teens an extra
I discovered
incentive.
something about
Young people in
Republic. A
Denver
republic,
can earn a
based on the Latin phrase
$250 bonus through the
respublica,
city
is a
if
state
they
in which
work over
political
the
power
summer.
rests with
Mayor
public
Mike Johnston
people,
told the
typically
Scripps
through
News
their
Group why he
representatives in
supports the
contrast to a
initiative.
monarchy.
We think
Although a
summer
republic is
jobs
most
are
often
kind
a
of a
single
3-for-1
sovereign
deal
state,
for us. One is
summation
it gives
of
young
state
people
entities
real
that have
leadership
governments that are
experience and
republican in nature may be referred
responsibility.
to as republics.
Make them some money to support themselves and their families. And 3, it helps them learn more about what they might want to do after high school graduation.
Stephanie Liebergen, Scripps News
similar
Group.
predictions between the two models.
And the Corpus Christi Independent School District is looking to fill open jobs. CCISD is hosting a district hiring event this Wednesday. It runs from 9 a.m. to noon at the Mary Carroll High School Arena on Saratoga. The district is hiring for all positions, including teachers, nurses, bus drivers, and custodians. You can do an on-site interview during the event, but you must fill out an application first at ccisd.us.
Critical conditions that we want to
A
evaluate.
local group of veterans is launching a new fundraiser ahead of the nation's 250th birthday coming up. We will tell you how you can sponsor a flag on North Padre Island.
salt water to remain in the system.
This is Veterans in Focus, sponsored by the Heil Law Firm. Car wreck?
And then we also, in addition to that,
On Padre Island, a local veterans group is turning a milestone celebration into a new fundraiser. The American Legion Post 229 is launching the first ever Flags for Freedom effort. The project invites community members to sponsor American flags that will be displayed along Park Road 22, leading into the nation's 250th birthday celebration.
The system overall more salty.
The island's pretty patriotic, but it's not just for the island. It's for the city, the community, and any veterans and responders and anyone else that really would like to honor or memorialize their loved ones.
If it is operational, then
proceeds will go back to the Post community service efforts and could help fund a new building.
I discovered something about country. A country is a distinct area of land in the world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a dependent territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational
You must be a
state.
Prime member to get the discounts. You can already find early deals on Amazon app right now.
Is without desalination.
Well, police in Pennsylvania are investigating a case of foul play. Officers in Bethel Park chased down a chicken wandering in the middle of the road. They made a bird. They made the bird an honorary officer and named her Lieutenant McQuail. The chicken is now staying with a foster flock while police look for her
what you see
owner.
in your current condition.
Why
And
the
the
chicken
reason for that is
McQuail?
because, once you're
Why
raising
not
the sea
McChicken?
level,
Copyright infringement.
Oh, that's true. That's
Yeah, she's
true.
one of a kind, though. That's a beautiful chicken, I've
And
got to
that's
say.
actually diluting
Just keep her for the eggs, you know.
Looks good in uniform.
which is more concentrated. Right? So you're
The
actually
fact that they were able to put that on her, or maybe it's AI. I don't know. I don't know these days.
I enjoy it either way, but it's a
trying to
good
moderate the
story. I
impact,
do want to
not
know,
make
did
it
we get an
worse,
interview,
right?
an official statement as to why McQuail was crossing the road?
And then you can see that in the density as well in the bottom panel, right?
Hey, speaking of justice, we are getting our fair share of rainfall, and with some of that, you might get what I like to call SLC, scary-looking clouds. There was some chatter about tropical funnels today, because that's definitely a possibility with the forecast. This is nothing to be overly concerned with. This happens just because of the weather pattern we have. They rarely touch down, but of course if they do, that's, you want to keep your distance, admire from afar. They can do minor damage if they roll into land, but it's usually just something to marvel at from afar as it floats through the sky.
Positive
So everybody, thank you so much for watching Chris 6 News. We will see you here.
I discovered something about different. Different may refer to.
It's actually not having an impact. So you can see essentially those magnitudes are smaller than what you had in the existing
and I had to
condition.
throw equipment away. So
within
this
the Corpus
over
Christi
here
channel, very
ain't gonna
similar.
cut it.
You saw
And there's
those
a fucking camera
taller
pointing
lines
right over
before.
there.
Now they're all like
And tell me you
shorter
didn't do this?
This is blood.
I know it was fine yesterday because I was back here wondering what the hell you're doing.
Like death in there.
So we see any changes?
Yeah, I had to pay for construction dumpsters and I had to throw equipment away.
Here again,
So like, there's a huge blood splatter. How did that happen?
You do understand, I pay more to be on a commercial property. I can't do anything here. I had to move my fucking business to Rockport. So I drive 35 miles back and forth every day to have my business up there. And it's fine. It's hunky-dory. I'm finally making money again. We haven't had water pressure for 2 fucking years. Because that pipe, when they come and dug it up, there's a second valve about 3 foot fucking down, and you could turn it on and hardly nothing come out. And that pipe looked like it was a piece of iron ore. Well, yeah, they shut it off, and I got a pump in the tank now that collects fucking rainwater, and we've got the best pressure we've had for a decade. 10 years. I've been here for about 15 fucking years, and I've put up with a lot of shit.
Paler, meaning like it's, you rarely go to one.
I discovered something about development. Development or developing may refer to.
Yeah. And when you go down to talk to your boss, tell him we need fucking water pressure. Because I've been complaining about it. And they were billing us when the damn meter wouldn't spin. Because it was all plugged up. You could turn on the water and just trickle out. And the leak indicator wouldn't even fucking move. And then they act like we're stealing fucking water and we can't even get none.
The velocity changes as a result of that ship wake.
Yeah, well, we don't need your gas or water now.
Velocity changes are actually quite small.
Take that shit off the property.
the biggest changes really happened within the Inner Harbor right around the point where the
officers has
ships
already
are
noticed
turning
something.
Yeah, get all your damage off the property.
Do you have any
which would
guns in the
make
car?
sense because
You can't fix it, but you want to take the meters. Good.
No guns in the car?
I got electric fucking heat. I got my own water source. Fuck, I'm going to build a fucking water maker that makes 20 fucking gallons a day, pure water out of thin fucking air.
But I would note that
It removes the humidity from the air.
we didn't do a long-term simulation on this.
And that's going to be another business in another fucking county.
Prioritize this a little less over the others just because this is more conservative.
Yeah, because they tax me way too much to put up with this shit.
Because of the effect of that propeller action, it's actually going to mix things up, so there's going to be even less stratification. So it's a more conservative condition overall. Where we're actually evaluating the impacts.
I discovered something about history. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
Discharge into the Inner Harbor could increase salinity stratification locally in the vicinity of the discharge. Even there, those increases are of the order of 1 ppt and less most of the time, but as a very conservative upper bound estimate, it's 2 parts per thousand, right? And that's right in the vicinity of the discharge. Those changes, could persist maybe 2 weeks to a month, but they often get dissipated because of the tidal action, tides moving in and out. Outside of the Inner Harbor and the Corpus Christi Channel, those changes are really, I say 0.5 ppt in that slide, but as you saw in most of the figures, that's less than 0.1 ppt pretty much everywhere. So it's really a very, minimal impact outside of the channel. Now, we did not model dissolved oxygen in this study. However, we talked about stratification, right, and how stratification can make or exacerbate your dissolved oxygen conditions. Now, if these modeling findings showed that, your salinity differences in the shallower part or even in the deeper part,
and there's a fucking camera point right over there and tell me you didn't do this?
Say, the current condition of
I know it
3
was
to
fine
6,
yesterday,
then you could say like the desalination discharge would have some notable effect on dissolved oxygen. But based on what we're seeing here, those changes are very minimal. And so we're not really seeing any increased risk.
I discovered something about absence. Absence may refer to
your current conditions are going to be more or less
on a commercial property. I can't do anything here. I had to move my fucking business to Rockport. So I drive 35 miles back and forth every day to have my business up there, and it's fine. It's hunky-dory. I'm finally making money again. We haven't had water pressure for 2 fucking years. Because that pipe, when they come and dug it up, there's a second valve about 3 foot fucking down, and you could turn it on and hardly nothing come out. And that pipe looked like it was a piece of iron ore. Well, yeah, they shut it off, and I got a pump in the tank now that collects fucking rainwater, and we've got the best pressure we've had for a decade, 10 years. I've been here for about 15 fucking years, and I've put up with a lot of shit. Yes, sir. Well, like I said, with the mud stuff, once it dries up, we'll clean it up, and then we're going to emergency right now. Once we're done, we'll come in and we'll pick up the trees. Yeah. And when you go down to talk to your boss, tell them we need fucking water pressure. Because I've been complaining about it. And they were billing us when the damn meter wouldn't spin. Because it's all plugged up. You turn on the water and there's
our estimate based on these model findings.
And the leak indicator wouldn't even fucking do. And then they act like we're stealing fucking water and we can't even
I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place, thing, or phenomenon. The term and its variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created, character development and acting.
What we're showing here is the proportion of a particular area that is exceeding a certain threshold. So the yellow one is showing where you have salinity changes of 0.5 ppt or higher, right? The density, bottom to surface. The orange one is showing 1 ppt or higher. The red is 2, and then the deep dark red is 3. within the inner harbor, roughly about, even if you take the upper part of that box, that is roughly 75th percentile is what we call it. About 75% of the time, less than 30% of the area of the inner harbor is actually showing an increase of 0.5 parts per thousand or higher, right? And that's important. What it's telling us that we simulated it for 2 years. We're seeing, less than 30% of the area where you even see a magnitude of 0.5 ppd. Remember from our earlier slides, this is already only a partially stratified system. This is a very, very, very minor impact on that. And then at 1 ppt, which is a higher impact, that area shrinks to less than 5%, right? So it's really not a big footprint at all. It's right in the vicinity of the discharge. And those conclusions don't appreciably change when you have a 20-layer model. That's what you have on the right side there. So the findings.
I discovered something about musical. Musical is the adjective of music.
Now, what about the hypothetical worst case? You saw this earlier, right? So again, your existing condition is actually more severe, as it turns out in this case, than your hypothetical worst case that we came up with. Primarily because that increased sea level actually tend to mitigate the effect rather than exacerbate it. The other important thing I want to point out, outside, within Corpus Christi Bay and within U.S.'s Bay, you don't see any bars, right? That is 0.5 ppt or higher. And that's because it's really not, the impact is pretty much limited to the channel.
This was the specific model, the specific type of study, and the specific vendor recommended by folks who oppose the project. And so, of the vendors that applied, both were selected. There were some research scientists that were invited to put in to do this project who did not choose to do so. So the salinity changes are essentially identical to the previous studies.
I discovered something about new. New or NEW may refer to novelty, the quality of being new.
With third-party independent agencies who have lots of scientists, marine biology, hydrologists that look at these things, marine fisheries, EPA, NOAA, Fish and Wildlife, and those were under Biden administration. The theoretical plume that would cause hypoxia throughout the bays doesn't exist in this model. When a plume does form, it shows it dissipating and not being a level and duration typically associated with hypoxia. In 60 feet deep water, you will have salinity differences purely from differences in depth and solar heating. All models, this one included, are constrained by their inputs, so I wanted to let you know a couple of those. This model does not include all the freshwater inflows into the bay. Specifically, it doesn't include rainfall runoff from anything that does not drain into Oso Creek or Nueces River, and this is a very large source of fresh water. This is a model of a plant, not the plant. You can't model the plant until you design the plant, and that's your next agenda item. In this case, the model simulates an open channel discharge system and a permit maximum size plant, which is about 60% larger than what you're considering in your next item. So this is a permit maximum, and I think your permit discharge maximum is 55 million gallons a day. So this answers the question on whether this is an expandable thing. To move forward, I
discovered something about population.
Long-term study like they did in Sydney. They hired a third-party independent scientist to do a before construction, during construction, after construction.
Can I have an officer to the town place, please?
I was told I was presenting, and I kind of cleared my statement with staff.
So we're waiting out in front.
So I think you should retain the Bays and Estuaries Foundation. I don't think you guys should do that study. I think you should ask Bays and Estuaries or program or somebody like that to do it for you, to hire somebody to do it, and then have your engineering and design company actually finish designing the plant and do modeling based on that and make sure everything's okay from that. But I just wanted to thank again Peter for the opportunity to represent the 10,000 commercial CCW customers. It was an honor and it was a privilege, and once again to thank Pradeep and his team for all their hard work and sleepless nights in getting this ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loeb.
Brad Bartleson. I did computational fluid dynamics modeling for about 12 years. So some of the things that I was concerned that I saw, and this is largely a fact of not having time.
I discovered something about area. Area is the measure of a region's size on a surface. The area of a plane region or plane area refers to the area of a shape or planar lamina, while surface area refers to the area of an open surface or the boundary of a three-dimensional object.
Expect out of the power plant. I haven't seen any velocity profiles. Do we have stagnant areas? Given the small depths here, I wasn't expecting we'd see much stratification. But we do have large flat areas that could have pockets in there. And we do actually have data from the scientists showing something that we didn't see in the model, and that's that extended period of time we will get Nueces Bay going extremely high. So if the model was working right, you see most of the results, everything stays pretty slight difference in salinity. But we should have gone long enough and let that model run long enough to say that the model does predict those periods of high salinity in Nueces Bay. And those come from those reduction, 99% reduction, and we saw that the oyster fishery got lost. So what we're really talking about here, by the way, we've got a buffer solution that's just a couple parts per thousand, and it's higher. So we have this impression, in fact, I did in the beginning, the salt is going to move from the inner harbor and into Nueces and then out to the ocean. The ocean's at a higher salinity. What we're trying to protect is a very small profile of a lower salinity where the fish want to come in and spawn. And so we really needed to be looking at a lot of
I discovered something about something.
Not really
something
so
may
much
refer
on the,
to.
On the depth, because we don't have enough depth really to get that stratification just from closed form solutions. We should have done some bulk mixing models. I did some myself, and I would have liked to have seen that from the modelers. I asked for that.
which are essential as we address social challenges like addiction, like teen pregnancy, crime, and school dropout. A staggering 71% of high school dropouts come from father-absent homes.
I discovered something about humans. Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, carelessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex mixed social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
Month in Corpus Christi, and bring this to the attention of all citizens.
That represented their community
So this is the second year that we've done this, and I want to say thank you to the mayor and thank you to the city council, all the council members for saying yes to this, especially this month. It means a lot to us and it means a lot to the families. And we have Majesty Outdoors over here who works hard to bring life and healing to fatherless youth and single mothers. We're so thankful for Majesty Outdoors. We have lots of ministry leaders and pastors here. All of us are in the fight together to bring health, wholeness, and healing to this community, because fatherlessness is really a big deal. And I would say that fatherlessness is the greatest issue our society is facing right after godlessness. And so they go hand in hand. So thank you. And thank you for taking the lead and representing so well. We're so grateful.
Whether or not there's enough pressing in the debate prevent so many levels from building up and becoming overly excessive. For me, my big questions when it comes to desal is, what are the impacts to the ecology, and how does desalination affect the bay's long-term health? And I think that's important to look for.
I discovered something about within. Within may refer to.
And it did show DO risks in the channel. So basically, I think what the city has done is a monumental, huge first step in answering some of our biggest questions.
Charles, Ida, Robert, Edward, Zebra, David. Charles, Ida, Robert, Edward, Zebra, David.
Can we have y'all exit on this side?
I commend you on your stamina. It's very impressive. Madam Mayor, council members, city staff, Mr. Zanoni, Mr. Wilkman, I'm Sharon Hertzka, Dr. Sharon Hertzka. I'm a faculty member at the University of Texas Marine Science Institute. I'm here with Dr. Michael Wetz from the Heart Research Institute, and we both participate in the Field Committee.
Good to see you. Yes.
We want to thank
Good
you
to
for the
see you.
opportunity to
Take care, my
participate in this
brother.
committee and to provide feedback for the far field modeling effort in the desalination plant. The scientific opinion
Okay, all righty. Our next proclamation recognizes the Taffy Corpus Christi chapter for their efforts in coordinating cultural
I discovered something about one. One is a number, numeral, and grapheme. It is the first and smallest positive integer of the infinite sequence of natural numbers.
Focused on quantifying the potential impact of brine discharge into the inner harbor on the Corpus Christi Bay system. Particularly, the location and extent of salinity increases. In contrast, our aim is to assess the potential ecological outcomes given the modeling results. Because there is a lot to this, as you have just seen from the presentation, we prepared a preliminary report that is being given to you now. It includes explanations about stratification, the importance of stratification. There is stratification in the system naturally, and I would suggest that the modelers look at the values that they were using when they were classifying the different levels of stratification. You can't compare something like Chesapeake Bay to a hypersaline system of the coastal bend directly. Dissolved oxygen was very important. It was not included in the model. It was outside of the scope of the modeling. Based on the preliminary results presented to date, the modeling exercises have not produced convincing evidence that desalination would not have detrimental ecological effects across the Corpus Christi Bay ecosystem. The model results so far indicate that desalination discharge will increase stratification and layering of water masses, and that is conducive to the potential for low oxygen events in the inner harbor and the Corpus Christi ship channel. The Corpus Christi ship channel is
I discovered something about May. May is the 5th month of the year in the Julian and Gregorian calendars. Its length is 31 days.
And it is also a gateway to the arrival of young individuals to habitats of Corpus Christi Bay and Nueces Bay. There's still uncertainties about the model setup and the ability to predict real-world conditions. The modeling results will be turned in, and we hope that they're going to be released and they're allowed to be subjected to extensive, independent peer review and interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Y'all do have stamina. We appreciate y'all giving us the opportunity to give our feedback to this far-field study. My name is Deanna King, and I was on the committee. The initial findings did not include wind speed, ship traffic within the channel, no dissolved oxygen. The initial findings, the data was measured for 8 feet depth, which Spiros identified as the shallowest part of our bays, which is not correct. The shallowest part of the bays is 17.5 feet, which was pointed out by one of our committee members. The next meeting on May the 28th, the Spiros corrected it to 17.5 feet. The problems that still exist with this study is the model still
I discovered
does not
something about
address
Persia.
or indicate
Iran,
environmental
officially the Islamic
impact to
Republic of
aquatic
Iran,
life.
historically
The
known as
study only
Persia, is a
measured
country in
levels of
West
salinity
Asia.
with
It borders
or
Iraq to the
without
west, Turkey,
desalination
Azerbaijan,
plant from
and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian
from top
Sea
of
to the
our
north,
bay.
Turkmenistan
There's
to the
levels
northeast,
and not
Afghanistan
more
to the east,
of
Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf
The
of
ship
Oman
channel
and the
traffic
Persian
is
Gulf
not
to the south.
realistic. Data reflected ship traffic for only 2 weeks and for one ship going in and one ship going out. The data is only for a 2-year span and not long-term impact. No data for Inner Harbor desal plant running at the same time as CC Polymer's proposed desal plant. There was also no data from the top to the bottom of the CC Bay, which the deepest channel, the deepest part of the ship channel is 47 to 54 feet. There's no data on dissolved oxygen to determine whether or not fish can survive or live with brine discharge into the Inner Harbor. No data on changes in conditions of our bays, no data on whether or not the brine discharge or chemicals from an Inner Harbor desal will harm human life for people who swim at North Beach. And that question was asked, and we were told that data cannot be collected. But the preliminary findings did reveal that the Inner Harbor right now has high salinity without a desal plant. The animation slide that was presented to the Farfield Study Committee depicted real-time data, but did not address real-life variables. It looks like I don't have much time, but I just want y'all to know, thank y'all for letting us, again, to say our words and our piece, but I don't think this has answered any of the questions whether this is going to be
I discovered something about distinct. Distinction, distinct, or distinctive may refer to distinction philosophy, the recognition of difference, formal distinction, distinction law, a principle in international humanitarian law governing the legal use of force in an armed conflict, distinction, sociology, a social force that places different values on different individuals, distinct mathematics, distinctive feature, a concept in linguistics, distinción in Spanish, separating consonantal sounds.
Victor Nora Lincoln 8840, Victor Nora Lincoln 8840, ATP.
Okay, if we could share the slide that's currently on the screen.
Okay, thank you. Council, city staff, this was a very interesting and worthwhile initiative. I'm Roger Tenaple. I represented CBI on this important far-field effort. I'm here to speak to you about the committee's process. I also want to give you some separate information that may help you put the committee's work into perspective. The Far-Field Committee initiative, I should say, was very responsive to concerns that the project might significantly impact the ecology of our bays. You can assume correctly that the assumptions and data were challenged by this committee, and special scenarios were created to address their concerns, and you've seen some of the output from that. The dialogue was very healthy and productive. I have an engineering background. I've been involved with complex models over my entire career. I believe the work that was done is very credible. The modeling conclusions did not meet everyone's expectations, but I still believe the work was credible.
I discovered something about individuals. An individual is one that exists as a distinct entity. Individuality is the state or quality of living as an individual, particularly as a person unique from other people and possessing one's own needs or goals, rights, and responsibilities.
Maybe give you just a quick alternative perspective to help you get a feel for the dynamics. And that gets to this far-field bathtub model, okay? The numbers that I want to talk about are, first of all, you look at the arrow pointing up, and it says 600 million gallons a day. That is the amount of water that evaporates on average every day out of our bay system. Councilman Campos has been reminding us of what comes out of the western lakes for a long time. This is an even bigger amount, and it's very important. That happens because the data from the U.S. Geological Survey points out that the evaporation out of these water systems ranges from 57 to 70 inches a year of water is evaporated. That's where these big numbers come from. That's 500 million gallons a day of water that's being taken out.
What's the expiration date on these
salt's
points?
being left behind. Okay? The other number is this yellow arrow over on the right-hand side that says tidal exchange. And all the numbers on here are millions of gallons a day. We talked about 600 million gallons of water being evaporated. Well, 3.3
I discovered something about historically. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
The tides don't change. The sun and the moon and the earth generate tides. Tides have been going in and out for decades and centuries. That is what keeps the concentration of salt in our bay constant. Take and put that now into context with the fact that we're talking about taking out an additional 30 million gallons a day of water by desal. An additional 30 on top of that 600. That's 5%.
Thank you.
Mother Nature keeps our bay system where it needs to be. That tidal movement moves a day. And it's not 500 million gallons every day. It's a range of
Thank you, Mr. Tenable.
450 to 550, and that's on an annual average. The days are even wider than that. So the point is, Mother Nature moves things and takes care of it. And another day we'll talk about hypoxia and oxygen. Thank you.
I'd like to thank all the committee members for talking today and their comments. We appreciate that. At this point, I want to make sure that all of you know that Pradeep and Tim are here to answer questions, as am myself.
I discovered something about land. Land, also known as dry land, ground, or earth, is the solid terrestrial surface of Earth not submerged by the ocean or another body of water. It makes up 29.
Can we have Aaron Price come up and give us his point of view on the study?
Who's Aaron Price?
He was on the committee.
Well, I don't think we can break that because then we'd have other council members, other committee members that would want to come up.
Okay.
Well, it's not fair. I mean, they're not here.
Good, what's the next?
Sorry. You guys
Name
established
Garcia,
that
first name
5 or
Avery,
however
Adam
many
Victor,
were
Edward,
Can we do a
Robert,
motion
Ida,
then to
Edward,
see if other
626
council members want to hear them?
How many committee members do we have?
Did we invite them all here today?
That's what I'm saying. I wasn't in charge of that. Peter was.
Yeah, we invited all the committee members. We encouraged all the committee members to attend this council meeting. We did ask for volunteers at the last Farfield committee meeting, and it was 4 initially, and then there was one more that asked, and so we added that 5th one on.
Good.
And when we left that meeting, it was understood there'd be 5.
There were 5. Okay.
And so everybody spoke.
Right. Councilmember, go ahead.
Is 27 is an ID only at Corpus.
Right, you can ask questions. Councilwoman Vaughn said, can we bring up one to ask a question?
I'm sorry?
That's right. Councilwoman Vaughn asked me at the last Farfield committee meeting, if we have a question of a committee member, can we ask them to answer the question? So we can, I don't know if that's what Councilman Canty wanted to do, to ask a question or not.
Who's the committee member? Where is the committee member?
Aaron's there somewhere.
Is there anybody
I
else
discovered
here?
something about
Yeah, he's
Islam.
there right next to
Islam
me. I
is an
know.
Abrahamic
Is there another committee
monotheistic
member
religion
here?
based on the Quran and the teachings of
Okay, would you
Muhammad.
guys like
The
to speak
religion's
as well?
adherents,
Because I'm
called
gonna give everybody
Muslims,
the same
are estimated
opportunity
to
then.
number
Mr.
2
Price,
billion
come on
worldwide
up.
and are the world's second
And
largest
if the two of
religious
you would like to
population
say
after
anything,
Christians.
Come on up.
Just ask, you just have a question, don't you?
I just wanted to hear his point of view.
Yeah, tell us what you think.
Aaron Price, committee member, 38-year-long resident of Corpus, lifelong fisherman of the Bay system here. I want to reiterate what the ship channel, being a highway and a estuary for larvae and things that come and spawn from the jetties, they come through that highway. Think of a small town in America, right? You have rural America, and they're all getting fed their supplies, their fuel, hell, their mail by highways. Okay, if you destroy the highway, okay, the fish and all the small critters cannot get to their spawning grounds, cannot get to where they live. And I've been fishing this area since, I have a picture on my phone since I was 7 years old at Cole Park, and where I caught my first southern flounder. And southern flounder are a bottom fish. They are actually hurt right now. There's been a lot of movements by Parks and Wildlife to cut back on regulations for those fish. People say this wasn't a economic study, but you have a lot of economics that are driven by the Bay system. And you have shrimpers that are out there by the ship channel all the time. Bay shrimp season is actually open right now, as a few weeks ago. You have fishing guides that fish the Oasis. I know several of them that fish that area all the time.
I discovered something about humans. Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
There are snook that are back there. There are large black drum that are in that area. Obviously, we cannot recreational fish it because Homeland Security, 9/11, it's off limits, but those fish will move in and out. And there is a Dr. Tolan, retired Parks and Wildlife, responded to a red tide situation inside the inner harbor, and there was multiple offshore species that were found dead due to a red tide event, which is different than salt, but it proves that those fish do live in that back harbor. So as far as my thoughts on being on the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to serve on the committee. I believe I was the only fisherman. There may be some other people that have fishing licenses, but I've been fishing for over 30 years in this area. Yeah, I would definitely have time, give the scientists some time, and we need a better look at it for sure. Thanks.
Who else was going to come up and speak? Carl?
Can we say no?
hear from you, Andrew.
Okay, my name is Carl Kroll. I've been through 4 droughts here in my 45
I discovered
years,
something about
and
politics is the activity of settling affairs in an organized society. Politics is usually concerned with resolving issues within a society via a government.
The other pipelines have made the water supply of today. With respect to some comments that were made earlier, there was requests made about DO modeling. Well, that's all well and good, except that there is no real-world data about dissolved oxygen. So you can model it all you want, but how do you compare it to the real world? Because there is no data. The other part of the DO, dissolved oxygen, is there are other impacts, organic and so on, that affect dissolved oxygen. So you've got to model that. You know, I think the modelers did a great job in the time they were allotted, and it was a crunch to get this done, I'm sure. You can't continue to study to try to get all the information. At some point, you've got to make a decision and move forward. And you make the decision based on the best information you have available. Now, with respect to the fisheries and so on, I did a little research, found some Texas Parks and Wildlife, not data, but commentary, and they showed no decline in the main species of fish, redfish, drum.
I discovered something about single.
Corpus Christi
Single
Bay,
may refer
Oasis
to
Bay in 2023, 2024, or 2025, which is a high salinity period of time when there was no inflows. Shrimp declined. The shrimp harvest declined, but part of that they attributed to the competition from farm-raised shrimp, where the price of shrimp has gone down so far that people are no longer shrimping. So you can't really determine whether the shrimp have been impacted. That's basically all I have. I'd urge you to take this study and move forward with the desal plant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll.
Carrie Meyer, I was on the committee serving the North Beach community, and because I'm a business owner and swim and use the water there, really close to the Inner Harbor, like I told you earlier today. I think just being on the committee and hearing it all and going through 8 long meetings, the one thing that they haven't mentioned is that the first, I think, 5 meetings we were with one modeler named Jordan, and we shared all of our information with him, all of our concerns. He answered us, and then he just disappeared.
I discovered something about commonly. This is a list of common physical constants and variables and their notations. Note that bold text indicates that the quantity is a vector.
Models, and so that was a strange part of the process, I thought, right? So, why did that happen? We never found out. It was just, we're on to this new guy. And so then I also thought that the end result from what he's just told us tonight is that there will be increased salinity in the ship channel, especially near the Inner Harbor. There will be increased salinity in the Inner Harbor. That's not a question. Now, the model was not set up to model the impact to marine life. But I think when City Council wanted this, they said, we want to know about the health of the bay. We want to know if marine life will be affected. You just paid for a model that doesn't show you that. Okay? So now we have these amazing scientists that sat through all those meetings as a volunteer who are PhDs, and they want some time to take this information and run it again as a peer review, run it independently. They want to assess the impacts that it's going to have on our bays, because they know this just like I do in a different way. I know it physically, paddling through it, seeing the animals, taking people and experiencing nature. They know it scientifically. They're the ones that we need to engage next. Don't move forwards with this until we know the real impacts of the bay, of this plant on the bay. Thank you.
I discovered something about harmony.
Is there
In
anyone
music,
else here?
harmony is the concept of combining
the
different
committee.
sounds in order to create new, distinct musical
Councilor
ideas.
Hernandez.
Theories of harmony seek to describe or
Pardon?
explain the effects created by distinct
you not ask
pitches
your
or
question?
tones coinciding with one another. Harmonic objects such as chords, textures, and tonalities
you
are
asked- you said you
identified,
wanted to ask him a
defined,
question,
and categorized
so
in the development of
did
these
you-
theories.
I'll wait.
Go ahead and turn your light on.
Thank you. How long was the study done? How many months was it?
We started on the project in, I believe, in late March, early April, and the study itself is not, our report will be done by the end of June, so.
So we did April, May, 3 months?
3 months, yeah.
How much did we pay you for the study?
I think our total contract was around $298,000 or so.
The slides that you showed us today, is it the same slides you showed on the Thursday meeting?
A lot of the slides were similar. Some of those figures are new that were created subsequently.
So why didn't you show these slides on Thursday?
Based on the feedback I got from Thursday, there was some confusion on interpreting some of those figures. For the purpose of improving the clarity of those figures, I revised some of them.
I discovered something about peace. Peace is a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups.
I wonder what the city gas people is doing way up here in Rockport. They can't fix shit over at my house, so they fuck everything up, but what, they're trying to fuck things up with me up here, where I'm moving to? Is that what it fucking is? I wonder what the city gas people is doing way up here in Rockport. They can't fix shit over at my house, so they fuck everything up, but what, they're trying to fuck things up with me up here, where I'm moving to? Is that what it fucking is? I wonder what the city gas people is doing way up here in Rockport. They can't fix shit over at my house, so they fuck everything up, but what, they're trying to fuck things up with me up here, where I'm moving to? Is that what it fucking is? I wonder what the city gas people is doing way up here in Rockport.
Do you think that this study was rushed?
I'll be honest, the timeline.
I discovered something
was
about
tight,
world.
but
The world
I
is the
wouldn't say,
totality of
we-
entities,
we
the
have a
whole of
large
reality,
team to
or
be able to
everything that
support and
exists.
deliver this
The nature of the world
product.
has been
So,
conceptualized
I
differently
think
in different fields.
we excised all due diligence that's necessary for proper model development.
So you had a bigger team to do the study.
I discovered something about refer.
One 1500, Lieutenant.
I discovered something about form. Form is the shape, visual appearance, or configuration of an object. In a wider sense, the form is the way something happens. I discovered something about states. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory. Sovereign state, a sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country-nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation. Constituent state, a political subdivision of a state. Federated state, constituent states part of a federation. State of nature.
Lieutenant Charles.
I discovered something about republic. A republic, based on the Latin phrase res publica, is a state in which political power rests with the public people, typically through their representatives in contrast to a monarchy. Although a republic is most often a single sovereign state, subnational state entities that have governments that are republican in nature may be referred to as republics. I discovered something about Asia. Asia is the largest continent in the world by both land area and population. It covers an area of more than 44 million square kilometers, about 30 of Earth's total land area and 8 of Earth's total surface area. I discovered something about state. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory sovereign state. A sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation constituent state, a political subdivision of a state federated state, constituent states part of a federation state of nature.
So now, Councilman Barrera will read the proclamation.
Whereas Juneteenth commemorates June 19th, 1865, the date when freedom was announced to the last enslaved African Americans in Texas, and serves as an enduring symbol of liberation, resilience, and the ongoing pursuit of justice. And whereas Juneteenth has become a significant cultural observance in the city of Corpus Christi,
I discovered something about nature. Nature is an inherent character or constitution, particularly of the ecosphere or the universe as a whole. In this general sense, nature refers to the laws, elements, and phenomena of the physical world, including life.
Right, and the model did very well over that two-year period. And there's no reason to believe that it wouldn't do well if you extended it backwards or forward into the future.
We're cut off, so we couldn't even see the full graph. I don't know, I couldn't review it beforehand.
So can I address that question? So we presented the information in different ways. We showed the blown-up version where we actually showed you the difference, what that difference was, specifically exactly what you're asking, right? I couldn't tell the difference between the two lines, which is why we presented the charts that actually showed the difference.
Okay, but that doesn't help us here. I mean, we can't see it here.
I showed them to you, so it was throughout the presentation, so that information was presented. So my point is that
what I'm saying is what you presented was too small to make hide or hair of out of it. The resolution was too small. I couldn't see anything.
But that's just the point. They're not that different. You cannot tell the difference.
Well, but the visual was too small.
You mean the chart size itself is too small? Yeah, I'm limited by the space on a PowerPoint slide, unfortunately. But we can certainly show, we can zoom into any of those if we need to.
Okay, you had pointed out a couple of things between the 10-layer modeling and the 20-layer modeling. Why not just do it all in 20-layer?
Because of the time it takes to run a 20-layer model. And it takes longer to run.
You didn't have enough time?
I discovered something about government. A government is the system or group of people governing a country and its administrative divisions, which is generally called as a state, and as such the term is a metonym for it in governmental
Even in
topics.
that small resolution that you had, you could tell there was some significant difference between the 20-layer model and the 10-layer model. Even with the small resolution, the small graphs. So I think that would have been more obvious if you had done it all in a 20-layer model.
We could have, and I don't think, like I demonstrated with and without decel what happens with a 20-layer model. I think to answer your question, the effect of the decel itself was evaluated with the 20-layer model. That didn't change the conclusion. We just didn't run it for the hypothetical scenario.
Okay, now I'll read I guess this memo that we got from the Hart Research Institute, University of Texas Marine Science Institute, several doctors that have been researching the bays for a very long time here locally. Based on the preliminary results presented to date, the modeling exercises have not produced convincing evidence that desalination would not have detrimental ecological effects across the Corpus Christi Bay system. So,
So, I want to reiterate what we were asked to do, what we produced. We were asked to develop the effect on stratification that can then be used for various applications, dissolved oxygen, to inform biological assessments.
I discovered something about development. Development or developing may refer to.
That risk modeling as demonstrated is very small. So whatever risks it may have on other effects, you would expect that it would be proportionally small. But I do want to acknowledge that we are not biologists. We didn't do that evaluation. We were not asked to do that evaluation. That was not part of our scope. But we did quantify the changes to stratification and what risk it poses. And based on what we're finding, that risk is very small.
Okay, well, I'll go back to my original assumption. If we can't build a 100 or 150 million gallon plant a day at this location, then there's no point in building it there. Thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
I want to start by saying the amount of input, effort, thoughts, time put into this is just phenomenal. Watching the meetings over the last two and a half, 3 months has really been a lot of information. I am so grateful to everyone who volunteered their times, the individuals, the professionals who put work into this. It really has been incredible. And the only thing, which I didn't foresee, but the only thing that made that entire experience that much more three-dimensional for me was sitting here tonight at 9:30, 10 o'clock almost, and hearing each of the committee members and yourself and our water department come with their very unique
I discovered something about music. Music is the arrangement of sound to create some combination of form, harmony, melody, rhythm, or otherwise expressive content. Music is generally agreed to be a cultural universal that is present in all human societies.
Everyone who had input on this process. I understand you guys were hired to study one very technical portion. There's so much more to the picture, which is what we're hearing here. What we have to do basically right now is take this incredibly high level, intense technical document and the understanding of what those parameters mean going forward. And how do we make that actually into a conversational action item for the decisions tonight that will impact the community for generations to come? So watching the committee meetings, listening to the different members, there was some questions for me as well. I think having heard the spectrum of different inputs that put all those pieces together, answered some of that, and some of that answer includes the fact that we don't know yet. More time would be needed. I'm not saying that for an insinuation that we need to keep kicking a can down a road or anything like that, but the reality is when you're dealing with research, it takes time. You've got to be able to run models, and then you've got to be able to pass those models and their findings through different scenarios. What we have here is what we hired Spheros for, which is this technical document on the stratification and salinity of what happens when we put in the Inner Harbor desal plant in the Inner Harbor.
I discovered something about absence. Absence may refer to.
In this process, the decision was made to move from Baycast to HICOM. Baycast, as the original boundary condition, is a system, in my understanding, that addresses an ecological system a little more similarly, in my opinion, to the Inner Harbor, something like an estuary. It's accounting for freshwater inlets. It's accounting for a variety of different water environments and textures and compositions, and then making the decision to move to HICOM, a hybrid combination ocean model, which takes a lot of that finite consideration out, and then to set that as the boundary. If I recall from watching those meetings, originally the model that was presented, the committee members kind of came back with the input that there was about a 15 parts per thousand difference. And so your team said, well, we need to go back and look at that. Then you came back with a different boundary condition parameter to fix that. But I don't think there was a lot of explanation on that jump. Perhaps you can share that?
Yes, absolutely. So, like you rightly pointed out, initially our model, this was specific to U.S.S Bay. That's where we were really off on the salinity prediction. And as you all know, U.S.S River comes into U.S.S Bay. And the old model where we started, the model that was developed for the port, right? That's the starting point for a lot of.
I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia, as defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions. The subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus.
Past work experience of that. So that aside. The older model actually used
I discovered something about constituent. Constituent or constituency may refer to
Route 401B is 1044. Delivery. 10-4.
I discovered something about known. Knowledge is an awareness of facts, a familiarity with individuals and situations, or a practical skill. Knowledge of facts, also called propositional knowledge, is often characterized as true belief that is distinct from opinion or guesswork by virtue of justification. I discovered something about something. Something may refer to
One, take it.
Stand by.
I discovered something about Iran. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
You have to simulate what the conditions as they are, which is why we didn't use it. So.
Wait a minute.
It's not like was not on. It just came on. Not the second one. Not the second one. Third one. Third window. It just came on. That light just came on. Literally got look at the drone. He just over my head.
Yeah, that Kate, that's yeah.
I discovered something about different. Different may refer to.
Yeah, it's still there. Look, there's people walking. See, I could have sworn that was the... Is that his family? I could have sworn that was the spotter. No, not that.
That looks like the family. No, that's not the that's the people that have walked through here with that one guy.
That way now?
No. Those are I don't know. They walked through here. Yeah, I don't know.
So how did you get over there? Then we can walk that way.
They're related to they're I guess they're medical or something. Yeah, they have permission. Yeah. Yeah, they walked through here and went in there. I don't know.
Because like the 5 other people are already being out already.
No clue.
We do begin with breaking news out of Bakersfield, California. Police are still at the scene of a reported active bomb threat and hostage situation. Our Melissa Don joins us now with the latest. Melissa, what can you tell us?
Hey, Lindsay. So police confirmed that at least one hostage has been released. They still do not know.
I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place, thing, or phenomenon. The term and its variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created. Character development in acting.
As well as the FBI that are on the ground. Police say this happened around 1 in the afternoon when they got a call that a male suspect was making a bomb threat inside the Chase Bank in downtown Bakersfield. So for the last several hours, police have been negotiating with that suspect, and police are asking the public to steer clear of the area as they respond to this developing situation.
And
Lindsay?
Melissa, do we know what that released hostage has told police about what's happening inside the bank?
Look, Lindsay, at this point, we do know that that hostage is now in police, with police and talking to police. Hopefully that will help out the situation there, because Bakersfield police had told us that that suspect did contain the number of people inside a room and they refused to let them out. However, that one person was let out just moments ago. Lindsay?
All right, at least glad to hear that at this point. Melissa Don, thank you.
I don't think the front's gonna slide off that way because of the way it's sitting there, but now it can unless it takes the truck with it. So if we're gonna call insurance, let's make it worth it. So I've got good news and I have bad news. The good news is we made it to the post store. Bad news is it's after hours, so they're closed and we can't get meatloaf sandwiches. But on the bright side, as you see, we have the Zach lift out here, which means we're heading to do a recovery quite a ways farther out into the backside of the Ochoco Mountains out here.
I discovered something about hostility. Hostility is seen as a form of emotionally charged aggressive behavior. In everyday speech, it is more commonly used as a synonym for anger and aggression.
I don't really get much for pictures because I don't have much for service out there, so we're gonna head out and see what we're getting into. Such a beautiful area. One of my favorite drives out here in Eastern Oregon, well, in Oregon. I love coming out here. Okay, we're out in the woods now and we should be almost there. Well, that's kind of an issue. Might have to back all the way out of here and turn around, because our boom is on the wrong side. Let's go take a look. Looking at it from over here, I think we might change the plan a little bit. Instead of me trying to get way to that side and run one line down there, okay, I think right here, and I'll put my boom all the way up and run this line to this axle right here. So I'm holding kind of up
with this premium voice
on this,
or
and then the other one will go over the top of your truck to that tree,
unlimited voice,
and over. It'll be way up over it, and then we'll get you. Yeah, we'll get you unhooked and just out from it. Yeah. Then, well, if we get you up here just out from it, then we can start slacking off lines and see if
well, you
it'll sit on its
motherfuckers, if I
own.
was going to blow up my catamaran like you've been
just
radioing
leaving
to
it.
me, I would have got
and see
insurance
if it'll sit on its own,
first,
and if it does, then I can unhook. I can move up and over. You can
I
get
discovered
around me,
something
and then I
about
can
May.
get back.
May is the 5th month of the year in the Julian and Gregorian calendars. Its length is 31 days.
Yeah. And then I can stay sitting there. Yeah. Okay. All right, well, let's see what happens.
Need help at all?
We could do anything you need. Gotta figure out what we need first. These for sure. How's it going? Good, you? Good. See what we can hook to down here.
Well, you motherfuckers, if I was going to blow up my catamaran like you've been radioing to me, I would have got insurance first, motherfuckers. I likely have a lot of proof you didn't investigate. Still, you worthless shit talking cocksuckers.
Can we get in here? I already walked over and looked at this with him. It just sunk here. The jack hit the ground. The coupler has an extension on it, or like an adapter, so it just let loose and broke and ripped out of the bed
well, you
of the truck.
Motherfuckers, if I was going to blow up my catamaran like you've been radioing to me, I would have got insurance first, motherfuckers. Yeah. I likely have a lot of proof you didn't investigate. Still, you worthless shit talking cocksuckers. Is that clear enough, you motherfuckers?
It's easier to go this way. And then, yeah, if we can do that and get that truck out of there, we'll go forward, not backward. Like I was thinking.
Study.
If we have it hooked to mine.
I discovered something about individuals. An individual is one that exists as a distinct entity. Individuality is the state or quality of living as an individual, particularly as a person unique from other people and possessing one's own needs or goals, rights, and responsibilities.
Hydrodynamic modeling support, hydrodynamic modeling support, you have a coastal ecosystem dynamics person, and so forth. Multiple engineers.
Yeah, I'm very curious to how that coupler works. If that's a torsion thing in there, I kind of think it has to be.
What you're talking to council about,
I'm not, because if it's a torsion thing in there that rocked that whole thing back, that ball's not made to take a lot of straight pull apart force. Like if you were to lift straight up on it, it doesn't have a whole lot. It's made for this way, and if that whole coupler rocked back with like that hinge weird torsion deal that's there, I don't quite know. Well, once we get this off the truck, we're going to see how that works. Yeah, we're going to find out. But if it pulled back far enough that all the force was this way, plus once that bottom hit, it's prying it off of it. So I can see that happening.
Stand by for fire EMS page.
That's weird.
Station 2 Allegiance EMS, Station 2 Allegiance EMS, 122 North Shannon Circle, 122 North Shannon Circle, for 86-year-old male, possibly having a stroke.
I discovered something about population.
Thank you.
He had a YouTube page, a compilation video about the injustices that have been done to him and corruption. But it was a collage video of all these other cases and stories about these corrupt cops and stuff.
The suspect is possibly going to release another hostage now.
Oh, possibly release another hostage. It's good news.
You're gonna release another hostage. Yeah, they're gonna release another one. Hey, brother, the camera guy. Stand over, come here.
You say they might release one?
Yes. You see, we get a shot way in there. You see right where that tree's at, where that light's at. That's where they might come up.
Right of the.
Right in the middle. We can stand right here. You can see what I'm talking about. Where that light's at. Right over there. Right in the bottom. Where
right
the
in the middle.
At.
Yeah, right in the middle, right there.
No, on that side. You can see the officers. Right. There you go. There you go. You see what I'm talking about? Yeah, there's like a tunnel where the
I see that.
carport is at.
So there's the street light in the middle, right?
Right here, look at right there.
I discovered something about one. One is a number, numeral, and grapheme.
Right there.
It is the first and smallest
You got
positive
better
integer
action.
of the infinite sequence of
So
natural
you guys
numbers.
can't see. I think.
Oh, so this reporter quote tweeted me. Let me see.
I think that's where they're coming out.
Oh, that's awesome. Check this out,
But
guys.
we don't got good access.
Okay, so the video, Kevin Steele TV. You see, he's a reporter with, who is he with? Oh, okay. News anchor, former KARK, WK, KZ TV, KBMT. Okay, well, he says that the video's on, I posted it on X, the whole thing. I don't want to play the whole thing on my channel, you know. I skimmed through it earlier, but it says the authenticity of the video by the Bakersfield Bank hostage taker is legitimate, but the accusations are completely erroneous. So in that live, or that video he posted, it's a compilation of just all the corruptness and charges and like all this stuff in Kern County. I don't know if all those people were found guilty or not, but it's this long compilation. And then there was like another video. Some people said it was taken down. I'm going to go check and verify. Well, look at that. More. I don't know what that is here in the corner. Another command center, bomb squad. I'm not sure what that is.
That Avenue of the RPs is 15. First is Akira, 6911. They want to harm themselves. No means mentioned.
I discovered something about musical. Musical is the adjective of music.
Check the welfare. 6406 Trinidad Avenue of the RPs is 15. First is Akira, 6911. They want to harm themselves. No means mentioned.
Let me see if that video is still up from this guy.
I know I've never seen this Akira.
Turn COVID. Turn COVID? The beginning of COVID?
We're lost. We had a truck up there and had DJ set. Up there drinking.
Up here?
Yeah.
Becoming the second hostage is going out in exchange for Dr. Pepper for Claudia. An additional hostage has been ID'd.
What? Listen, you guys, listen.
Ready to receive. Either suspect is possibly.
Listen.
Stand by for further. CP coming, the second hostage is going out in exchange for Dr. Pepper per Claudia. An additional hostage has been ID'd.
Dr. Pepper.
CP coming, the second hostage is going out in exchange for Dr. Pepper per Claudia. An additional hostage has been ID'd.
So,
So he's releasing a hostage for an exchange for a Dr. Pepper.
What? I thought
Life is worth it.
Did you hear that? Yeah. I'll give you your hostage, you give me a Dr. Pepper.
That sounds like a fucking beanbag, huh?
I discovered something about country. A country is a distinct area of land in the world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a distinct territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational state.
Copy, the second hostage is going out in exchange for Dr. Pepper per Claudia. An additional hostage has been ID'd. Copy, the second hostage is going out in exchange for Dr. Pepper per Claudia. An additional hostage has been ID'd.
That's not what I heard at all. I heard them say that the second hostage has gone out for a Dr. Pepper. A second hostage has been ID'd. That was it. Not that they're doing it in exchange for a Dr. Pepper. Yo,
an additional hostage has been ID'd.
Do you guys hear that? Am I hearing that right?
Attention units, be advised, the 417 occurred 20 ago at Tony's Pizza, 4750 Coffee Road. Suspect number 1, Hispanic male, white shirt, blue jeans, shorts, and a white female with white shirt and shorts, occupying a white Chevrolet pickup with disabled plates, brandished a firearm, and fled. Control 2 clear.
I can only imagine, dude. What would he do for a pepperoni pizza?
Jerry's Pizza. Let's go back and get in that kitchen.
Yeah.
I had all the Jerry's Pizza owners at my.
Yeah. Dude, what's next?
Hey, what was that? That chopper that was
You heard exchange?
Do you have a
Really?
power bar?
No.
Do you have a power bar? Power bar? Yeah.
I discovered something about Islamic. Islam is an Abrahamic monotheistic religion based on the Quran and the teachings of Muhammad. The religion's adherents, called Muslims, are estimated to number 2 billion worldwide and are the world's second largest religious population after Christians.
Central 3, 10 far.
Where you at, dude?
4 Central 3, I copied your traffic.
Hey. Do you have a power bank?
Oh, the video's still up. Maybe I should download the old one too.
It was not until January, 13 months after Soares' arrest does a warrant get returned to the...
Maybe all the content will be...
Download this one.
Route 2, original 1020 to confirm additional offense.
Hey, hello?
Call Robert 1.
I discovered something about historical. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
Okay, say if he has the one, if I could borrow one of those power boxes.
This is the biggest shit people want to know. I'll talk to you guys.
You remember that little, just to charge with my YOLO box?
I'll be back on that call.
Can I borrow it? What's up, man? Huh? Yeah, no, I did. Yeah.
32-10-4.
Some lady using one? I'll come over if she wants to come on and catch it.
Can I borrow? Are you gonna drop it down to me?
Where you at? Just got out. Hold on.
First on for Corpus with an OCK.
Don't do it, dude.
408 for
Don't do it.
runaway.
Nah, don't do it. Don't do it.
Black shirt, black pants.
I'll come up. Huh?
Unknown subject residence.
Yeah, but
Shit. That's all we got. Shattered deal.
How much does it cost? Alright, let's go. Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
I discovered something about commonly. Arachnids are arthropods in the class Arachnida of the subphylum Chelicerata. Arachnida includes, among others, spiders, scorpions, ticks, mites, pseudoscorpions, harvestmen, camel spiders, whip spiders, and vinegaroons.
Ever seen a lawsuit on beard? No, I haven't. Beard? What questions you guys have? Need a location? Maybe I should put the location up on the screen.
Oh, we can see them all right now. Oh, over there on the other side of the mall. You have every three letter agency. Current kind of crime stream. I guarantee you DEA. Is it Delano? Dude.
Just chill. Chill.
I was asking about your radio, which one you were.
Yeah. The SDS 100?
The SDS 100?
Yeah.
I discovered something about single. Single may refer to.
So it's possible that video really is the suspect. It's possible that YouTube channel is the suspect. Now, there's a short video on that channel he uploaded. So let me tell you when he uploaded there's a short video he uploaded.
I need to get it programmed for out here, but when I go
3 years ago,
go back to Tulsa, I gotta get it set up for out there.
and it's like a 12-minute. I'm sorry, 12-minute compilation.
Giving these guys a shot.
And then 7 months ago, he uploads another video called "Labeled a Monster," and it's this guy talking about this case. And there's people commenting all over this shit. Somebody said, "Are we in the documentary?" Someone needs to download this before it gets deleted. Can't wait to be in the documentary. Oh my gosh. Yo, people are already flooding the comment section. Somebody said, let me see here.
He's supposed to be over here in this corner, right?
Right here.
Okay, so shit. So earlier I was looking up one level above.
Is that my radio beeping?
Okay, so check this out.
Do you guys want to keep it zoomed in on?
Because it's a really long live, but let me just read to you because I put the transcript in AI. Okay, the 2-hour transcript. So the 2-hour video, was it a live? Let me see. The 2-hour.
I discovered something about sovereign. Sovereign is a title that can be applied to the highest leader in various categories. The word is borrowed from Old French souverain, which is ultimately derived from the Latin superinus, meaning above.
The audio about CPS case. I asked about the daughter. He talks about going through a divorce and child custody visitation battles with his ex-wife, supposedly. He says his ex-wife would call Kern County Sheriff's deputies for child transfers, handovers, and claims she falsified where and when these transfers happened. He mentions that During one of the searches of his home, his daughter's medical records and other personal items belonging to her were taken from his safe. Let me just play a clip. Let's just listen to the audio. Let me see, 14.
I had baseball cards in there. I had comic books in there. I had money in there. All my personal birth certificate, social security card, all that stuff was in there for me and my daughter, as well as her medical record. And all that shit was taken. I had hard drives in there and everything. And all the contents of the safe was taken out and stolen. So I went and looked around the house and I found a couple pages of a receipt, a search warrant receipt, but there was no search warrant attached. It was just pages saying what they took. And the majority of the stuff that they had listed on the receipt was not didn't include stuff that it didn't include the DVDs they took. It didn't include the contents of the safe. And then
let me skip to one more part here. It's really long.
I discovered something about west. West is one of the 4 cardinal directions or points of the compass. It is the opposite direction from east and is the direction in which the sun sets on the earth.
And this is true. Every time we did child transfer, she would call KCSO to have a deputy present. So how do we know that her child transfer records were false? 1, they do not match the dates of my own records. 2, if you look at the end of the second page, there you will see that she puts 2014 as the date. 2014 was when I was going through trial, September 2014. I believe she printed up these false records in August in order to provide them to the prosecution to use in my trial. I also believe that this is something that Detective Dorkin was telling her to do during text message communication with her. You compare her records she provided to the Kern County Sheriff's Office of Event Long, you will see no keep the peace records exist for that time frame that you're alleging.
Okay.
She also testified that all our child transfers to.
So there's kind of like, you can see some of this video that this person posted, like their grievances. I'll take care of the chat in a second.
Live, yes.
And if you guys don't know, because maybe you're new, this person right now at the standoff, he's mentioned his daughter, he's mentioned custody, and that he was wrongfully convicted. He wants to prove himself that he's innocent. And so this guy made a video. And the other thing too that the person at this hostage situation said is that he was shadow banned. When he said shadow ban, I'm like, what? Shadow ban. Maybe he felt his video was shadow banned. Maybe he felt it didn't get the viewership that it should have gotten with all the time that he spent on it.
I discovered something about organization. An organization or organization is an entity such as a company, or corporation, or an institution, or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose.
The problem is, I think unfortunately this isn't a suicide by cop situation. But this has also been going on since like 2 o'clock. And he's gonna wear down. He's gonna make some mistakes.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Don't know.
High stress, high adrenaline. He's bound to make some mistakes.
I need a fan right now. It's hot. I need a fan. It's hot, dude.
One second.
Yeah.
It's not that bad. If you guys want to come right here, you guys can see it right here.
See who?
Huh? See who?
Looks like
construction now?
Well, that's. I'm pretty sure they're right here. So that's.
Listen, already on the scene.
I discovered
It's really
something about
interesting. That
humans.
really reminds me of
Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
Yeah, this is a really good video from Califield here. I didn't mean to cover his name. Yeah, that it lines up. I don't know, it lines up. But then somebody found a book on Amazon, but the author had a different name, but it was the same title book as the YouTube page, which was kind of weird.
I discovered something about world. The world is the totality of entities, the whole of reality, or everything that exists. The nature of the world has been conceptualized differently in different fields.
Looks like a white guy. Again, this is not confirmed to be him. That's why I'm not like putting a picture out or anything, but it's a white guy, long hair, looks like blue eyes. And he's detailing, looks like he's detailing his situation in case, among other things. O.J. Simpson was not found guilty in a court of law. He's just here in a room. I don't know what happened, you know?
No, that's like a desk. I have checked every single room with my phone. Apparently I can't see anything.
Oh, this is a picture of him and his daughter, I guess.
And once guys, man, I thank you guys for staying tuned in to RD on the scene, especially the Kern County Crime Watchers. We shut down because we were overheated. Very hot out here in Bakersfield. I even had my little thing on it. It still didn't work.
I discovered something about character arrest. Many proposed diseases and diagnoses are rejected by mainstream medical consensus and are associated with pseudoscience due to a lack of scientific evidence for their existence, proposed mechanism or action or manifestation that cannot be explained by something else.
So if you got any questions, guys, my legs are hurting right now. I'm going to sit back down, guys. Apparently the moms will give you guys an update. Apparently we're here in Bakersfield, California, due to this person is strapped to with the bomb on his chest, guys, and he has a tripwire around this lady's leg, guys, one of the hostages. There's probably 6 more hostages inside this building. We know definitely there's some hiding in there that he does not know about, so we're going to keep that under wraps. Well, hopefully they do make it out.
That's the other thing he was saying, is that like it seems like maybe there might be other people inside of this place that you know, that are kind of maybe hiding. Reportedly earlier, some people had escaped. And I don't even think he was like there were just people in the building. I don't think he necessarily had him as a hostage. I hope this guy doesn't actually want to hurt these people. Maybe he's just trying to get a message, or he's trying to get people to see his story, and he's desperate, I guess. Orders. Petitioner may have a walkthrough of the respondent's residence to verify that the residence has utilities, to include electricity and water, and to see the minor child's sleep.
I discovered something about form.
Residents
Form
to ensure
is
it
the
had
shape,
water,
visual
electricity, and
appearance,
food
or
for their child.
configuration of an object.
Nor does
In a wider
she
sense,
state
the
that in
form
her
is the
family
way
law
something
case.
happens.
Lastly, KCSO is...
I don't know. Pretty crazy. I suppose he had just got out. I don't know if that's true. He was locked up and got out.
With a coffee and a mutual. For 110 Mars.
Oh, thank you so much. The Shaved Beard, thank you for the 10. Thank you for bringing the stream out. Pray for the innocent people involved in this mess. I couldn't imagine going to the bank and getting tied into a psychopath revenge scheme. Yeah, I can imagine that. Just like you're going to work and you're just like, I don't know, like some people hate going to work or life sucks or whatever, and then you have this shit.
Over there in that other parking garage.
These people have something to complain about.
None of that shit.
Yeah.
Well, at least they're secure, though, you know?
Maybe.
I would just go home.
And maybe he's just trying to convince some people, even the hostages, because supposedly he had the hostages going over the paperwork. Maybe he's just anybody that'll hear him.
From Mohawk to Yoko's Park. Fire.
I discovered something about Asia. Asia is the largest continent in the world by both land area and population. It covers an area of more than 44 million square kilometers, about 30 of Earth's total land area and 8 of Earth's total surface area.
Came down from LA to assist with the Bakersfield Police Department. The ATF is on scene as well. And yeah, man, multiple agencies. This guy's barricaded inside of this building. He said he wouldn't speak with anybody in Kern County. He wanted to speak with a negotiator with the FBI.
That's 3. I'll think about the tab one time.
The nearest one was in LA. The nearest FBI negotiator was in LA. They had to respond from out there to out here. This whole parking lot right here to the left or right, and on that way is filled up with all their vehicles. I'll show you guys here in a little while. Yeah, man, they pretty much got this whole area blocked off, all the way around.
Let me show you, sir.
Yeah, yeah, dude. I was. I'm gonna show you guys right now. I'll show you guys right now behind the scenes. It's cool, dude. It's not gonna fall.
Coming back to this spot.
Yeah. Check it out. Blocked off.
I discovered something about study. Study, or studies, may refer to
The other thing in the video, the 2-hour video, he claims that he was framed by Kern County Sheriff's Office for sex crimes involving minors. Okay, so that's another thing. I haven't again not confirmed, even though somebody that at least was a reporter says that he believes it's him. planting evidence, accuses detectives of planting evidence, forging documents, tampering with timestamps and signatures. Heavy focus on his daughter since police took her medical records during the raid, and his ex-wife falsified child custody and transfer records. Claims deep corruption involving detectives, DA's office, and even his own defense attorney.
Okay, so check first shot first, 15 Colony Street. Got the early shots from just north of. Only one caller, no further.
I mean, you learn a lot of shit. Most departments within like the first year, so they want you to be at least bar certified, which is just a step below EMT. And then they want you to at least go through firefighter one, which is your basic firefighter course.
I discovered something about refer.
But you don't have to be certified to be able to firefighter in the States. Even if you fail your firefighter one, you can still stay on the department. It is preferred that you have to. Out here is weird though, because you can't even be a volunteer. You can be a reserve firefighter, but you still have to go through the academy.
Central Farm 1097 on check 16705.
Let's see what else I can find.
Central 410 is shining crack in Boulder Bay for a traffic hazard.
Oh, Steve, I just saw. Okay, thank you, Steve. I just saw your. I don't know why I never. Okay, thank you, man. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing too, Steve. Oh, he has the PDF document. Oh, yeah, I was sent that to. Oh, that's something else. Maybe I should throw the documents into this thing and see what it says.
I discovered something about violence. Violence is characterized as the use of physical force by humans to cause harm to other living beings, such as pain, injury, disablement, death, damage, and destruction.
Yeah, no, this is definitely going to destroy any chance of any kind of, I don't know, credibility or whatever for him. Unless he doesn't care about that. I mean, maybe all he wants to do is just tell the story. I don't know.
I discovered something about new. New or NEW may refer to novelty, the quality of being new. So the documents that was sent to me, I got the unredacted documents Murky sent.
basically, in a summary, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4 documents. It's Kern County Superior Court records for this person, and it said the first case filed October 2012, heavy list of felony S charges involving minors. All charges were dismissed though on September 4, 2013. No prison time resulted from this case. This case is the suspect. This is the case the suspect often refers to as being dropped early. Then there was a second case filed July 24, 2013, refilled after the first dismissal. Similar charges. Most were dismissed, but 2 counts were found guilty on September 30th, 2014.
I discovered something about within. Within may refer to
and the oral copulation. Sentenced to 12 years in state prison, later reduced on appeal. He was in custody starting July 2013, formally sentenced November 2014, and had a second hearing in December 2017. He was required to register as an offender, and this is the case that actually sent him to prison, and this is in that video was what he's ranting about. He has additional older cases, including a 2003 misdemeanor and various family civil cases involving custody with his ex-wife. The documents confirm he was held in CDCR, California Department of Corrections, custody and released on parole. Okay, if that's him. Interesting. That's crazy. That is crazy. Crazy. If this is him, man, this is nuts. It sounds like it might be him. And how do you, what I mean, did he, let me see, did he explain supposedly what happened back then with the minor charges? Like, how did that happen?
I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia. As defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions, the subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus.
Oh, RT Media put his name out there. Okay, yeah. RT put the name out there. Anthony, involved in the ongoing situation, has claimed he was wrongfully convicted and has requested his case file. Has requested access to his case file. Damn, he put out. Oh, he put the guy's. Oh yeah, because he's. Oh, and this is probably, this has to be the guy, I'm thinking, man, because.
You said. You see where the.
So IRT Media.
The drone was in that one. Looking in. The drum was there for a minute, so I don't see no movement at all. But who knows?
So RT posted this guy's search sex offender. So like, if you're an offender, that's public record, and the address is in Oildale Drive, which is where we saw the raid today at a house. And it's the same guy that's in the video. Looks exactly the same. That's crazy. I mean, what kind of explanation do you have for what happened? He never personally had any contact. Oh, they even have the names. I'm not going to repeat the victims' names at the time. So he's claiming, so there's 2 victims, right? And he's claiming that the
I discovered something about harmony. In music, harmony is the concept of combining different sounds in order to create new, distinct musical ideas. Theories of harmony seek to describe or explain the effects created by distinct pitches or tones coinciding with one another. Harmonic objects such as chords, textures, and tonalities are identified, defined, and categorized in the development of these theories.
He was friends with Randy and supposedly hosted the parties. He insists both girls were 18 years old during the time of the period in question, May through July 2011, not minors. He says blank only claimed to be 17 once coerced in an interview. So he's accusing the detective of coercing the girls to make false statements, planting evidence, falsifying police reports and signatures, coaching witnesses. He argues the whole case was retaliation because he had reported another man for having S with underage. So he repeats over and over and over that he's not the one that committed these acts, and claims the girls were adults. You know, these are his claims. I don't know the other side of the story. And he was convicted, but the first case was dismissed. I don't know why or what happened. I can try to find out about that. I don't know what happened with the first time, but they came back around and got him the second time. Okay. That's wild, man. That's like... And listen, nobody knew about this guy until today. I didn't know about this guy. I didn't know his name. I didn't know any of this shit. He put himself on blast with this stuff. What? I mean, I guess in his head, you know, I don't know the whole story. I'm just picking up bits and pieces, but I guess, you know, in his head, it was done wrong.
I discovered something about states. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory sovereign state. A sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation constituent state, a political subdivision of a state federated state, constituent states part of a federation state of nature.
You're 18, 19, 20, and then the girl says she's 17 or something, or 18 or something, she's not. But like, you're grown adults. It's just odd. So they didn't specify any reason why the case was dropped. I wonder what happened the first time. Maybe the victims didn't show, maybe they weren't ready. Who knows? It could have been anything. But the prosecution refiled the case almost immediately under a new case number. And then the second time it resulted in convictions of 2 counts.
Right now, the call, here's what we know so far. The call came in at 1 p.m. with threats of a bomb threat. We are now hearing unconfirmed reports that another hostage was possibly released. Earlier this afternoon, we confirmed that one hostage was released by PPD, and one witness we spoke to that was in the building as the man came in said that he saw a wire coming out of the man's shirt. The man told him, quote, "This is a bad day to be at the bank." The bomb is possibly strapped to the suspect, and one hostage has been confirmed released. There's FBI, Homeland Security, and ATF agents on scene. There are hundreds and hundreds of officers, armored trucks, personnel, staging areas. There's even a medical staging area in case things go wrong with tarps on the ground for people if they can get injured. Right now,
I discovered something about republic. A republic, based on the Latin phrase res publica, is a state in which political power rests with the public people, typically through their representatives, in contrast to a monarchy. Although a republic is most often a single sovereign state, subnational state entities that have governments that are republican in nature may be referred to as republics.
Right now, everyone is just saying, stay away from downtown. If you're turning in your ballot tonight for elections, or if you have to go to downtown for any reason, just don't. There are a lot of active, there's a big active scene here in downtown. We'll come back to you.
Chase going on? What's going on?
Connor Door, 17 News, back to you.
What a mess. So he you know, there was on, I think it was on a scanner. Oh, you sent the video from when he was sentenced? That's out there too? Oh, Lord. Okay. Let's check it out. Wow, okay.
So far, no updates. No updates.
Short clip, but let's take a look.
No updates. second hostage has been released.
Convicted of hosting sex parties with underage girls at his Oildale home, learned his fate today. Anthony Searles Harris was sentenced to 12 years in prison, of which the DA's office says he'll likely end up serving about 10 of them.
This is the house today that was that they raided. Yep.
Those years. Attorneys say he was arrested back in 2012 after several teenage girls came forward saying they were lured to his home.
I discovered something about history. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
Suspect is allowing hostages to call their families again.
He's allowing them to call he's allowing the hostages to call their families again.
So if you guys haven't heard from your loved one, guys, they're going to be calling right now. One of the hostages is.
Sue Dr. Pepper.
So he's going to let one of the hostages call a family member.
You said it was shadow banned. Now you got the attention you wanted. I wouldn't say the world is watching, but a lot of people are watching. Thousands of people. Now you're not shadow banned. Now you have a microscope on you.
Officer, guys.
Oh, let me check too, because I had the citizen. Check here. Updates.
I discovered something about area. Area is the measure of a region's size on a surface. The area of a plane region or plane area refers to the area of a shape or planar lamina, while surface area refers to the area of an open surface or the boundary of a three-dimensional object.
Glad to see you out, man. Thanks. Don't be straight.
They haven't updated since the last time I told you guys. The last updates were
got a good camera too, man.
that they had crisis negotiators are in contact with the suspect by telephone. That was like almost 2 hours ago. The Citizens hasn't updated information on it. It says 2 hours ago, 13.7 million notified. Holy crap! Wow.
Fucking tweaker or what? Goddamn tweakers.
For the additional case number will be 109186.
Okay, 22, get to 22. Copy, copy.
Cops yelling at somebody. This cop's been out here since it started.
I discovered something about distinct. Distinction, distinct, or distinctive may refer to distinction philosophy, the recognition of difference, formal distinction, distinction law, a principle in international humanitarian law governing the legal use of force in an armed conflict, distinction, sociology, a social force that places different values on different individuals, distinct mathematics, distinctive feature, a concept in linguistics, distinción, in Spanish, separating consonantal sounds.
422, a social worker by means of a firearm. The social worker has no description of the subject. However, he stated he was at the park and armed.
Nice, that's what I mean. 5 South 1, show me route to last. Time up with it.
10-4.
Not the suspect, but I think I found someone hiding.
On the light. They'll push us back, yeah.
I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place, thing, or phenomenon. The term and its variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created. Character development in acting.
Night vision, he saw somebody maybe hiding. Take a look.
Ooh, we can see in the floors. Look at that. Night vision for the win.
You can see it?
That's some gangster equipment.
Doing the volunteer fire department, right? Cal Fire?
So I did wildland firefighting when I was out here.
Oh shit, is that a person hiding?
I knew I saw something.
Is that?
I told you. Someone was flashing the light and you didn't believe me.
Where? You guys see it?
Is that a person hiding? Hey, what's up? Right here? This back corner right here? Is that a person?
Oh,
That looks like a person, huh?
Oh, like right there? Is that a person?
Kind of looks like it, yeah.
I can't tell if that's a person, dude. Hiding in a cubicle.
I saw someone flash the light.
Right there, they're saying?
Not the suspect, but I think I found someone hiding.
Let me see, I want to look at that again. Oh, I can't tell. Are they moving at all? Not that I know. Let me just see it again when it zooms in. Is that right there? Oh, it did look like they moved, though. Am I seeing shit? Am I tripping? Am I tired?
Oh, shit. Is that a person hiding?
I discovered something about music. Music is the arrangement of sound to create some combination of form, harmony, melody, rhythm, or otherwise expressive content. Music is generally agreed to be a culturally universal that is present in all human societies.
Is that a person hiding? Hey, what's up? Right here? This back corner right here? Is that a person?
Oh,
That looks like a person, huh?
hey, I'll call you expert.
Very far. I mean, that's very. I think it is the end window.
Right here.
This is now live.
Yeah, second to last. I can't tell if that's a person or a chair. Is that a person hiding or is that a chair, guys?
Be very noisy, very.
I don't think it's a person.
We're soon getting like a lot.
Shit, I saw a couple of
That's crazy. I don't know. I can't tell.
Like, see like the black shadow on that corner.
I tried to remember.
Where's the news station where those $20,000 cameras are coming to zoom in?
Okay, this is from the FBI about 4 hours ago. FBI Sacramento is aware of the crisis in progress near the corner of 17th and Chester Avenue in Bakersfield, California, and are sending resources to assist the Bakersfield Police Department. Please avoid the area. That was the FBI's post on social media about 4 hours ago.
I discovered something about peace. Peace is a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups.
FBI from LA and Fresno, but FBI Sacramento is like the main area for the state.
Yeah, they're speeding here anyways. Why is the sirens?
Yeah, they got here a long time ago. And they also had agents from Bakersfield on scene pretty quick.
That's the only thing that I'm missing on my truck right now is my lights. I got the sirens and all that other shit.
Sirens?
Just on my lights.
Hell yeah.
Ask him about my old truck.
Oh yeah. Old things.
All the red.
How long ago was it? 5 years ago?
Yes, there is a full FBI team here, probably multiple teams.
It's funny though because I traded that in for
One of our, we do have a contact in law enforcement that, I mean, besides us seeing their patch, he also confirmed that they have
better
full teams
4x4 and then a different color.
There you go.
And then I restarted the whole process on that one. Radios, sirens. The next thing is lights. Fucking 3 grand for lights.
We're not.
Yeah, this is live, guys. This is live.
I discovered something about known. Knowledge is an awareness of facts, of familiarity with individuals and situations, or a practical skill. Knowledge of facts, also called propositional knowledge, is often characterized as true belief that is distinct from opinion or guesswork by virtue of justification.
They said, we remain on the scene at the Chase Bank building and have negotiated the release of a second hostage. There are currently no injuries reported. Avoid the area. The scene remains active. Okay. Hey, South, how you doing? Good morning. Yeah, this is going on. It's been hours. I don't even know how many hours it's been now. Bomb squad. Oh, shoot. Who's he? I guess he's...
How long do you think this is going to go down, bro? 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock?
It could go into the daytime. I think it could easily go into the morning time.
Probably like 2 or 3 a.m.
Passenger 5, you're out to American Show 1, 10, 14 minutes, starting 0. Man 28, we following.
10-4, 2160.
I discovered something about constituent. Constituent or constituency may refer to.
Huh? Did you get a toy? I don't know. I was laughing, bro. I was like, this motherfucker never got the man. Think you do that on purpose? Yeah? This will happen, though. We should start laughing? Yeah? Fuck it, I only asked her a drink. You just linked it up, huh? We don't know how long you're over for the law. We don't know how long you're going to be out here. Yeah. That was the only thing I ate all day, too. I was thinking, too, I was going to go see if you get a pizza. And I was like, wait, I ate pizza the other day. Yeah. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, bro. Yeah, thank you, man.
I discovered something about population.
Hey, you guys. Hold on, you guys. I'm gonna switch to lens. I'm gonna take the camera to the car, and I'm gonna swap out the lens. I'm gonna swap out the lens. We're gonna go to it. I'm gonna put you guys on a larger lens, all right? We're gonna go to a bigger lens if you guys want to stick around.
6427.
Hold on, you guys.
I just left the camera.
I'm gonna swap it out. I'm gonna exchange the lens outside of the car, or inside of the car. I mean,
3897. 6197. 3897. 6197. You doing
Bravo. I think we'll put Artie on the scene for now till he comes back. And we also have Daz Gone Live. I put the link to all their channels in the description if you want to check them out. Nice guys. You know, appreciate them letting me use their streams. Yeah, I figured this is we're gonna be here for the long haul. Whoever's gonna stay up, or if you're gonna fall asleep listening to me, that's fine too. I might let Steve has some interesting audio here. I think I might play that. I might order me a coffee too. I think I might do that. Some coffee or something. Steve, 1 hour ago, Kern County.
I discovered something about musical. Musical is the adjective of music.
Have any other houses been...
Suspect mentioned someone in the Army being in the bomb squad, again mentioning this has been an 8-year project.
An 8-year project?
He's also saying all the hostages are daisy-chained, and if one takes it off, they will all go off like a grenade.
That's the other thing, too, the daisy chain thing, guys. That was from earlier. He claims... What was he saying?
Being in the bomb squad. You know, the suspect mentioned someone in the Army being in the bomb squad, again mentioning this has been an 8-year project. Is also saying all the hostages are daisy-chained, and if one takes it off, they will all go off.
Damn, bro. That's insane, man. I don't know. I hope he's bluffing. Of course, they can't assume that. They have to take it serious. They're going to take their time with this. This is a huge... I don't remember ever... If I've ever covered a story where there's like multiple, like this many hostages, 8 hostages. Now maybe... Oh, so somebody actually, for an update, as far as... They say that there's 2 so far that they've gotten out. Second release of hostage. That's what they... Official number, second release of hostage. There's still more. I don't think I've ever covered something like this. You know.
642.
And, you know, reportedly, too, there were people in the building that had just hid and barricaded themselves and were able to get out. Some people got out. Who knows if there's other people in there afraid to move or whatever. You know, just kind of staying still.
I discovered something about Islamic. Islam is an Abrahamic monotheistic religion based on the Quran and the teachings of Muhammad. The religion's adherents, called Muslims, are estimated to number 2 billion worldwide and are the world's second largest religious population after Christians.
Dude was requesting Dr. Pepper.
They owe me another one. I have to wait a week to get it.
That one delivers? Internet delivers? I guess. But the thing is, we're going to deliver shit. How can we bring it up here?
No, they get all the social media to do nothing.
We're going to send Eric. Since Eric's not licensed, we're going to send Eric for a while. Although he's already showed me he's dying over here.
Well, this will probably go in. Pick it out, yeah. Just like that now. I know, I'm like commercial now. When I worked before this, I've been hot like all day.
Let's see what else.
Oh, yeah, the hospital. Yeah, there's still one.
Yeah, I'm gonna get myself a coffee. Let's do that.
Yeah, go sideways.
Who else is getting coffee? Who's getting coffee?
So you're doing.
Who's getting Coca-Cola, Coke was getting Addy.
I discovered something about hostility. Hostility is seen as a form of emotionally charged aggressive behavior. In everyday speech, it is more commonly used as a synonym for anger and aggression.
Six 4227.
It's gonna move back and forth.
I know about
Oh, everything's closing already. I didn't think about that.
Insurance unconfirmed on a 25 Mia Fromworth and color Ian Holding, May 27, dated 29.
Oh, cheeseburger?
27.
You got an Addy and a Monster.
Audio eligible for 32, negative 29.
What's your name? 634, name or check?
Yeah,
I'm worried about the line. I think they have enough skilled players on both sides of the ball. Defensive line's got way better with Miles Garrett. Now I'm worried about they have an offensive line and substitution. They can't play their best players the whole game. So even on offensive line, they have 4 of the 5 lines.
I don't know if you could do TikTok sideways.
Red Bulls.
I discovered something about Persia. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
Oh.
2 for 5. Oh shit, they got coke going on?
Okay, so I have this. So I know I'm at oh my God.
It's gotta be odd in there. I mean, the guy seems like he's being kind with them. You know, are you hungry? Want to use the restroom? Oh, nice lens. Okay, Kelly. Those lenses can cost money. Those lenses can be pretty expensive.
I discovered something about commonly. Arachnids are arthropods in the class Arachnida of the subphylum Chelicerata. Arachnida includes, among others, spiders, scorpions, ticks, mites, pseudoscorpions, harvestmen, camel spiders, whip spiders, and vinegaroons.
Remote viewing is a modern term for what we used to call clairvoyance.
You can describe what's happening at a distance or something which is hidden.
Collect accurate information about things of the past, present, and the future.
Being able to pinpoint a target anywhere on the globe within 35 feet. Locate terrorists, their hostages.
We were finding information that saved lives that couldn't be found in any other way, not even through spy-in-the-sky satellites or ground agents.
Whether it's a secret missile facility,
the plans and intentions of foreign political and military leaders,
spies, secret weapons, the Ark of the Covenant, the Holy Grail, or whatever. Mozart's grave, we can pinpoint. And describe those results to the National Security Council so the U.S. can take effective measures.
So now you send me your flyer. Freaking got Mason, my buddy with Guess Who, or Prey Protectors.
It all started not far from here, just south of San Francisco. The U.S. military actually spent 20 years and millions of dollars training an elite corps of psychic warriors to sit in a room, close their eyes, and spy on the Russians. I write about the mind, in particular our shifting experience of consciousness, the scientific understanding of the relationship between the mind, the brain, and the world is still in its infancy. I've read enough physics to know that
I discovered something about
even as unlikely as
is
it
a
sounds,
distinct area of
remote
land in the
viewing.
world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a dependent territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational state.
We are praying for you guys. We are praying.
Hostage
So
family member in chat?
one of your family members is being held hostage. He is talking about releasing another hostage at this time. There's what, 4 or 5 left? This would make about 4. This would make 4 left. This would be potentially be the 4th one released. So I believe we've already had 3 let go, and there's 5 left. And he's talking about releasing another hostage at this time. Someone else's niece is a hostage that just posted in here. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, pop-up storms, even some right now.
I discovered something about sovereign. Sovereign is a title that can be applied to the highest leader in various categories. The word is borrowed from Old French souverain, which is ultimately derived from the Latin superinus, meaning above. I discovered something about 1. 1 is a number, numeral, and grapheme. It is the first and smallest positive integer of the infinite sequence of natural numbers. I discovered something about single. Single may refer to I discovered something about organization. An organization or organization is an entity such as a company or corporation or an institution or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose. I discovered something about historically. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened. I discovered something about west. West is one of the 4 cardinal directions or points of the compass. It is the opposite direction from east and is the direction in which the sun sets on the earth. I discovered something about politics is the activity of settling affairs in an organized society. Politics is usually concerned with resolving issues within a society via a government. I discovered something about something. Something may refer to. I discovered something about humans. Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states. I discovered something about different. Different may refer to I discovered something about violence. Violence is characterized as the use of physical force by humans to cause harm to other living beings, such as pain, injury, disablement, death, damage, and destruction. I discovered something about May. May is the 5th month of the year in the Julian and Gregorian calendars. Its length is 31 days. I discovered something about individuals. An individual is one that exists as a distinct entity. Individuality is the state or quality of living as an individual, particularly as a person unique from other people and possessing one's own needs or goals, rights, and responsibilities. I discovered something about term. Term may refer to I discovered something about nature. Nature is an inherent character or constitution, particularly of the ecosphere or the universe as a whole. In this general sense, nature refers to the laws, elements, and phenomena of the physical world, including life. I discovered something about Asia. Asia is the largest continent in the world by both land area and population. It covers an area of more than 44 million square kilometers, about 30 of Earth's total land area and 8 of Earth's total surface area. I discovered something about world. The world is the totality of entities, the whole of reality, or everything that exists. The nature of the world has been conceptualized differently in different fields. I discovered something about study. Study or studies may refer to. I discovered something about human. Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states. I discovered something about refer. I discovered something about history. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened. I discovered something about music. Music is the arrangement of sound to create some combination of form, harmony, melody, rhythm, or otherwise expressive content. Music is generally agreed to be a cultural universal that is present in all human societies. I discovered something about land. Land, also known as dry land, ground, or earth, is the solid terrestrial surface of Earth not submerged by the ocean or another body of water. It makes up 29. I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia. As defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions, the subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus. I discovered something about peace. Peace is a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups. I discovered something about republic. A republic, based on the Latin phrase res publica, is a state in which political power rests with the public people, typically through their representatives, in contrast to a monarchy. Although a republic is most often a single sovereign state, some national state entities that have governments that are republican in nature may be referred to as republics. I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place, thing, or phenomenon. The term and its variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created. Character development in acting. I discovered something about development. Development or developing may refer to I discovered something about territory. A territory is an area of land, sea, or space belonging or connected to a particular country, person, or animal. I discovered something about Iran. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south. I discovered something about new. New or NEW may refer to novelty, the quality of being new. I discovered something about population. I discovered something about states. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory. Sovereign state, a sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation. Constituent state, a political subdivision of a state. Federated state, constituent states part of a federation. State of nature. I discovered something about sovereign. Sovereign is a title that can be applied to the highest leader in various categories. The word is borrowed from Old French souverain, which is ultimately derived from the Latin superinus, meaning above. I discovered something about within. Within may refer to I discovered something about musical. Musical is the adjective of music.
Flight time, Hello 6. Departure 32 in route to Hello Base, I got solo, fuel 260, ET 5.
I discovered something about known. Knowledge is an awareness of facts, a familiarity with individuals and situations, or a practical skill. Knowledge of facts, also called propositional knowledge, is often characterized as true belief that is distinct from opinion or guesswork by virtue of justification. I discovered something about organization. An organization or organization is an entity such as a company or corporation or an institution or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose.
put me out with this suspicious vehicle at 13 Acre Park. Copy 28.
I discovered something about 1. 1 is a number, numeral, and grapheme. It is the first and smallest positive integer of the infinite sequence of natural numbers.
Can you show me 10-6 and PD real quick?
I discovered something about Persia. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
159.
Go ahead.
Iraq 304 San Jose, 304 San Jose. Reporting parties advising they're getting threats via the telephone. Unknown who's threatening her.
Cancel. One, set the job at 1080, just go for it.
I discovered something about area. Area is the measure of a region's size on a surface. The area of a plane region or plane area refers to the area of a shape or planar lamina, while surface area refers to the area of an open surface or the boundary of a three-dimensional object. I discovered something about different. Different may refer to
Area.
I discovered something about humans. Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states. I discovered something about state. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory. Sovereign state, a sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country-nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation. Constituent state, a political subdivision of a state. Federated state, constituent states part of a federation. State of nature, I discovered something about individuals. An individual is one that exists as a distinct entity. Individuality is the state or quality of living as an individual, particularly as a person unique from other people and possessing one's own needs or goals, rights, and responsibilities.
159, I'll be 10-8. If you can put this address at 1129 Imperial on X Retro for about a week, just reference to someone making prank calls.
I discovered something about historically. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened. I discovered something about nature. Nature is an inherent character or constitution, particularly of the ecosphere or the universe as a whole. In this general sense, nature refers to the laws, elements, and phenomena of the physical world, including life.
One 23, illegal sign, Wildcat Memorial.
Yeah, four.
Hold on, I'll be checking Grace Point Church.
Four.
I discovered something about violence. Violence is characterized as the use of physical force by humans to cause harm to other living beings, such as pain, injury, disablement, death, damage, and destruction. I discovered something about country. A country is a distinct area of land in the world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a dependent territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational state. I discovered something about form. Form is the shape, visual appearance, or configuration of an object. In a wider sense, the form is the way something happens. I discovered something about something. Something may refer to. I discovered something about characterized. Many proposed diseases and diagnoses are rejected by mainstream medical consensus and are associated with pseudoscience due to a lack of scientific evidence for their existence, proposed mechanism or action or manifestation that cannot be explained by something else. I discovered something about government. A government is the system or group of people governing a country in its administrative divisions, which is generally called as a state, and as such the term is a metonym for it in governmental topics. I discovered something about Islamic. Islam is an Abrahamic monotheistic religion based on the Quran and the teachings of Muhammad. The religion's adherents, called Muslims, are estimated to number 2 billion worldwide and are the world's second largest religious population after Christians. I discovered something about music. Music is the arrangement of sound to create some combination of form, harmony, melody, rhythm, or otherwise expressive content. Music is generally agreed to be a cultural universal that is present in all human societies. I discovered something about refer. I discovered something about distinct. Distinction, distinct, or distinctive may refer to distinction philosophy, the recognition of difference, formal distinction law, a principle in international humanitarian law governing the legal use of force in an armed conflict, distinction sociology, a social force that places different values on different individuals, distinct mathematics, distinctive feature, a concept in linguistics, distinción in Spanish, separating consonantal sounds. I discovered something about history. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened. I discovered something about constituent. Constituent or constituency may refer to I discovered something about term. Term may refer to. I discovered something about world. The world is the totality of entities, the whole of reality, or everything that exists. The nature of the world has been conceptualized differently in different fields. I discovered something about absence. Absence may refer to I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place, thing, or phenomenon. The term and its variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created. Character development in acting.
But again, I'm code 4.
10910
I discovered something about hostility. Hostility is seen as a form of emotionally charged aggressive behavior. In everyday speech, it is more commonly used as a synonym for anger and aggression. I discovered something about republic. A republic, based on the Latin phrase res publica, is a state in which political power rests with the public people, typically through their representatives, in contrast to a monarchy. Although a republic is most often a single sovereign state, summational state entities that have governments that are republican in nature may be referred to as republics. I discovered something about humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states. I discovered something about study. Study or studies may refer to I discovered something about single. Single may refer to I discovered something about within. Within may refer to I discovered something about political. Politics is the activity of settling affairs in an organized society. Politics is usually concerned with resolving issues within a society via a government. I discovered something about land. Land, also known as dry land, ground, or earth, is the solid terrestrial surface of Earth not submerged by the ocean or another body of water. It makes up 29. I discovered something about development. Development or developing may refer to I discovered something about May. May is the 5th month of the year in the Julian and Gregorian calendars. Its length is 31 days. I discovered something about peace. Peace is a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups. I discovered something about musical. Musical is the adjective of music. I discovered something about new. New or new may refer to novelty, the quality of being new. I discovered something about organization. An organization is an entity such as a company or corporation or an institution or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose. I discovered something about states. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory. Sovereign state, a sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country-nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation. Constituent state, a political subdivision of a state. Federated state, constituent states part of a federation. State of nature. I discovered something about sovereign. Sovereign is a title that can be applied to the highest leader in various categories. The word is borrowed from Old French souverain, which is ultimately derived from the Latin superinus, meaning above. I discovered something about Asia. Asia is the largest continent in the world by both land area and population. It covers an area of more than 44 million square kilometers, about 30 of Earth's total land area and 8 of Earth's total surface area. I discovered something about country. A country is a distinct area of land in the world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a dependent territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational state. I discovered something about form. Form is the shape, visual appearance, or configuration of an object. In a wider sense, the form is the way something happens. I discovered something about something. Something may refer to I discovered something about different. Different may refer to I discovered something about historically. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened. I discovered something about nature. Nature is an inherent character or constitution, particularly of the ecosphere or the universe as a whole. In this general sense, nature refers to the laws, elements, and phenomena of the physical world, including life. I discovered something about territory. A territory is an area of land, sea, or space belonging or connected to a particular country, person, or animal. I discovered something about music. Music is the arrangement of sound to create some combination of form, harmony, melody, rhythm, or otherwise expressive content. Music is generally agreed to be a cultural universal that is present in all human societies. I discovered something about Persia. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south. I discovered something about state. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory. Sovereign state, a sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country-nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation. Constituent state, a political subdivision of a state. Federated state, constituent states part of a federation. State of nature. I discovered something about character arrest. Many proposed diseases and diagnoses are rejected by mainstream medical consensus and are associated with pseudoscience due to a lack of scientific evidence for their existence, proposed mechanism or action or manifestation that cannot be explained by something else. I discovered something about distinct. Distinction, distinct, or distinctive may refer to distinction philosophy, the recognition of difference. Formal distinction. Distinction law, a principle in international humanitarian law governing the legal use of force in an armed conflict. Distinction. Sociology, a social force that places different values on different individuals. Distinct. Mathematics. Distinctive feature, a concept in linguistics. Distinción in Spanish, separating consonantal sounds. I discovered something about west. West is one of the four cardinal directions or points of the compass. It is the opposite direction from east and is the direction in which the sun sets on the earth. I discovered something about refer. I discovered something about individuals. An individual is one that exists as a distinct entity. Individuality is the state or quality of living as an individual, particularly as a person unique from other people and possessing one's own needs or goals, rights, and responsibilities. I discovered something about Iran. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south. I discovered something about constituent. Constituent or constituency may refer to I discovered something about commonly. This is a list of common physical constants and variables and their notations. Note that bold text indicates that the quantity is a vector. I discovered something about 1. 1 is a number, numeral, and grapheme. It is the first and smallest positive integer of the infinite sequence of natural numbers. I discovered something about single. Single may refer to I discovered something about area. Area is the measure of a region's size on a surface. The area of a plane region or plane area refers to the area of a shape or planar lamina, while surface area refers to the area of an open surface or the boundary of a three-dimensional object. I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia. As defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions, the subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus. I discovered something about political. Politics is the activity of settling affairs in an organized society. Politics is usually concerned with resolving issues within a society via a government. I discovered something about world. The world is the totality of entities, the whole of reality, or everything that exists. The nature of the world has been conceptualized differently in different fields. I discovered something about peace. Peace is a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups. I discovered something about harmony. In music, harmony is the concept of combining different sounds in order to create new, distinct musical ideas. Theories of harmony seek to describe or explain the effects created by distinct pitches or tones coinciding with one another. Harmonic objects such as chords, textures, and tonalities are identified, defined, and categorized in the development of these theories. I discovered something about land. Land, also known as dry land, ground, or earth, is the solid terrestrial surface of Earth not submerged by the ocean or another body of water. It makes up 29. I discovered something about violence. Violence is characterized as the use of physical force by humans to cause harm to other living beings, such as pain, injury, disablement, death, damage, and destruction. I discovered something about within. Within may refer to I discovered something about development. Development or developing may refer to I discovered something about history. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened. I discovered something about states. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory. Sovereign state, a sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country-nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation. Constituent state, a political subdivision of a state. Federated state, constituent states part of a federation. State of nature. I discovered something about organization. An organization or organization is an entity such as a company or corporation or an institution or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose. I discovered something about humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states. I discovered something about population. I discovered something about form. Form is the shape, visual appearance, or configuration of an object. In a wider sense, the form is the way something happens. I discovered something about Islamic. Islam is an Abrahamic monotheistic religion based on the Quran and the teachings of Muhammad. The religion's adherents, called Muslims, are estimated to number 2 billion worldwide and are the world's second largest religious population after Christians. I discovered something about known. Knowledge is an awareness of facts, a familiarity with individuals and situations, or a practical skill. Knowledge of facts, also called propositional knowledge, is often characterized as true belief that is distinct from opinion or guesswork by virtue of justification. I discovered something about study. Study or studies may refer to I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place, thing, or phenomenon. The term and its variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created. Character development in acting. I discovered something about May. May is the 5th month of the year in the Julian and Gregorian calendars. Its length is 31 days. I discovered something about nature. Nature is an inherent character or constitution, particularly of the ecosphere or the universe as a whole. In this general sense, nature refers to the laws, elements, and phenomena of the physical world, including life. I discovered something about something. Something may refer to. I discovered something about groups. A group is a number of persons or things that are located, gathered, or classed together. I discovered something about music. Music is the arrangement of sound to create some combination of form, harmony, melody, rhythm, or otherwise expressive content. Music is generally agreed to be a cultural universal that is present in all human societies. I discovered something about sovereign. Sovereign is a title that can be applied to the highest leader in various categories. The word is borrowed from Old French souverain, which is ultimately derived from the Latin superinus, meaning above. I discovered something about different. Different may refer to I discovered something about government. A government is the system or group of people governing a country and its administrative divisions, which is generally called as a state, and as such the term is a metonym for it in governmental topics. I discovered something about Persia. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south. I discovered something about Iran. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south. I discovered something about historically. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened. I discovered something about country. A country is a distinct area of land in the world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a dependent territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational state. I discovered something about musical. Musical is the adjective of music. I discovered something about humans. Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states. I discovered something about refer.
Six 428. William George John 7349. William George John.
I discovered something about hostility. Hostility is seen as a form of emotionally charged aggressive behavior. In everyday speech, it is more commonly used as a synonym for anger and aggression.
Able out of sentence, February 27, negative 29.
I discovered something about individuals. An individual is one that exists as a distinct entity. Individuality is the state or quality of living as an individual, particularly as a person unique from other people and possessing one's own needs or goals, rights, and responsibilities. I discovered something about west. West is one of the 4 cardinal directions or points of the compass. It is the opposite direction from east and is the direction in which the sun sets on the earth. I discovered something about term. Term may refer to I discovered something about harmony. In music, harmony is the concept of combining different sounds in order to create new, distinct musical ideas. Theories of harmony seek to describe or explain the effects created by distinct pitches or tones coinciding with one another. Harmonic objects such as chords, textures, and tonalities are identified, defined, and categorized in the development of these theories. I discovered something about new. New or NEW may refer to novelty, the quality of being new.
66428. Tom X-ray William 4260. Tom X-ray William 4260.
Insurance confirms 2016 Toyota Blue and Color Crystal Castillo at Clinton, February 27, negative 29.
I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia. As defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions, the subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus. I discovered something about history. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened. I discovered something about territory. A territory is an area of land, sea, or space belonging or connected to a particular country, person, or animal. I discovered something about political. Politics is the activity of settling affairs in an organized society. Politics is usually concerned with resolving issues within a society via a government. I discovered something about organization. An organization or organization is an entity such as a company, or corporation, or an institution, or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose. I discovered something about one. One is a number. I discovered something about land. Land, also known as dry land, ground, or earth, is the solid terrestrial surface of Earth not submerged by the ocean or another body of water. It makes up 29. I discovered something about distinct. Distinction, distinct or distinctive may refer to distinction philosophy, the recognition of difference formal distinction law, a principle in international humanitarian law governing the legal use of force in an armed conflict distinction sociology, a social force that places different values on different individuals distinct mathematics distinctive feature, a concept in linguistics distinción in Spanish, separating consonantal sounds. I discovered something about known. Knowledge is an awareness of facts, a familiarity with individuals and situations, or a practical skill. Knowledge of facts, also called propositional knowledge, is often characterized as true belief that is distinct from opinion or guesswork by virtue of justification. I discovered something about constituent. Constituent or constituency may refer to I discovered something about May. May is the 5th month of the year in the Julian and Gregorian calendars. Its length is 31 days. I discovered something about world. The world is the totality of entities, the whole of reality, or everything that exists. The nature of the world has been conceptualized differently in different fields. I discovered something about characterize. Many proposed diseases and diagnoses are rejected by mainstream medical consensus and are associated with pseudoscience due to a lack of scientific evidence for their existence, proposed mechanism or action, or manifestation that cannot be explained by something else. I discovered something about Asia. Asia is the largest continent in the world by both land area and population. It covers an area of more than 44 million square kilometers, about 30 of Earth's total land area and 8 of Earth's total surface area. I discovered something about population.
I'm having a problem with the ramp.
10-4 right there.
I discovered something about study. Study or studies may refer to I discovered something about something. Something may refer to
$5101, radio check, 10X in the yard.
I discovered something about nature. Nature is an inherent character or constitution, particularly of the ecosphere or the universe as a whole. In this general sense, nature refers to the laws, elements, and phenomena of the physical world, including life.
Route 1, radio check, 10-8 from the yard. Yes.
Route 2 and 10-8.
Yes.
I discovered something about state. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory. Sovereign state, a sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country-nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation. Constituent state, a political subdivision of a state. Federated state, constituent states part of a federation. State of nature.
Route 4 is 10-8 from the yard.
Route 3, 10-8 from the yard.
Yeah, 4. Yeah, 4. Route 5002, radio check, 10-8 from the yard. Yeah, 4.
I discovered something about peace. Peace is a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups. I discovered something about area. Area is the measure of a region's size on a surface. The area of a plane region or plane area refers to the area of a shape or planar lamina, while surface area refers to the area of an open surface or the boundary of a three-dimensional object.
Route 5 base, I'm 10-8. Yeah. Thank you, Michelle. Have a good day.
I discovered something about form. Form is the shape, visual appearance, or configuration of an object. In a wider sense, the form is the way something happens. I discovered something about country. A country is a distinct area of land in the world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a dependent territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational state. I discovered something about commonly. This is a list of common physical constants and variables and their notations. Note that bold text indicates that the quantity is a vector.
I'll start on the left-hand side of exit.
Okay, 10-4. Ray, you on there?
I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place,
Yeah,
thing,
you
or
hit the right
phenomenon.
side
The
of
term
exit,
and its
okay?
variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created. Character development in acting.
Hey, Bobby, we gotta make sure whoever had this truck gets today, they didn't fill it up. I got half a tank. It should be fine, but still.
What truck is that?
4740.
I discovered something about different. Different may refer to I discovered something about human. Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
10-9?
The front AC or the rear AC?
The front AC is not blowing at all. I've already turned it off and on, and
Yes, sir. Try 3040 and try
Base to Unit 4.
Go ahead.
Unit 3026 is in a spot the front AC is not blowing at all.
Okay, I'll go get it here in a minute.
I discovered something about Iran. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
Route 6 radio check to me from the yard. Stand for.
I discovered something about groups. A group is a number of persons or things that are located, gathered, or classed together. I discovered something about single. Single may refer to
Seven radio check to me from the yard. Stand for.
I discovered something about west. West is one of the four cardinal directions or points of the compass. It is the opposite direction from east and is the direction in which the sun sets on the earth.
Has anybody picked up Eddie Martinez at the Stillwater apartment?
I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia, as defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions. The subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus. I discovered something about history. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened. I discovered something about Persia. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south. I discovered something about hostility. Hostility is seen as a form of emotionally charged aggressive behavior. In everyday speech, it is more commonly used as a synonym for anger and aggression. I discovered something about within. Within may refer to I discovered something about organization. An organization or organization is an entity such as a company or corporation or an institution or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose. I discovered something about development. Development or developing may refer to
Road Supervisor Manuel, would you come to 3051, please?
10-4.
I discovered something about new. New or NEW may refer to novelty, the quality of being new.
Two exhibits, 3051, front AC, failed.
10-4.
I discovered something about 1. 1 is a number, numeral, and grapheme. It is the first and smallest positive integer of the infinite sequence of natural numbers. I discovered something about sovereign. Sovereign is a title that can be applied to the highest leader in various categories. The word is borrowed from Old French souverain, which is ultimately derived from the Latin superinus, meaning above. I discovered something about constituent. Constituent or constituency may refer to I discovered something about world. The world is the totality of entities, the whole of reality, or everything that exists. The nature of the world has been conceptualized differently in different fields.
Hey, 09 traffic.
Go ahead.
I'll be right across the high school with Texas 28. 2 X-ray, X-ray, Nora Paul. 2 X-ray, X-ray, Nora Paul.
I discovered something about humans. Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
Right.
08-29-79-44. 08-29-79-44.
Hey, my insurance confirmed. A 2017 Chevy Carroll white color green non-gold from one Seca at a massive 126 negative 3927 one Seca, deal eligible expires 33 negative 29.
Sample.
Charles, I'll be 42.
I discovered something about states. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory's sovereign state. A sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country-nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation constituent state, a political subdivision of a state federated state, constituent states part of a federation state of nature. I discovered something about May. May is the 5th month of the year in the Julian and Gregorian calendars. Its length is 31 days. I discovered something about music. Music is the arrangement of sound to create some combination of form, harmony, melody, rhythm, or otherwise expressive content. Music is generally agreed to be a cultural universal that is present in all human societies.
Five base, can I have a private line?
I discovered something about term. Term may refer to
Five base.
Go ahead, Rottweiler.
Can you send me Steven De Leon or put him down as completion or whatever? Because he's just coming out. I was already gonna take off and I had no show.
He's on board already?
He's walking over here from his garage. He was climbing getting under it.
I discovered something about population.
Go for it.
I discovered something about historically. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened. I discovered something about government. A government is the system or group of people governing a country and its administrative divisions, which is generally called as a state, and as such the term is a metonym for it in governmental topics.
Stand for you loud and clear. Have a good day. Thank you, sir. Y'all do the same.
I discovered something about distinct. Distinction, distinct, or distinctive may refer to distinction philosophy, the recognition of difference, formal distinction law, a principle in international humanitarian law governing the legal use of force in an armed conflict, distinction sociology, a social force that places different values on different individuals, distinct mathematics, distinctive feature, a concept in linguistics, distinción in Spanish, separating consonantal sounds. I discovered something about area. Area is the measure of a region's size on a surface. The area of a plane region or plane area refers to the area of a shape or planar lamina, while surface area refers to the area of an open surface or the boundary of a three-dimensional object. I discovered something about country. A country is a distinct area of land in the world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a dependent territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational state. I discovered something about something. Something may refer to. I discovered something about political. Politics is the activity of settling affairs in an organized society. Politics is usually concerned with resolving issues within a society via a government. I discovered something about peace. Peace is a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups.
Six on 1941.
I discovered something about Asia. Asia is the largest continent in the world by both land area and population. It covers an area of more than 44 million square kilometers, about 30 of Earth's total land area and 8 of Earth's total surface area. I discovered something about character arrest. Many proposed diseases and diagnoses are rejected by mainstream medical consensus and are associated with pseudoscience due to a lack of scientific evidence for their existence, proposed mechanism or action, or manifestation that cannot be explained by something else. I discovered something about human. Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states. I discovered something about groups. A group is a number of persons or things that are located, gathered, or classed together. I discovered something about commonly. Arachnids are arthropods in the class Arachnida of the subphylum Chelicerata. Arachnida includes, among others, spiders, scorpions, ticks, mites, pseudoscorpions, harvestmen, camel spiders, whip spiders, and vinegaroons. I discovered something about land. Land, also known as dry land, ground, or earth, is the solid terrestrial surface of Earth not submerged by the ocean or another body of water. It makes up 29. I discovered something about Islamic. Islam is an Abrahamic monotheistic religion based on the Quran and the teachings of Muhammad. The religion's adherents, called Muslims, are estimated to number 2 billion worldwide and are the world's second largest religious population after Christians.
Route 5002 is 1044.
I discovered something about west. West is one of the 4 cardinal directions or points of the compass. It is the opposite direction from east and is the direction in which the sun sets on the earth.
Hey, it's gonna take this unit. I need water for the windshield.
I discovered something about individuals. An individual is one that exists as a distinct entity. Individuality is the state or quality of living as an individual, particularly as a person unique from other people and possessing one's own needs or goals, rights and responsibilities.
Unit 4 base.
Go ahead.
3051 is ready.
3031. 10-4.
I discovered something about state. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory. Sovereign state, a sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country-nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation. Constituent state, a political subdivision of a state. Federated state, constituent states part of a federation. State of nature. I discovered something about single. Single may refer to
Six 1541. Three oh one A 10.
I discovered something about Persia. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
Okay.
607.
Okay.
Radio check 940. 642, 1042.
I discovered something about republic. A republic, based on the Latin phrase res publica, is a state in which political power rests with the public people, typically through their representatives, in contrast to a monarchy. Although a republic is most often a single sovereign state, subnational state entities that have governments that are republican in nature may be referred to as republics.
Six thirty four, 1042.
I discovered something about musical. Musical is the adjective of music. I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place, thing, or phenomenon. The term and its variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created. Character development in acting. I discovered something about violence. Violence is characterized as the use of physical force by humans to cause harm to other living beings, such as pain, injury, disablement, death, damage, and destruction. I discovered something about study. Study or studies may refer to I discovered something about history. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened. I discovered something about within. Within may refer to
Route 20 radio check.
I discovered something about known. Knowledge is an awareness of facts, a familiarity with individuals and situations, or a practical skill. Knowledge of facts, also called propositional knowledge, is often characterized as true belief that is distinct from opinion or guesswork by virtue of justification.
10-4. Route 22, radio check, continuing from yard. 10-4.
I discovered something about nature. Nature is an inherent character or constitution, particularly of the ecosphere or the universe as a whole. In this general sense, nature refers to the laws, elements, and phenomena of the physical world, including life.
Nine three four radio check. Route 21 radio check and turning from the yard.
10-4.
I discovered something about constituent. Constituent or constituency may refer to I discovered something about new. New or NEW may refer to novelty, the quality of being new.
Ninety-five oh one radio check, 10-8 from the yard. Route 20, 10-8 from the yard also.
I discovered something about sovereign. Sovereign is a title that can be applied to the highest leader in various categories. The word is borrowed from Old French souverain, which is ultimately derived from the Latin superinus, meaning above. I discovered something about states. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory. Sovereign state is sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country-nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation. Constituent state, a political subdivision of a state. Federated state, constituent states part of a federation. State of nature. I discovered something about 1. 1 is a number, numeral, and grapheme. It is the first and smallest positive integer of the infinite sequence of natural numbers. I discovered something about government. A government is the system or group of people governing a country and its administrative divisions, which is generally called as a state, and as such the term is a metonym for it in governmental topics. I discovered something about area. Area is the measure of a region's size on a surface. The area of a plane region or plane area refers to the area of a shape or planar lamina, while surface area refers to the area of an open surface or the boundary of a three-dimensional object.
Radio check. 10-8 from yard. Counter.
I discovered something about development. Development or developing may refer to I discovered something about harmony. In music, harmony is the concept of combining different sounds in order to create new, distinct musical ideas. Theories of harmony seek to describe or explain the effects created by distinct pitches or tones coinciding with one another. Harmonic objects such as chords, textures, and tonalities are identified, defined, and categorized in the development of these theories. I discovered something about world. The world is the totality of entities, the whole of reality, or everything that exists. The nature of the world has been conceptualized differently in different fields. I discovered something about political. Politics is the activity of settling affairs in an organized society. Politics is usually concerned with resolving issues within a society via a government. I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia. As defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions, the subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus.
Dispatch 9501, can I get a private on 3074? I caught rain coming over as I was approaching the exit.
I discovered something about hostility. Hostility is seen as a form of emotionally charged aggressive behavior. In everyday speech, it is more commonly used as a synonym for anger and aggression. I discovered something about term. Term may refer to I discovered something about country. A country is a distinct area of land in the world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a dependent territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational state.
Street sign down, I sent a picture. Just gonna put it on the sidewalk, but I don't know if we'll report that, but I think it's there. You can send it to Leslie, and then she'll probably send it to Streets and Signs. If you send me her number, I don't have it. Okay, now I'll just take a picture of it and I'll send it to her. Route 25, radio check, 10-8 from yard.
I discovered something about Iran. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
All units stand by for EMS page. All units stand by for EMS page. Attention EMS, Legion Rock, West Western, 400 East Avenue G. PD units on scene requesting your assistance. Check out an 18-year-old male with a head injury. Attention EMS, Legion Rock, West Western, to check out an 18-year-old male with a head injury. PD on scene.
Hey, radio check, I'll be 10-8 from the yard.
27 radio check, 10-8 from the yard.
20, radio check, 10-8 from yard. I'll be leaving in a couple of minutes. Gotta restart my tablet.
I discovered something about groups. A group is a number of persons or things that are located, gathered, or classed together. I discovered something about distinct. Distinction, distinct, or distinctive may refer to distinction philosophy, the recognition of difference, formal distinction, distinction law, a principle in international humanitarian law governing the legal use of force in an armed conflict, distinction sociology, a social force that places different values on different individuals, distinct mathematics, distinctive feature, a concept in linguistics, distinción in Spanish, separating consonantal sounds,